There, welcome to the show. 2 channels here, now you know. Like and subscribe, it's all we need. Alternature or here to speak. And defense, let's take a peek. Collaborating for your eyes. Sharing content, no surprise. Together we shine brighter than one. Join our journey, it's just begun. Like and subscribe, hit that bell. Enjoy the show and wish us well.
Hello. Welcome. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome. Hello. How are we? Thank you for waiting. I apologize. It is my fault for being tardy. And that's politically correct. Welcome all. Sorry. At least we're not late for court. It hasn't started. Just late for us. Sorry.
We're all
My
good.
bad. All right. So we are up to jury instructions, closing arguments, yeah? Today.
Yay, finally.
The defense rested.
While you were resting.
I was watching.
Oh, I figured you were fast asleep like you should have been.
I tried and took a sleeping tablet, couldn't sleep.
What did the gun expert say? I think I must have been asleep at that
The
stage.
gun expert showed a 3D versions of where the bullet was, where it came from, in as far as what direction in the room where she was standing, but he could only really show the two that hit the stationary objects like the walls and stuff.
Yeah.
He couldn't show where the gun was in relation to Doug. Is that right? But it was still forward, front to back, right to left. Yeah,
I will take your word on it because I kind of tuned that guy out.
Tuned out. Yeah,
it just got
fair enough.
I mean, I
didn't want to say except that yes, that's the gun.
Yeah, really? Yeah. They knew that was the gun. She handed it to her neighbour. She wasn't trying to. Yeah, talking to the screen, love. Don't talk to me. Talk to the screen.
My 15-year-old just sent me a message saying when I babysit my granddaughter, don't use his YouTube account. I knew he'd get annoyed because I put baby lullabies.
Thank you, Carmen. Good morning, Alicia.
Good morning.
Are you working today, Carmen?
She just got off work.
Oh, did she? She got days off or not?
Well, she works overnights, so it's 7, almost 8 for her a.m. So she works 7 to 7. So she's just going to bed.
So she's working again tonight?
I'm not sure. I can't keep up with her schedule.
And you just finished, Brian. You're on 2 days off. Is that right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, I'm a 7P to 7A too.
Oh. Morning, great. Bob. Oh, everyone's
morning,
here.
Bob.
Morning, Gabby. Thank you. Smash that.
Gabby, don't be chatting and driving. You said you
no. Hold my Crocs.
Do not chat and drive.
Well, court hasn't started yet, but jury instructions are going to be enthralling, as we all know.
No, they're all great. They're great.
Last night, where they were talking about what was
going into them. Yeah, I didn't see that bit. I shut off after.
Yeah, it was.
They got a second medical examiner in, that Asian lady. She was gorgeous.
I thought, yes, absolutely. And I thought she did a better job than the state's medical examiner.
Yes, explained it way better.
I just wish he would have ended with Ashley's testimony because her testimony got lost yesterday and all the objections and sidebars and everything. And it's now
that
it's
was
gone.
Friday, wasn't it? Wasn't her testimony Friday?
It may have been.
Yeah. What an idiot.
Yeah, so that was not good. I was watching, and I don't know why I do this to myself because I can't stand the lady. on Court TV. She they had a body language expert, which I also am like, whatever.
Yeah.
But the host said her favorite part of the whole trial was when the state made Ashley reenact what she did.
That was disgusting. I saw that.
It was disgusting.
Yes.
Was shocked. Like, this is a woman
Definitely
saying this about another woman.
Domestic violence myself.
Yes,
Oh.
that's what it triggered me too.
I couldn't
It
believe
triggered me.
It triggered a lot of people. And then that host triggered me again. I was like, you got to be kidding me that was your favorite part. And then they were dissecting how she was acting, and her mouth was asymmetrical when she was crying, and I'm like,
oh, so it's fake.
Well,
no way
she needed that. She was trying to say it was kind of, the expert was taking the middle ground and trying to be like, well, it might be, it might not be. I need to see more, because they were just showing her 3 clips from her testimony. So it's like, you didn't get the whole view. You're kind of saying that you think she was faking some of it because she didn't make eye contact. And I'm telling you, I know a lot of people that cannot make eye contact. You make eye contact with them, they look away immediately.
And
they
if
just
you've
can't
been
make eye contact.
in a long-term domestic violent relationship, then you are avoiding everyone's eyes because you think they're burning right into you.
100%.
Right. And then when you've got somebody coming after you, like the state was going after her, no, she's not going to look at them. I mean, she would just to me, she would just regress back to, okay,
you know, already feels guilty enough.
Yes,
getting upset on the stand, for goodness sake.
Yep, head down.
She's not sitting in the corner rocking backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
Well, she got diagnosed with fibromyalgia from it.
Did she?
Yeah, which I'm surprised they didn't bring a specialist on to say anything like that. But
it may not have been allowed. I mean, my gosh, they had to fight every inch of the way to get every person they wanted on the stand. On the stand.
As far as the attorneys go on both sides, absolute shit show.
Yeah, I have hope that the jury saw it the way we do.
See through that, yeah.
I actually saw a poll somewhere today, and there was the 4 things, like she's guilty and it was self-defense, and like there was 4 options, and I was not guilty. I just straight out said,
"Oh, was it a poll?"
I was 13%. The other 2 were 15%.
Was this for Ashley Benefield?
And guilty was 50-odd%.
Really?
Yeah, I was surprised.
Do you know what site that was on?
It wasn't on the lawyer, you know.
No, if it was on Law and Crime or Court TV, it would be.
Oh, was it?
High. If it was, I don't know. Yeah. They generally do polls. They would be over 50% easy for guilty.
Yep.
Always.
50%
always.
Guilty, and I think 13% innocent. There's some movement at the court, but they haven't started anything yet. So I'm watching.
And another thing that I was saying about domestic violence is that where's the other police reports? Where's the other hospital visits?
They wouldn't let the police reports in. She went to the police and documented. That's what I was arguing about yesterday. They, what's the point of going to a police station and saying this has happened? I'm documenting this, and then it not being allowed to be used as evidence in the future if you ever need it. What's the point?
Yep. Well, and what about the state saying, like the DNA evidence? Well, we don't know where that's been. Like, you just called your evidence room, your crime lab crap. Like, you just threw your crime lab under the bus and drove over them.
Yeah. This isn't evidence of the truth. Well, what? You think she thought 6 months ago that she was going to be on trial for, unaliving someone, and, this will be handy when I need that, so I'll go and do a police report now. Really?
Well, and DNA labs don't just go into police stations, evidence rooms, get what they think they're going to want to run and go test it and then email them back. That doesn't happen. And this just doesn't make sense. We don't need it, but it doesn't make sense.
We're happy to see you too, Carmen. And you too, Bri.
Yes. I don't think anybody had a good night. I didn't have a good night. I did not have a good night.
No.
I got no sleep.
We all seem a bit flat today.
like,
why was yours crappy, Bri?
Oh, just really busy.
No.
I like this.
Also,
I don't like having LDRP and the NICU at the same time because I like to split up the moms and the babies.
LDRP. What's that?
Labor, delivery, recovery, postpartum.
Yeah, that's a lot.
NICU's
And
neonatal
and med surg and ortho.
Yeah, actually, ortho was the worst. They were giving me a run last night.
What do you, Brian? What do you do?
Brian is the respiratory therapist. Is that right?
Yes.
How you say it?
Oh, that's right. You said respiratory specialist. Yeah, awesome.
So keeping their lungs clear so they don't get pneumonia, and do you do a lot of suctioning and
Yeah.
You know, saving lives.
Do you do positive airway pressure and CPAP machines and all that sort of
CPAP,
stuff?
intubation.
So you look after the intubated.
Yeah.
Intubated patients as well.
So we actually had twins last night.
Aw.
30-week twins. So.
Ooh. Yikes.
So you do all the blood gases
actually
as well.
Did pretty good. So
Good.
I was happy about that. But it was very busy.
Yeah.
I used to love working in ICU. But except for the suction. That's one thing I hated. Never, ever could deal with sputum and boogers. Everything else, no worries. I've had poo thrown at me. But snot.
That's where Bree draws the line. She's like, anything above the waist is fine, but anything below the waist I don't deal with. So
like, no, I'm the other way.
I'm just gonna help you breathe. So Brian, you and Bree could go make people breathe easier together.
You can deal with the snot, and I'll deal with the poo. That's fine.
Yeah, she's like new.
Putting in catheters and taking bloods and IVs and.
God, they're awful things, catheters.
Yeah. Just deflate the balloon before you pull it out. That's all I say.
After I had my emergency cesarean with my daughter, I woke up and I told them they had 3 minutes to get that thing out, or I was taking it out myself.
Yeah. All right. Looks like there's stuff happening at court, so I might switch us over, eh? Share screen. Look at that. Touch of a button. I haven't got any makeup on. No bronzer.
That's all right.
Lip gloss. That's about it.
My hair was so fuzzy, I borrowed a band off
Jodie. Did you like my pajama pants?
Yeah.
My pink and black pajamas.
They remind me of our college basketball team's pants. They wear like red and white striped pants. And it's funny.
There she is.
Yeah, that was the prosecutor.
Stone Cold.
Yeah. Stone Cold Stella Austin.
Oh, yeah, she's horrible.
She is, isn't she?
I like the judge, though.
He's
better than the Karen Reid one.
He needs to grow a pair of kahunas and take some control.
He has his moments.
He does have his moments.
Yeah.
And, you know, I was thinking yesterday after he told the defense attorney not to make that comment about, have you ever, you know, isn't it unusual for them not to bring the lead detective in, or whatever that question was that he got in at the end. And then she came back later and said, you know, we need like a curative instruction here. I thought, too late, lady. We've already been through other stuff. It's too late. The jury's, they're either going to remember it or they're not. And
did she object?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she did object.
Because the judge got I figured he was going to send the jury out of the room at that point in time, but I think he just had been
again
like just not going to do it, and we'll deal with it later. But yeah, he was not happy. But it is weird. You know, who doesn't call the lead detective? To when does the state, you know? Well, they can't.
Well, I know who shouldn't have, but that was in Massachusetts. So
Yeah, it's just all weird to me. Like, that's your person. That's who proved your case to you. That's who brought you these charges. That's who you are going off of, and you don't call them to the stand. What
Yeah, that's
is the
just very
problem?
suspicious.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I thought the defense attorney missed on his Michael Haig when he did not, when she came back. I know his dad. When the state said, so how would he have been standing when that one went in his chest and he had to kind of turn to his side? The defense attorney missed that point to say, oh, well, didn't one skip off the bicep? So
but then the medical examiner got that one, didn't she?
I think she did.
She did,
I think
but
he had the opportunity to turn him back by saying that would have changed the trajectory of that one off the bicep, and they really haven't talked about it.
She said that one off the bicep was one that went into the other room.
Well, then that's not good for Ashley. That's not good for Ashley. Unless he was really in that martial arts pose that she claims.
Well, the direction was towards the door, and as they said, it was a 4 or 5 foot parameter, but that's at the door end. That could be, as much as 20 centimeters at your hand. Yeah?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I think. Yeah.
So if you move the direction of your hand 20 centimeters, that's going to cone out to a wider area. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was going to give you a hard time because you're using the metric system on me.
Oh, sorry. I'm
must
not
use
good with
inches.
inches. Hello, Mr. White.
Carmen says it makes sense, and she agrees with you.
Oh, she's had both sides braided today. All right.
I think I said we haven't seen that yesterday. Wondered if she would have both today.
All right, good morning, everybody. We're back on the record in State of Florida versus Ashley Benefield, 2020 CF 3014. I have both the state and the defense here along with Ms. Benefield. Is there anything we need to talk about, state, before I bring the jury out?
No.
Mr. Taylor?
No, sir.
All right. Are you ready?
Wow. Ready as I'll ever be.
Are you ready to go? Do you need another minute, or are you okay?
I can't hear a thing that you're saying when I've got this
No, let's
on.
go and bring the jury in.
What happens when are you ready? And he says no. What would they do?
I've got the sound boosted so it's mega loud in my ears. So just tap me if I'm as M&M's. Do you want some? Jeez, it's so nice.
You're good. Told ya.
Well, you have a lovely couple of days relaxing rest, Carmen. Hopefully we have a verdict tonight. What do you reckon?
I hope so. I don't know. I can see it taking a little bit.
Tomorrow night.
You reckon?
Yeah. Midday tomorrow. That'll be the day after. Whatever.
I just can't imagine what's going through her mind right now. That would be so scary to be standing there.
For sure.
No, I only told my ex I'd kill him in his sleep, not while he was away. I told my ex a number of times I'd kill him in his sleep.
Honey.
All right, y'all can have a seat. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Before we get started, did anybody talk amongst yourselves about the case, discuss it with anyone else, or do any research?
And if I mute it, I mute the whole stream, so I can't.
Yeah, no, you can't be.
All right, when we were finishing up yesterday, the defense had rested its case.
And you type a message or not? Not too hard, isn't it?
Too hard.
Present a rebuttal case. State?
Judge, just very briefly state and call Eva Benefield.
Right. He is a little cutie, isn't he? Oh,
The law
hello,
clerk.
Eva.
No.
That's who we
Spoiled
thought was
little brat.
her brother. The law clerk is sitting. The one we thought was Ashley's brother. We found out yesterday that's the law clerk. Hey, she doesn't have one part of her shirt
Same
tucked
rules
in.
as
The
last
rest
time.
out.
Just make yourself comfortable. Get about 12 to 15 inches away from the microphone.
The epitome of
Good morning.
entitlement.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Eva Benefield.
Okay. And I just have a couple of questions for you. The first is, was your dad right or left-handed?
He was right-handed.
Okay.
Okay.
And I just want to show you a picture. This would be Defense Exhibit 24 that's been entered into evidence of your dad appearing to do a push-up. Have you seen that before?
I have.
And when was that picture taken?
That was taken in 2018.
Oh, these are the 3 photos they were
And
talking
then I want
about.
to show you State's Exhibit 105. Can you tell me what this is?
That's a picture of my dad on the boat.
And when was this picture taken?
That was August of 2020.
And is this an accurate reflection of the way he looked in August of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I just want to publish it briefly. Oh, at this time, I would enter State's Exhibit 105 into evidence.
Same objections?
No objection.
No objection. Proceed.
Permission to publish.
Okay, he can do a push-up and he's on a boat.
Yeah, woohoo. So he was fit and he had money. That makes her a gold digger.
Yeah.
And he was batting above his average.
For
That
sure.
was well above his league.
Run away. There. Okay. Is this the picture 105 that you just identified?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Oh,
You can cross, Mr. Taylor.
who's the point of that?
Can the witness be released from her subpoena?
Yes.
Can the witness be released? Can the witness be released from her subpoena?
Yes.
May be released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now you can go to
State.
TikTok.
State has no further witnesses.
That's it. That's it.
All right.
That
All
was
right.
stupid.
Members of the jury,
That was
at this
rebuttal.
point, both sides have rested their cases. That means that the presentation of evidence, testimony, and exhibits has come to a
Yep.
conclusion. If you remember when I gave you those preliminary instructions when we started, I talked about 3 things: listening to all of the evidence,
Well,
hearing the
hello.
argument of counsel, and listening to the law as I instruct you.
How are we, Mr. Gagabe? Off the bushes she goes. Straight down with a surfboard.
Yes.
No one's particularly keen on the jury instructions, are we?
No.
We have a chat whilst it's on. There's something about her I just can't warm up to.
No, she's very cold.
Yeah. Very. She's the epitome of entitled.
She is, and she's probably very guarded, and I don't, I'm not going to fault her for that. And I'm sure she's very, very guarded right now in this trial. But when she stormed out a couple times when Ashley was on the stand, when she just got up and stormed out of the courtroom,
That's not fair.
I didn't like that at all. That didn't look good for her. I can't imagine that we're having a sidebar already.
Yeah, hang on. I'll just turn the sound down a tad and we'll go back.
Because those 3 photos were what they were talking about while they were talking about jury instructions
silent
the
anyway.
other day. And what they were going on about
Oh, the
is-
model photo and I
is
don't.
that they were trying to show that he had a totally different physique in 2018 that he did in 2020, but I don't really know what
Yeah,
difference it makes.
I don't know what the point of any of those
She's
photos.
still
Had her
what?
mugshot.
5'2" and 45 kilos.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and then
45 kilos soaking wet.
he didn't ask, when was this picture taken? Is this the original photo? Is this the one that they edited and could make her look like there wasn't any injuries on her? He didn't even ask
Is
that.
give you a break. If I could have you back downstairs at the
Sorry.
jury assembly room
I yelled.
at 12:30.
Well,
And then
30.
we're going to get you rounded up and get you back up here and get
They
Really?
didn't get jury instructions done last night.
Mm-hmm. So they're back at 12:30 to go through
And then you'll begin
and
deliberating.
closing. Yeah.
So
So
remember,
12:30
now that everything
closing,
is done, please
jury
remember the rules.
instructions. Ooh, I don't know that we'll get a verdict today,
Mm-hmm. Somebody's been
depending on how
lazy
long
overnight.
closings go.
Do you know what I also think it might come down to too? I was listening to the judge yesterday, and as some of the arguments he was saying, "Oh, I'll wait until they come up for cross-examination or they come up in as an objection to deal with them." And I think that's maybe part of his problem. He's not cutting it off beforehand. He's waiting until mid-trial to deal with the issues instead of. I think that might be his like style, but that's messy.
Maybe.
It's untidy to me,
Yeah.
and it makes watching difficult.
Well, and the attorneys are just not organized either, and
No.
at all.
Out of all
So,
the ones I've
all
seen
right,
so
I'm
far,
gonna
I think I'm going to hire Karen.
All right,
Reed's
sweetheart.
lawyer.
jump
You
off
head
here,
off.
and I will join you.
I'll see you in chat.
I will be back. I'm going to leave my little avatar up there if that's okay, and then I will
No
be back
worries.
when I get to my dad. So, give
We'll
me
be here.
probably about 45 minutes before I'm to his house, and then we'll
Yep.
chat with him for a minute and make sure he's all good. So,
No worries. Gabby,
I'll be
there's
back.
room to jump on too, darling. Don't
Oh yeah,
don't
do you need
don't
me
be
to?
shy.
Do you need
You
me
can
to?
go up to 10, can't you?
I think
No,
so.
no.
You're good.
No.
Okay.
We'll squeeze her in. Easy.
All right.
I'll just make the judge smaller.
Well, if you need to remove me, you can do so.
Yeah, no, it's all good, sweetheart.
All right.
Well,
I'll
I
see you
can
guys in a
actually
bit.
move you to backstage, so it doesn't matter. You'll still
Yeah.
be here.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
all right. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Drive safe.
Drive safe.
All righty.
Bye.
Bye.
Yes, sir.
Oh, so this is going to go all
First,
night.
3.1. Any objection?
No.
Had a load of shit.
3.2. Statement of the charge. Any
Yeah.
objection?
No.
Gabby, I'm eating Cheez-Its. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, these
Cheez-Its.
Are these American?
Yes. AJ was eating them on stream yesterday, and I'm like, what are you eating? So I ordered some while I was online last night.
Objection.
Mm-mm.
You have to second.
No worries, sweetheart.
Cheese shaped.
I got the sour cream and onion ones and the cheddar cheese.
You're right.
Means great is distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm.
This is
and
the
as
one
such does
area
not include mere
of the
punishment.
trials that I really
I
dislike.
object to that part.
Jury instructions.
I think particularly because of the nature of the facts in this case.
What state are we in on this one?
This is Florida, I think.
Oh, Florida.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah. Yeah. Oh.
It's a standard jury instruction, but we'd be asked that it be read unedited.
Specifically, Your Honor.
I can't hear the trial.
Pardon?
because of
I
the
can't hear
unique
that.
facts of this
I've turned it
case.
right down.
Oh, okay.
Such
Yeah.
relatively
Better?
minor bruising
That better?
leading up to the crescendo of the actual
He looks
event.
like a guy I know.
I think to
It only lives
keep
up there.
this instruction as it is
That-
to the distinct
Defense
detriment of Miss
Like a guy I
Benefield,
know.
because
Yeah.
it's
Isn't it around the
basically
corner?
telling them
Looks
that
like a
they
turtle.
can overlook
You've been a
precipitated
turtle boy
the
too.
final incident.
They didn't have any hot
I
and
understand
spiced
your
ones,
argument.
Carmen. They only
It is
had
the standard jury instruction. It's
the
not
sour cream
misleading in its
and
nature, in describing great
chives, I
bodily
think,
harm
and the
and compliance
cheddar
with
cheese.
Florida
They didn't
law
have
and
any of the white
statutes.
cheese or anything else, but
I think it needs to be given as
I
part
got
of
to
the
taste
standard
them.
instruction. So I'll overrule that objection.
your mum was telling us yesterday
Other than that
about
one, the rest of it looks all
the
right.
Yes.
what was it? Pillsbury
7.4,
biscuits and
murder in the
sausage
second degree.
gravy. I can't get any of that.
Position
No.
is that red and yellow about sudden provocation.
Judge, I'm sorry. I just wanted to also
Ricky
mention
got a carton of root
in
beer
the
the
May
other day.
update to the
Americans
jury
named for sarsaparilla.
instructions, they cut
He
out
didn't know it was the same
the
thing.
reference to mere.
You know what I
purchase.
like? It's potato chips fried, dill pickle flavour. Dill pickle flavour?
What? We don't get them.
No, well,
Yeah, that's what your mum was saying. She had Ricky for her birthday. And I was getting her to try and explain it to me, and it was bizarre. We don't have like...
We don't have a big pickle thing here either.
Defense. Do you have the?
We take the
No,
pickles off our
but-
markers.
What she was explaining, it was like it comes like a cookie dough ready made, and you slice it and bake it, and it's like little muffins of puff pastry almost. And then they fry their ground sausage mince and then add gravy to it. Oh no, and then they put the sausage mince over the biscuit things that they've just baked, and then they use that sauce and fat from the sausages to make a gravy and go over the top of it, and that's what she had for breakfast. And I was trying to find it in Safeway or Woolworths, and biscuits and gravy. Do you use sausage mince or sausage? What do you call it? Sausage. You don't call it mince. You call it something else.
Oh yeah, they call it
I just said it.
ground beef.
Ground, yeah, ground sausage. Ground sausage.
Yeah, ground sausage. So a couple of things that I've missed, Jodie, throughout it is I don't know exactly where the bullets went in him, that it was such an issue.
So there was 4 bullets that were actually shot from the gun, and 2 of them, well, one scraped his bicep just and went into the...
it did a Donald Trump.
Yeah. Into the, I think it was the lounge room wall, through a book and a mattress and something.
Mm-hmm.
And then one entered just to the right side of his right nipple, in there, and then lodged, it went through the right lung, hit part of his vertebrae into the lower left lung, and lodged in his sort of left shoulder, the back.
Okay.
But it was front to back, left to right, so it was that sort of angle. So he was sort of semi-side on to the trajectory. Yep. And then what I couldn't understand was the other bullet went through his, I think it was right thigh, but from right to left and up to down. So it went in through his thigh and then out down through the inside of his knee. But it was the complete opposite way of the way the top bullet went. So it's almost like he had to have spun around, or somehow. I missed how they...
Well, when you get hit in the bicep and in this side, you'd automatically go back.
Yeah, but
then that's the wrong way around.
But she did say in her testimony that it looked like his feet went from under him.
Yes, and that could have been when she shot him in the leg.
But it was, he would have had to have been the opposite way, would have had to have been twisted around the other way to get it to that direction. I don't know if they explained. I might have dozed off on that gun expert yesterday. Did he explain that at all, Bri? Do you know? Did he go into how that was possibly achieved?
I was actually sleeping.
Oh, well, maybe
and I didn't go back and watch.
Maybe I'll go back and watch that bit while they're doing this jury instructions. What do you reckon?
I knew there
Just
was
the
an
last
issue
bit of
with
it.
the one in the leg.
Yeah, because I still don't understand how.
Yeah, if it
that angle of the dangle.
Yeah, that's
was achieved.
It'd have to be while he was falling, because if his legs were up in the air, that would create it to go straight through that way.
Yeah, but he'd have to have been.
His leg would have to be up.
That's the guy there. Michael Haig.
Files in this case.
The examination of the projectiles helped me understand in a way where they'd been. This is sort of one of my main areas of interest is the damage to projectiles. Sometimes, depending on their condition, when they finally come to rest, can tell us something about where they've been and what they've hit. Especially if we're dealing with particular types of projectiles, such as we're dealing with in this case, which are expanding handgun bullets. This basically means that we're dealing with a construction that is designed to change shape if that projectile
are
strikes
we?
something that is liquidy, and we are mostly liquid, so that would include tissue. A hollow point projectile is typically designed such that it has an external jacket made of copper. So my hands here are representing copper, and then that goes around it in 360-degree rotation. So in this demonstration, my finger's pointing up. That's the way the bullet would travel. A hollow point projectile has just indeed that, a hollow point cavity in the nose of the bullet. And it is designed that way such that if it's traveling stably, nose forward, and that hollow point cavity encounters something liquid, could be a gallon of milk sitting on a countertop, doesn't matter, or tissue.
We're on court and they haven't even done the jury instructions. So they've sent the jury out and the lawyers are arguing over jury instructions at the moment. So I thought we'd go back and play this firearms expert again, just to try and understand, because I understand the trajectory of the 3 bullets, the 2 that hit the wall and the 1 that went in through the chest, but the one in the thigh, I still can't get my head around. So I thought he explained it really well. I thought we'd just go over this again and see if I can wrap my head around what position he would have to have been in if she was standing in the same position in the room to get that opposite direction through the thigh and down through the knee. Unless you
ricochet,
possibly, unless you can shed any light on it, you'd have. I know you watched right through to the end, didn't you? I was lurking.
The liquid actually goes into that hollow point cavity, and because the bullet is traveling forward, you build up hydraulic pressure, liquid pressure, just like the brake lines in your car, inside that hollow point cavity. And so pressure inside that hollow point pushes the sides of the bullet open, and it comes open like this. So if I take my hands and make the model bigger for you, the jacketing material, the copper jacketing material that's facing forward as the bullet travels when it encounters something liquid and expands. Some people like the term mushroom. I don't prefer that term. But when it expands or encounters soft damage, the pressure builds up, and so that jacketing that was facing forward actually peels backwards, down, and around. But it leaves you with a forward-facing area of the projectile that's greater than the original caliber. In mushrooms, so you get greater surface area presented to the way it's going. And when you do that, you increase drag. And when you increase drag, you decelerate or slow that bullet down more quickly. And so these bullets undergo or created through intense engineering by people at the companies such that they go a preferred depth in tissue or tissue simulant. So the main reason for hollow points in handgun in particular, whether that's somebody in law enforcement or somebody interested in protecting themselves, as opposed to going to, say, the range, would be to control penetration depth. So this bullet will stay in one body, and you don't over-penetrate and go through further. When I work cases that have non-expanding bullets, often called full metal jackets, typically you can see over-penetration. You can go clean through one person and on into another. So that's the hollow point cavity mechanism.
Where were the bullets in this case, Mr. Haig, recovered?
From my review, there were 4 fired cartridge casings and 4 projectiles and 1 small lead fragment that were recovered. And we can kind of go through these because this brings into play a term called the limited universe, meaning we limit our options. We take pieces of that puzzle off the table and put them in their place. So, for example, 1 bullet was recovered at autopsy. The entrance gunshot wound was listed as over here on the right chest, as I recall, and the bullet was recovered in the back of the decedent. That bullet, in my examination, shows soft damage, expansion, just as I would expect from bullets of this type. That bullet's wound path in the torso is well documented, and so we can kind of take 1 of 4 off the table in that the entrance hole, primarily for me in the shirt, is a nice round hole indicating that it was not unstable, tumbling, before it got there. This is basically a nice stable bullet entry, and that bullet was recovered there. So that's 1 of 4. Another bullet was recovered after going through one of the walls of the bedroom and through several cabinets into a bathroom area. And under examination, when I looked at that bullet, it initially looked mushroomed, which is why I'm not a fan of that term, because it had the visual appearance of it. but it was just deformed. Instead of the jacketing material unfolding as I described before, how bullets do in tissue, it was just collapsed. So if you see pictures of this bullet, which as I recall, this is bullet number 11 in the crime scene images, I believe. While it looks fairly mushroomed, it does not demonstrate soft damage. And the hole going into the bedroom wall is, again, a nice round hole, indicating that that bullet was stable when it struck the wall, had not struck something else first. So that's 2 of our 4 bullets that are sort of off the table, and we kind of know somewhat what their story is. A third bullet was recovered down a hallway from the bedroom and in a wall. And other crime scene images indicate that it had gone through things like a book, I believe a part of a mattress, and maybe a book holder before it got to the wall where it was recovered.
Where did you hear 11?
He just said 11.
11 rounds. I think the gun might have held 11 rounds, but only 4 casings, and 1 was jammed, I think, in the gun because it wasn't being held properly.
That's when he's examining the full 11 rounds.
Possibly,
She's obviously got 1 in the chamber and a 10 cartridge.
Possibly, yeah. Because I know one of the casings jammed.
That's right. Yes, I remember that now too.
The combination of this bullet was very interesting in that it shows no signs of any sort of soft damage or even mushrooming in the nose. The nose is in its basically initial condition, but it has a very classic and typical characteristic to it that I demonstrate in my recon class when I ricochet bullets off.
I actually thought that was really interesting. It has the fact that they have bullets that have the hollow tip, so that they don't over penetrate. Like I didn't know that was a thing.
They're illegal in Australia.
Pew pew. I can't you say the B word either. Holy. Oops.
Hollow point bullets aren't available or legal.
Can't say
Australia.
the B word. We have to say pew pews.
Oh, sorry.
It's YouTube. Right. Yeah. No, I just got told off. Not told off, but they're just ridiculous.
Is that why you say?
That's why we say pew pew and unalived.
Unalived.
Mm-hmm.
Off materials at shallow angles. So when I say ricochet, I mean the bullet at a shallow angle and continued on along the path. It's a flat spot on the ogive, is the part of the bullet we're going to talk about. It's the rounded part from the nose down towards what's called the bearing surface or the cylindrical portion of the bullet. So it's a big flat spot because things like tile, what we describe as unyielding surfaces, meaning they don't give, the bullet takes up the damage, create those flat spots. In addition to that, when you look at the flat spot, you see scratches or stria on it from dynamic interaction with the surface. And those lines go straight from the nose to the base. That tells me this bullet, when it struck tile, is the likely thing in this scenario, the floor, it was stable. It was going nose first to get that flat spot and be scratched directly from the nose to the base. It then continued on down range and was stuck in the wall. That bullet gives us some idea of some trajectory, even though it's stuck in a wall just barely. You can, in the crime scene images, see it stuck in the soft drywall because it's downrange from the bedroom where all of the fired cartridge casings, biological matter on the floor is. But that hallway gives us sort of a path, a trough that the bullet had to have passed through. There were no other documented impact sites in that area. So we have what's called ballistic accessibility. It creates a path into the bedroom area. If we assume that's where the firearm was, which is a logical assumption, in my opinion, based on the cartridge casings, the biological material, that doesn't overlap with another trajectory. I'll come back to that in a second. Our fourth bullet is found on the floor in the bedroom, in the middle of the floor. Its position to me does not really mean much because it's laying there just on the floor where it could have been kicked, could have been moved slightly. So we don't know where else it might have struck in that room. But the key thing about this bullet, and this is bullet number 5, as I recall, is that it does show soft damage. It is expanded. In the images, you would see the jacketing material is peeled directly back and is facing rearward. The damage to this bullet tells me it went through tissue, something soft and liquid,
went through
not
the leg.
Things like wood and drywall or glass, but rather tissue. In this case, is our limited universe option. So this bullet, number 5, would have had to have gone through the gunshot wound to the leg, which, as I recall, enters on the interior left portion of the leg and exits out to the right side of the leg itself. So those 4 bullets, and each one has a story to tell about what it did or did not
It's
strike.
turned.
So
It's gone in here.
When you
So it came from the inside of the knee upwards and
the
out
thigh.
to the thigh.
Yes, we were thinking
Whereas
it was
the other one went in through the right nipple. So it's the complete opposite direction, including going upwards.
No, but if he's here, right?
Yeah, one went in through
Yeah,
there
okay.
that
So the
way,
first one, let's say, hit him in the ear.
and the other one went from
Second
there
one
to
straight
there.
away, right? What are you going to do when you've been hit on this side with a gun? You're going to go like this.
Gonna turn.
You're going to turn. Your inside leg on your right leg is going to be open.
I suppose, yeah.
And goes, because she's going to be waving her hand like this. The
Well,
tick
she
back
would
on
have
a
been
gun.
very unsteady with it, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it
She would
jammed.
have been screaming.
speak
falling
of
around.
tissue,
Yeah.
we're speaking about tissue of the human body.
I am.
Okay, just so we're clear. Now, did you bring with you today any slides or any type of diagrams that will assist you in your explanations?
I have two things that fit that bill. I have the Manatee County's 3D scan data with trajectories.
Yeah, I thought this was very helpful.
That I could show, as well as images I took of the 4 projectiles that I just mentioned that would help illustrate my points if you need me to.
All right. Before we get to that, let me just finish up the wound path. I'd like to ask you about the wound path to the shot in the chest. Are you able to say, based upon your training, experience, and education, whether or not that wound, where the shooter was relative to that wound?
Of course, I wasn't there for the autopsy, but experts rely on each other's reports in order to formulate opinions. The entrance is generally on the right, front side of the chest here. The bullets were covered in the back left area. Because bullets of this type, expanding handgun bullets, travel in relatively straight lines when they go into tissue. If you simply extrapolate those lines from the autopsy report, it gives you an idea of where the firearm was. I typically speak in terms of the firearm itself as opposed to a person. Of course, a firearm is just a machine, so it typically has an operator. So how that person is directly placed with the firearm is beyond my physical evidence examination ability. But the firearm, if you put a line straight back from where the bullet entered to where it went, it gives us our best approximation of where then a firearm would have been at the time that shot was fired. Again, that snapshot in time.
Are you able to reach any conclusion with respect to the order of the shots?
There's nothing in this from the physical evidence standpoint that allows me to sequence these shots 1 through 4. If one starts to make assumptions, which some people recoil at the word assumption, as long as you have a legitimate reason for saying the word assumption or are willing to describe its validity, we make assumptions in science all the time. It allows us to make further steps. So, for example, we have 2 trajectories through the body. We have 2 trajectories into objects into the crime scene. If I look at the trajectories just within the crime scene, one that has to go through that long hallway, and one that we actually do have some data for to figure out where the firearm was that just goes into the wall within the bedroom. And we look at those 2 trajectories, they don't overlap, meaning there's not a physical possibility for the firearm to have been stationary between just those 2 shots. I can't tell you with regard to sequencing, which from the side view to give you an idea of the vertical component. So I'm going to remove the left wall of the bedroom as you're looking at it here, and I'm going to swing you down.
So that there, from the bottom of the screen, is 2 shots. So the bottom of the screen is apparently where Ashley was standing, and then the other point is where the bullet entered the wall. So they've done a 3D mock-up here of the trajectory of the bullets and where they landed, the stationary ones. Or did I get that wrong? Yeah, no. Yep. Yeah. So she was inside the room and aiming towards the doorway.
And from this vantage point, you can see how there is a downward component to these shots as well going in.
that explains the
That makes
the
sense,
leg,
yeah.
the leg, and given that the chest one was right to left, back to front, but had a slight downward motion, would mean that he could have possibly been closer than that, and that would have decreased the angle, or she could have held it up higher
Yeah, higher
as
on,
well.
like, yeah.
But knowing her, I would, if it was me, I probably would have just had my finger on the trigger. I don't know if you have to, if the actual pew pew was one that you had to reload,
Press it.
like cock and
No.
depress
just
again. It
keep
was a semi-automatic.
Just keep
Was
going.
it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's cartridge. It's got
Okay.
a click.
Into that, I believe, again, number 11 hole within the bedroom.
Would that be consistent with Miss Benefield firing the weapon while she's standing in the upright position?
There are certainly multiple places along these cones where a shooter could be standing. So basically any hypothesis or any scenario that puts the gun in those cones, including that one, would be on the table.
Well, if it was the trajectory was the other way around, then there would be some questions asked, I would think. If she was at the doorway and he was inside the room, I do believe that would have definitely gone against her. This medical examiner was awesome. Her hair, I just can't get over how shiny it is. Did you see this one?
No, I missed that one.
Let me just double check today's, see what they're up to.
Yeah,
If they're still doing jury
Or you
instructions.
state, whenever I get over to you, if I do decide to give it, if there's any additional portions, be prepared to argue
All right.
those.
I just voted on the court TV poll. And as it stands at the moment, they have 54% guilty, 32% not guilty, 14% hung jury.
That was the one I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
That's what they say,
disgusting.
50%.
Disgusting. Oh, well. Each to their own, I suppose. Bob. You're creating some trouble.
No, that's it, Your Honor.
Okay, that's it, state. So they want, defense is asking for that. Are you looking at the standard for burglary?
Yeah.
So it's on the second page.
Yes, sir.
And
Burglary?
if I give it, it'll essentially be something along the lines of the elements of the forcible felony of burglary are 1, 2, B and C. On B, of course, the conveyances would be struck. B would
Is this
be
the lesser included?
after permission to remain had been
Where did Brian go?
withdrawn and with the intent to commit an offense other than burglary or trespass inside the structure. C, of course, there'd be an or. C, commit or attempt to commit a forcible felony. So obviously you object to that. But if I am going to allow it, is there any other part of this instruction that you would want?
Sideshow Bob. And I've got a mental image of your hair, Bob. Your piece on the side. So are they putting burglary in for the lesser included? Holy crap.
To be given.
Burglarizing.
So if they don't get her on second degree, they're putting murder in.
The next paragraph is about intent being an operation of the mind. The following paragraph says, even though the unlawful remaining in a structure is proved, and I know we're not supposed to talk about proof, so I don't know how we would word it. If the evidence does not establish that it was done with intent to commit a crime other than burglary or trespass, the defendant must now be found guilty. I don't know how we would word that because we don't have proof, but I think that is an important
Good
definition.
news, I have suggestions.
Okay.
All right, so the state, in addition to what you're requesting for the elements, is asking for those next two paragraphs to be given, which explain intent. And I only had, when I say I have suggestions, this comes up in, I don't want to say every self-defense case, but so many of them, I have language that I've used in the past. All right. So here's what I propose it would sound like, and everybody can object because you don't want it. You want it, but you might not want like the language. But I've given it before and it works. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind, and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. Here's where the changes are because we're not saying proof beyond a reasonable doubt or anything like that. Here's where I've made changes. Even if an unlawful remaining in a structure is proved, if the evidence does not establish that it was done with the intent to commit an offense other than burglary or trespass,
I'm jealous,
then a
Carmen.
burglary has not occurred. That's what I've said in the past. And it just, it's an accurate, I'll hear your arguments, but I found that it's an accurate statement of the law, because the other way is the defendant must be found not guilty. That's not what we're talking about here. So it's just letting them know that what intent is and how that portion of the instruction operates.
Yeah, that's fine with us.
All right. Do you need that, State?
I will need that. And I can say, based on the conversations we have, I don't have enough objections to the instructions as you crafted them.
All right.
I will need to.
Oh, I'm sorry. And we also need structure, because structure is not defined in any of the other instructions. And that's on the very next page. All right, Mr. Taylor, what I've done is I took the standard instruction and have amended it in my own hand as I've read. Do you mind if I give this to the state so they can take it back and make it part of the instructions?
No.
All right, thank you.
Does that include the elements portion too?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I was trying to do it as you were talking, but I wasn't keeping up.
My penmanship is horrible. I
That's
apologize.
fine. This is perfect, Judge. Thank you.
All right. So that's what I've approved for burglary. Let's talk about false imprisonment next. And that's instruction 9.2.
Judge, I had one thing before we leave on the last portion.
I just had a look at Grandma's house to see if there was anything that we could play online, but there's just words with friends. There's no trivia. I should have got you to email her, Gabby, and see if she could jump on and do a trivia stream with us while we're verdict watching. We could all play together. I hate jury instructions.
Really? I love trivia.
Justifiable.
Yeah, no, I hate jury instructions.
Oh, jury instructions. Sorry, I thought you said trivia because it had that trivia on.
In the final section.
I'm getting battered again.
We're not gotten there yet.
Not to the end of the instruction. We're still doing the forcible felonies portion. Yeah. So the next forcible felony that the defense has requested
Felonies, abortion,
false
flower.
imprisonment.
Okay.
So 9.2.
See, the closed captions get them
If
wrong.
I give it,
Oh,
again, it'll
yes, I
begin
have noticed
with
that.
the elements for the forcible felony of false imprisonment are.
They called the guy last night Mr. Haig, Mr. Egg. Did anyone notice that on the closed captions? I did have a laugh. Should we make another song? What should we do while we're waiting for jury instructions? Because he's put the jury out until 12:30. They're not to come back, so they're just arguing over what's going into the jury instructions. And they haven't even read them yet. They're going to read them at 12:30. So, any suggestions on what we all like to do? Find the 911 call. Oh, okay. All right. Yep. No worries. That was day 2, I believe, with the next door
Oh, yes, I heard
neighbour.
that. Yeah, that was early, the 911 call.
Was it day 1 or 2?
2, I think.
Actually, hang on, I'll tell you. And then they had the daughter, and then it was the neighbour. There it is there.
Yeah,
When you
that's right.
listened to this 911 call, was it an accurate representation?
There we go.
of
Look at that.
your
How's that?
conversation with the person
If
on the other
I
line?
watch it when I know what day that was on.
Oh, yeah.
How's that
It
for
wasn't me.
searching and finding, Carmen?
Yes, I recognize my own voice.
All right, well, watch
State
this and then we'll do
Exhibit
another song.
Exhibit 1.
Sideshow Bob.
We receive.
What was
Welcome.
Ashley's mood when she was there?
I'm sorry. Ashley's what?
Ashley's mood?
Terrified.
Okay. Was she, do you remember her crying?
I didn't remember her crying until I was listening to those tapes, and then it sounded like she was crying, but she just couldn't get any words out after that last statement about where her mother and daughter were.
I'll be back
That
in a
was really
second.
the last coherent amount of
I'll be
words
back in a
that
second.
came out of her mouth that I could.
That'll just run. Oh, I
And then
paused
you
it.
paused it accidentally.
Oop.
Understand.
Sorry.
At that point, it was just stuttering and shaking and sobbing.
Okay. So you did not have any other conversations with her, meaningful conversations with her after that?
No, the rest of the conversation was a 911 operator.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 1.
Members of the jury, when physical evidence, documents, photographs, video or audio recordings, and so forth are admitted or received by the court, they may be published to the jury. This means shown to the jury. Depending on the type of evidence, it might be shown to you on the overhead screen, through the sound system, handed out for you to look at, or shown to you. Evidence that is admitted or received by the court will be available to you during your deliberations, and you will have as much time as you need to review and consider the evidence. Members of the jury, you are about to listen to an audio recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to, view, and consider the evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
Finally, you are about to hear a recorded conversation. This recorded conversation is proper evidence, and you may consider it just as any other evidence. You are also going to be furnished a transcript of the recorded conversation. The recording is the evidence, and the transcript is being provided to you only as a guide to help you follow along as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recording and what you read in the transcript, you must rely on what you hear and not what you have read. Also,
That makes sense.
Any notes that you want to make during the playing of the audio should be on your notepads. Once we have played this audio for you, the transcript, as I said, is not evidence. You will not be allowed to keep the transcript, and the transcript will not go back with you during your deliberations. But the audio recording will be available. So you just take one and pass it down. Help yourself, sir. Yeah, if you want some water.
Why bother giving them the
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Manatee County 911, what is the address of your emergency?
Hi, my address is 11327 White Rock Terrace.
Okay, can you repeat that for me to make sure I have it correctly?
The house next door, honey, what's your address? Okay, it's right next door to me. She just came over. Her strange husband attacked her, and she says she shot him. Now, we've not gone over there yet.
Okay, what's his name?
Who?
What is his name?
His name is Doug Benefield.
Okay.
I have not gone over there. And I'm not
Okay, I don't
go back.
I don't want you to go over there. Stay on the line just one moment. I'm going to connect you over to the sheriff's dispatch, okay?
Okay.
One moment.
Calm down, honey. Calm down.
What is your name, sir?
My name's John Sant. KMT. I live next to
Office dispatch on a recorded line. This is Gabby. How can I help you? Hey, Gabby. It's Karen. On the 11327, I have John Singer on the phone. He's saying the neighbor came over, female neighbor. It was a domestic. She shot her husband. Okay. All right. I'm going to get that on the screen, okay? Okay. Which screen is this her at? The 11327 White Rock Terrace. Okay.
That's my address.
That's your address? What's her address? Where does it occur at?
Her address is right next to, I believe it's 11331.
She's on the corner? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, on the corner. She's with me now, quite upset. The weapon is here.
Yeah.
You want me to go over and look at anything, or just wait for the police?
No, I want you to just wait for the police, okay?
All right, if you could just get them here quick. She came in, she was quite hysterical. I didn't know who was banging on my door. Said that he attacked her, and she shot him.
Okay. I'm just getting that all on the screen, okay?
Okay. I know, honey. Come on, calm down. I know. Go ahead, ma'am.
Where is the gun? Is it with her, or is it just...
I have it right here, ma'am. It's sitting on the floor inside the door. My door's locked, so in case he isn't, he can't get up. I'm also armed if he does come over and try to harm her, just so everybody knows.
Okay.
I'm kind of concerned with her mother and the little girl might get back there and find this whatever happened. Don't go out there, honey. Come on. I know. Come on, honey. Sit down. Sit down. I know.
Yeah. All right, I just want you guys to stay on the phone with me, okay?
No, I'm right here with you. I'm just with her. I'm trying to comfort her. We're in the house. Well, the police are going to want no problem. Well, honey, they want you to stay here. If he is, we can't take a chance. That's why I want them to hurry up before they get back from the car.
Deputies are moving as fast as their hand. They're coming priority. They're coming lights and sirens. They just want to get and make sure that everything's okay. I want to know, so where in the house is he?
Where in the house is he? Her bedroom. No, I don't know where that is. So it's one of the bedrooms. It's a lot like mine, so I'm going to assume when you go into is the garage door open? When you go into the garage, it's going to be on the left.
Go, Gabby.
On the left.
Okay. All right, I'm just getting that typed up, okay?
What, ma'am?
I'm just getting everything on the screen, okay?
It's horrific, isn't it, Gabby?
I should have Deputy pulling up here soon. Do you see him?
I'm in the back now looking out. I know which way the park is in Central Park here.
I mean, you can't make your veins go like that.
You know
what I mean?
You can't fake this.
You can't fake what she's doing.
Yeah, what do you want us to do? Address. I'm going to stay on the line with you until a deputy gets with you, okay?
Okay. Okay, the sheriff is here. I'm not too sure.
You warm enough?
Where they're going.
Yeah. Sure. So I can turn the heater up.
No, I'm fine.
Sure.
I might just, how do I, the camera will be right back.
I'm just staying on the line with you. The deputies.
I'm right here.
I'll put it there for you.
Yeah.
I just see it's a SUV sitting out there in front of my neighbor's house, right in front of my house. Just be calm. You know they're going to take you into custody. You know that, right? Okay, just so you know. You just calm down and just calm. Okay. I know.
Had that been planned, she would have gone back to make sure that, the deed was done for a start. She wouldn't be like, I don't know. She would have at least checked, not just ran out of there. And, let's conceal the gun. She made no attempt to hide anything. She went straight to her neighbour. And as the other neighbour across the road testified, it was within 30 seconds between her hearing the gunshots and her seeing Ashley run next door to this neighbour's house to call 911. And because the defence, the prosecution were trying to say that when the first responders came to find Doug, he was cold to the touch. So they were saying that there had been a significant amount of time that had lapsed between the gunfire and the pew fire. I'm going to get in trouble. And the 911 call. But yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind. And anyone who has experienced DV, even on the smaller scale, can read between the lines of all of those text messages, all of that behavior, and just, yeah. And everyone survives differently. And hopefully she's a stronger person for it.
Okay. You just let me know when they come knock on your door, okay?
Are they coming now, the police?
They will. They're waiting for a little bit of additional units. They want
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm glad that, we got to get a hold of
I was actually really surprised yesterday when they had the realtor on that he was going to buy the house behind them. Like, yeah. Mm-mm.
Oh, but don't go out. Until this police officer comes and look.
I don't think she started on you yet, Bob.
They're going to let me know what they want me to tell you, okay? They're just waiting to make sure that they have other people with them. They don't want anything to get out of hand without having proper backup,
Yeah. Well, like I said, the weapon's here. I just want them to know that exactly where it's just sitting right inside the door. It's on the floor. And I did reach out when she ran in and picked it up off my front patio and brought it in. I wasn't going to leave it outside. Here's another police officer.
Is it just inside the front door or the back door?
Say that again?
Is it just inside the front door or like the back door patio area?
I'm by the front door. She came in the front. I'm sitting here staring at.
I'd love one.
Okay.
Looks like he's talking to one of the other cars.
Yeah.
Neither one of them moving.
Yeah. When it's time, okay.
Okay. Hey, is that your weapon or his? Okay. Okay. That's why. Let me get my. Okay, just calm down, hon.
Okay. Now the deputies want her to go outside with her hands up, nothing in them.
You take 2 shots.
Okay.
Please.
You want her to go out?
Yes, they want her to come out with not.
Out of my house?
Yes.
Does he know she's in my house?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So you're gonna have to go out, okay?
And they want you to stay inside.
Now,
Okay.
put your hands where you can see them, okay? All right. Where's she at?
Just start walking
2
out.
tablespoons, please.
Well, I don't see him anywhere. She sure it isn't her.
Just start walking out. They're not going to do anything. They just want to make sure that everything's safe and that they're safe, okay?
Can I take her out? She's really upset.
No, they want you to stay inside. It
Oh.
says female only.
Stay inside or hang your hand. I don't see it now. Are they at the right house?
I don't know.
We've told them multiple times which house to be at.
Yeah, 11327. I'm right in front of that SUV that does not have its light. Hold up right there, honey. Where are they
He's
at?
so cute, isn't he? He's just lovely.
There's a police officer over on the with the seizure now.
Yeah, just keep her walking out. Okay.
Honey, do they see you?
They're probably giving her instructions. Okay.
Okay. Now I need a police officer to come and get this weapon.
Yeah, they're gonna come and get the weapon. They just wanted to make
Okay,
sure.
here they come now. Oh.
All right, folks, just hand those transcripts back down to the deputy.
Where would the new coffee be, Joe?
I might not have any. I'll have a cup of tea, though.
No, at any time during this interaction with Ashley, did she appear to have any injuries?
No,
Did you see any blood on her?
no,
Did she complain of any injuries?
no.
How about her clothes?
How was that, Carmen? Once this is done, I'm going to drop a few things in the chat. You share them, and of course, I made sure, Mum. No worries, sweetheart. Get back door. I might go and have a look at the Fridays.
Did you see the cross on Friday?
Yeah. I'm just trying to find her testimony.
I think you should have put her on last, though.
Yes, I agree.
It's ridiculous.
Thank
She
you.
called CPS and she informed me that I was also a mandatory reporter and that it would be negligent if I didn't also.
It's their objection. They're complete.
I don't want to
We
go through
both
these
have
This tension
messages. But
surprised you.
no. I mean, at first he had told me that she was really going to love me and that she was ready to have a woman in her life and that he wanted me to move in quickly because she needed a mom. So he
Okey
made it sound
dokey.
like she also felt that way.
And you had no feelings of your own.
Oh, I was excited to get to be her stepmom.
And you gave her a shadow box right around this time, correct?
For Christmas, so it would have been in December.
Oh,
And
cool.
What was the shadow box?
GoFundMe. Who's that for? Do tell, do tell.
Who's GoFundMe?
I don't know. Carmen's set up a GoFundMe. And I'm waiting for the statement. She's made it sound so dramatic. I suppose I should see what they're actually doing on Court TV, see if they've No, they're still working on lesser includeds.
Although I guess they have charged you with lesser included, have they?
They normally do include lesser includeds. Deputy
Which they obviously had to
True
charge
Blood,
you
it
in
was
the
an
first
honour
place,
to know
though.
you. Godspeed, brother. We'll take the line from here. Oh. Oh.
What's the GoFundMe for?
I don't know, but Carmen's dropped a super chat. Is that someone you worked with, Carmen, or? Oh, that's terrible. All right. You need to maybe explain a little bit. So is this a fellow worker or someone who's fallen and has a family to support still? Just so we know, have some more information and I can promote it a bit more for you, Carmen. If you can give any more information, that would be awesome. But by the sounds of it, yes, ma'am, it passed on a motorcycle. Oh, 25 years old with 2 little girls. That's terrible. So he was a co-worker of yours, was he, I assume, or a friend, or both? All right, so the GoFundMe for Deputy Trueblood, who suddenly passed on a motorcycle accident a couple of days ago, only 25 years of age, has left behind his wife and 2 little girls. So if anyone would like to donate to their cause, this is the GoFundMe link that you can go to support them. That's just tragic, absolutely tragic. Motorcycles I've never liked, but yeah, I'm sorry for that, Carmen. I feel for his wife and his children and the rest of his family. So I'll keep that link up for a while. And let's go to Suno, shall we? All right. Let's do something fun. Funnera. Suno. Actually, I have to get out of YouTube to do this, I think. And go to Google my Bob. Suno. All right, let's have some words, shall we? I want some words. So Suno, if no one else knows, is an AI app that creates songs. So basically, let me just star that. Oh, hang on, I'll star it so that AJ knows. Basically, you put in the information you want for a song to create. So you can say what genre you want. So you can say rockabilly, rock and roll, a ballad, hip hop, disco, funk, whatever. A song about, and then you write a spiel of words to explain it. And last time we did this, we just got the chat to put in a couple of different words. And we put all the words into the Suno app and it made a song. So we've got Sideshow Bob to start with. Okay, let me get to Suno. And I shall put it. We came up with some funny ones. But yes, no, I think George is banned from adding words into AI apps. The song was there were no ovaries harmed in the creating of this or something. It was funny. Oh, you've just dropped off.
Oh, I'm backstage.
Oh, there you go. Okay, hello.
Hello again.
Pea Pants Rockabilly we've got here too. Okay, so hang on, let me put in. So what kind of genre should we put? I'm going to put disco. A disco song that includes Sideshow Bob, Nose to Nose, Nose to Nose, Kitty, Gabriella,
Loki with a capital L.
Loki,
That's the god of mystery.
L-O-K-I. What
That's my
else?
little white cat you see there.
How about Snot Goblins? Snot Goblins.
And Fluffy, F-L-O-O-F-Y.
And F-L-O-O-F-Y.
Fluffy.
Fluffy. Fluffy.
That's what we call our ragdolls, Fluffy.
All right. Anything else before I create? This is hysterical. Create. Oh, I'll have to share. Present. Share screen. And we are creating a masterpiece. Oh, I've got AJ's happy birthday song from the video we did the other day too, if anyone wants it. Dancing in Madness. Disco groovy. Okay, are we ready, peeps? Tell me if you can hear this first. Can you hear that? Oh, boobs. That's the next one, Bob. That's the next one. Did everyone hear the start of that or not?
Yep, I did.
Let me know if you can't.
Sideshow Bob in the spotlight glow. Nose to nose, it's time to show. Gabriel's got the beat so tight. Kitty dances all night. Loki's tricks and snot, goblins grooving. The girl just keeps on moving. In madness we lose control. Dancing under disco soul. Sideshow Bob with his evil grin, starting trouble once
again.
Gabriel lights up the floor. Kitty begs, give me more. Loki's tricks and snot, goblins grooving. Fluffy tail just keeps on moving. In the madness we lose control. Dancing on the disco soul.
Ow!
Nose to nose, the fever's high. Fluffy fur just touches the sky. Gabriella takes one final spin. Let the world dance begin. Sideshow Bob and the night unites. Patty keeps on feline right. Gabriella and the lights so bright. Loki laughing, full of delight.
All right.
Send that to me.
There we go. Version 2. They make 2 songs. The same lyrics, different versions. Ooh. Hello. Hello, Miss Gabby.
Bob, Sideshow Bob.
Yeah, I like how it says Sideshow Bob with his evil grin, starting trouble once again.
Yeah.
Gabriella lights the floor. Kitty begs, give me more.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it.
Hang on, we'll finish this second one off. Hang on.
Up in the spotlight glow, nose to nose, it's time to show. Gabriella's got the beat so tight, Kitty dances all night. Loki's tricks and snot, goblins moving. Fluffy tail just keeps on moving. In the madness we lose control, dancing on the disco soul. Sideshow Bob with his evil grin, starting trouble once again. Gabriella lights up the floor, always give me more. Loki's tricks and snot, goblins moving. Fluffy tail just keeps on moving. In the madness we lose control, dancing on the disco soul.
And the other one was better.
Yeah.
The first one was better. Pea Pants Rockabilly. Oh, should I play that one again, Gabby?
Yeah.
I can't remember which one was the best one. I think it was that one because of.
Ow! Boop, 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 that sound in the night. Can't find the source that's out of sight. Deep breath, no shame, no wash. Can't shake the feeling of a nightly slosh. Jingles and toaster popping our bread. Units of trouble dancing in my head. Honey nut Cheerios on the floor. Sticky sitch I can't ignore. Keep passing moving units in the fray. Can't shake this craziness out of my day. Honey nut Cheerios in a sugary mess. Rock a bit of blues, make me confess. Blaming on the pain, the food, the beat. Tossing and turning, can't get no sleep. Sipping on the milk, it's the only thing sweet. Worlds collide right at my feet.
Did Did I send that to you, Gabby?
No, I didn't get that one.
I didn't. All right, I'll forward.
But I love how your friend is dancing in the background. That's
yeah,
awesome.
in the background. She hasn't found this before either.
No, I'm gonna play with that.
Oh, it's good. You get 50 credits, which gives you, I think, 5 different songs creations, but they give you 2 songs per one. Yeah, so you get 10 songs pretty much.
We
But
should do one and put it through Vicky's speakers.
yeah, yeah, you can make up whatever you want. Should we go for number 2? Let's go a genre. Oh,
Rap.
Bob wants boobs in this one. Rap. A rap song about boobs.
Oh, perfect.
Big boobs, saggy boobs. What kind of boobs, Bob? You have to be a little bit more specific.
Oh man.
Saggy boobs. There we go. Saggy boobs.
Haha, Bob. Saggy boobs for you.
Alligators.
Alligators. Alligators.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about alligators and saggy boobs.
I'm pretty much a fan of all boobs. Fair enough.
Carmen would agree with him. A taint.
What's a taint? What's a taint?
What's a taint?
What? Where's AJ when you need her?
Yeah. Being a fan.
A taint is
all
part of the
types
body.
of boobs. A part of the body, is it?
Yeah.
Is that it's not the space between the two, is it?
Yes.
We call it the chode.
Oh,
the
yeah.
space between the muck hole and the
Yes,
yeah.
the other one. Mm-hmm.
The second hole from the back of the neck.
Carmen's like, do not explain that.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything bad, Carmen.
We call it the chode, yeah. And funnily enough, my nieces and nephew call me Auntie Chody. Yes, yes. That's the one. Yes, Bob. Yep. we call it the fact as well, because it's the space between the muck and the hole, and if you slip, you're in the shit, and that's a fact.
Wow. Sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah. A taint. Okay, what else? Oh, that means a short, chubby blank here. What? What? I don't get it, Carmen.
What'd you
No, like she said, oh, that means a short, chubby blank here. I don't get it.
I'm not explaining that either. AJ, I had nothing to do with this.
Bowling ball? Okay. Hey, come on, peeps, give me some bowling ball.
That's very American, isn't it?
Oh, Cheez-Its. Cheez-Its.
And Dr. Peppers.
And dill pickles.
A dill pickle?
Dill pickles?
A dill pickle?
Dill pickles. And what was that? Oh, what? Yeah. Yes, Bob. What you call it there versus in America?
I've heard the word chode, though.
Chode, yeah. Chode versus taint. I do like chode. And fact. I like fact.
Jodie.
The fact. Yes, see?
Do you like chode, really?
I like the word chode, yes. It's more descriptive than taint. I like Bob's helpful hygiene hints. Oh, there we go. I'll put that in the song. Dill pickles and helpful hygiene hints. And I've spelled hygiene wrong.
In the USA.
All right, create. Let's do it, Suno.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Last. Oh, I missed it. Sorry, Carmen. Ah. Well, helpful hygiene helps. Hints will help the V words. Alligator Boob Dreams is the name of the song. All right, it's a hip hop playful. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Those of every shape, no type excluded. Fan of them all, even those eluded. Different sizes, different styles. Cleavages like drama-filled towels. Alligator dreams, stars and gleams. Vanadil pickles and hygiene fiends. Boob fanatic, ain't no shame. Bowling ball grip, never lame.
Oh my god.
Sack attack. Second rule, kick it back. Take clean tips from head to heel. Alligator boots, come see my deal. Alligator dreams, scales and gleams. Vanadil pickles and hygiene fiends. Boob fanatic, ain't no shame. Bowling ball grip, never lame.
Never lame.
Bowling ball grip. Bowling ball grip.
Wow.
All right, this is version 2.
Boobs of every shape, no type excluded. Fan of them all, even those eluded. Different sizes, different styles. Cleavages like drama-filled towels. Alligator dreams, scales and gleams. Vanadil pickles and hygiene scenes. Boob fanatic, ain't no shame. Bowling ball grip, never lame. Jesus crunch, snack attack.
The first one was Cheez-Its Crunch Snack Attack. 3-second rule, pick it back. Taint clean tips from head to heel. Alligator bods, come see my deal. Oh, sorry, alligator boots.
I like those
And
three.
then bowling ball rolls, 3-finger hold. Tips for fresh breath, never old. Big boobs bounce, small boobs charm. Every shape full of warm. Okay. Alligator dreams, scales and dreams. Yeah.
Okay, they shouldn't really give up their day job.
Yeah, no. Never mind.
Oh god.
And this is where I created the intro and outro song, and the, you know how I do my presentations with victims
Okay,
sometimes. I
bye,
have the
Bob.
song behind it.
See you later, sideshow.
All right.
Well, it saves any copyright controversy.
Yes, it does. I can't believe she had 3 copyright emails from content that I pay premium for, to not have that issue.
Yep,
That's
YouTube
the
is
amazing one, though, with iTunes Premium. A lot of people are putting the ads in their actual videos.
Yeah.
YouTube is rude.
Oh, they're just ridiculous. Oh, what's happening? Let's have a look what's going on in court. Maybe they finished the jury instructions. Ooh, that'd be good. We have no sound, though. Let me
go back
to share. Let me just
shifting back to the state, as the court just acknowledged.
All right. Thank you both very much. Here's, and certainly, whenever, after I read the instructions and I charge the jury, I'll obviously ask if you have any objections to how the jury was charged. If it's just all the same previous objections, just renew your objections. Here's the reason I hesitate to give this right now. It's brand new. And I could be wrong, but I do have some concerns about how truncated it is with the actual nuances of the burden shifting that goes along with affirmative defenses, and not explaining that. So I would feel some compunction if I were going to give this new portion of this instruction to explain that. At the end of the day, though, and remember, where am I getting to? So I could take that path with this new instruction, but going this way with just giving the instruction how it's always been, at the end of the day, the jury still has to find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant's guilt, and proven beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is not entitled to. So I appreciate everybody's arguments. I could be wrong, and I'll let somebody else get the case law and how this instruction is going to work now. So I'm going to leave it at the defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. You added in that additional sentence, proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean beyond all doubt.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. So you're going to put a period after the defendant is not required to present evidence, or you're just putting a period there and leaving the rest out?
Yes, leave the standard that is the standard in my mind.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, awesome.
And then you added in that sentence at the beginning of the.
I printed out a new one for
Perfect.
her, yes.
Any other changes?
No, sir.
State? 3.7 good?
No, nothing else.
Except for the objections about.
Yes.
Yeah. That'd be interesting to see how that plays out. All right, 3.9.
No objection.
All right, perfect. Again, that's where I'm going to stop and then explain to the jury the verdict form. Any objection to 3.10?
No.
3.11?
No.
3.12?
No.
3.13?
No.
During that same paragraph, I talked. I'm so sorry. That same paragraph about during the trial, items were received, they'll be sent back. I do ad lib at that point because we have a tech cart that's right out here in the hallway. And when they go back to deliberate, they can play the.
Oh, really?
The 911 call. Is that the only thing that's in?
Well, here
Yeah,
is
they had to throw away the transcript. They had to give it back.
They want to do. They
All
want
right.
to read
They have a computer back there that has no access to the internet. It's just a laptop that is on the tech cart that they can use to view items or listen to items. So I do go off script there to tell them that.
Hey, Grandma.
Also,
hello. I was going to get Gabby to email you this. Well, I was thinking about it last night while I was watching the trial, but I was going to suggest, I wonder if we could get you on stream and run a trivia questionnaire while we're doing verdict watch or something like that. What do you reckon, Grandma? We do love Grandma. Message me. Do you reckon that's a good idea, Gabby? I had a look on your channel, Grandma, and the next trivia thing isn't until 7 a.m., which is 6.5 hours away. So if you wanted to jump on and we could do a trivia between us, like our listeners and your listeners, and whenever you're free, we're waiting for. Well, they're going to do jury instructions at, I think they said 12:30. Let me just see what the judge says here, and I'll get back to you. But maybe in a couple of hours even, Grandma, if you're free.
So up a couple of paragraphs from there when I talk about the cell phones, murder, and the manslaughter for the. A little bit.
Thank you.
All right, y'all. We'll see you back in a little bit.
Thank you.
Wait until the year and we can get started.
Is there going to be a long J-wave argument? And if so, when do we want to do
Oh,
that?
did you want to make one now, or do you want to wait until the after we let the jury go.
After you let the jury go.
All right. So the reserve on that.
So what's going on?
All right, y'all. We'll see you back in a little bit.
I've missed it.
Trial items were received. They'll be sent back. I do ad lib at that point because we have a tech cart that's right out here in the hallway. And when they go back to deliberate, they can play the. Is it just the 911 call? Is that the only thing that's in?
Well, there is a DVD of text messages if they want to do.
All right. They have a computer back there that has no access to the internet. It's just a laptop that is on the tech cart that they can use to view items or listen to items. So I do go off script there to tell them that. Also, up a couple of paragraphs from there when I talk about the cell phones have to be and electronic devices have to be left out. I also talk about smartwatches that can independently and separately communicate with the internet outside of Bluetoothing with another device, and that they have to leave their smartwatches with the deputy. All right, and then the verdict form.
No objection.
On the manslaughter, I thought the manslaughter was just.
We were just talking about that.
Yeah, I think the manslaughter might need to be.
Sometimes
It's just one question, right?
Well, yeah.
Grandma, does Gabby have your email address that she can send you the StreamYard link to by chance? You're not a pain in the tank, Gabby.
You mean breaking the questions up? I think
Right.
the state. This is the jury instruction we've been using because I think that it is confusing I think it puts too much emphasis on the separate charges if you break them up. And I think if they checked manslaughter and then 1, 2, and 3, there's no harm. We just ignore 2 and 3.
All right. Do you want to be heard on that? Because the factual findings are different between obviously the second-degree murder and the manslaughter for the sentencing enhancements and the 10-20 life.
I don't have a problem.
You're okay with this one? All right, there we go. It's not a problem if nobody objects.
Heard that?
Well, if there's nothing else, then I'm going to let you all go. It's right about 10:30, so that'll give you 2 full hours. If you could, though, be back, maybe 12:25, 12:20, 12:25, so we can get the courtroom all set. Everybody can be ready to go. I can get the jury up here, and we can get started.
All right, Grandma. We got 2 hours. 2 hours to kill before they come back to court. So if you're free, jump on in, baby. Wonder if we could have a trial trivia or.
Yeah, I just sent her the link in Discord.
No worries, thank you. I thought that might be something different to do. What do you reckon?
Yes.
Yeah. We can. I wonder if we can dual stream it as well. We should be able to.
Although Grandma does have kids on her channel, so you can't swear at all.
Okay.
And you can't, say certain things.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we'll just be doing the trivia. We won't be doing any court coverage or anything like that. So they're not going to be back for 2 hours. They're calling the jury back at 12:30 and everyone else back at 12:30. So, and it's 10:39 there now, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we have 2 hours to kill before they even read the jury instrucciones. And then we'll have closing out arguments. Okay, no worries, Grandma. Whenever you like. So yeah, closing arguments and then verdict watch. Yay. No problem, Grandma. Take your time. I know I sprung it on you. Sorry. I was thinking out loud. And we don't really want to go back and watch the whole court case again, do we?
No.
No. And that way it promotes Grandma as well. Because we like doing that. She promotes us. She looks after us. So
there's
we give
Grandma
back.
Blank. Woohoo, Grandma's Link.
Yay! Grandma's Link. Head on over. Make sure you like and subscribe to Grandma. She's awesome. She's got some awesome trivia and word games. Yes, that's the link.
Okay, I'll go.
So she's going to come on here and hopefully do some trivia with us. That would be good. Is anyone in AJ's Discord that we can send out a notification or anything to join?
I already put up this stream's like link already up in Discord.
Oh, okay, cool.
So if they pop onto it, it'll just bring them right here.
I wonder if I can put it in the announcements on the gavel drops, or as the gavel drops on Discord.
I don't know. I'm not a mod over there, so I wouldn't have any access to that. Like to put anything in that Discord, you know?
Well, they've put me in that list though, but I could. It goes. Start again, Jodie. It has every live that I do under that link on their channel or page or whatever you call it. But I don't know if I could put something in description in there that would. I might see if I can get hold of one of the mods and promote it a little bit. Get some people in the house.
Okay, I just subscribed to Grandma's house.
Yeah, yay!
Yeah, she usually does trivia at nighttime. So like you're probably sleeping, Jodie.
Yeah, I have gotten on a few times and done because she's got the 24-hour word with friends type of thingy.
Yeah.
But the next two that are listed are 7 a.m. and 11 a.m. On her live. So that's what? 11 a.m. That would be
11 a.m. from my time?
Yes. No, it'll be my time.
That's our time.
Yeah,
our time.
It'll be my time. Yeah, I'm normally asleep then because I've streamed for 8 hours here.
Yeah, the next one is 9 p.m. here. Then there's 5 p.m. Well, 5 p.m. Wordle on the 1st of August. And then more or less trivia that same day at 9 p.m. And then tonight, I think it's tonight. Is today tonight the 30th.
It's the 31st here now.
Okay.
Because we're after midnight.
At 9 p.m. here, my time, she's doing Disney chronologically trivia. And then she does Bible trivia for like here and there. She does that. Last night we did rock and roll trivia.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was good. It's always fun. Even if you don't know it, you just guess and just have fun in the chat, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think the times that I've tried to get on there, I've been the only one on the Words with Friends, so I had no one to chat to.
I know. Sometimes you pop in there because she has it going all the time, you know?
Yep.
Sometimes
I love
you
the
pop
music in the background.
Sometimes you pop in and there's like 5 people playing, or sometimes you pop in and there's just one person, you know?
I like the background music she has on it. It's awesome. Wow.
You still eating them Cheez-Its?
I am.
I've never had the sour cream and onion Cheez-Its before.
Neither have I. It's nice. different. They're sort of like a soft corn chip.
I think they're
Almost.
more like, our nacho cheese shapes?
Yeah.
Except thinner?
Lighter. Like a lighter Dorito type thing, but different. Never had them before.
Yeah, I don't think I'll have any more.
Oh, they're all right for a nibble.
If you got the munchies, I suppose.
That'd be good for the munchies.
Hey, Gabby, I found my vape. Sorry.
Okay. It's not me, it's YouTube.
No, it's
Yeah,
YouTube.
I know. I didn't know.
Neither did I.
Trust me,
Well,
I
that means
wouldn't.
my
I
first.
wouldn't know any of it. I would
Why?
be doing the same thing you were doing too, and I would just be like, man, whatever. But
Hey, Flash fan, how are you? You working today? We're at a lull in the proceedings. They have sent the jurors out, and they've sent the attorneys out to finalise the jury instructions, and they're all to be back in the courtroom at 12:30. So we have a couple of hours to kill. So I think Grandma might be coming to join us and have a guest appearance. So that should be good fun. Go to work in an hour. So this is your new job, isn't it? Because you just started work, was it last week? If I recall.
I think that's right, Jodie. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what is it you're doing, Flash fan? And Brian and AJ just booped away. They disappeared on me.
Brian's probably sleeping. I'll be right back.
Yeah. No worries, darling.
He's a janitor.
Awesome. Is that at a hospital or a school or whereabouts? Childcare centre? That'd be hard work too.
Hey, you should get a job as a janitor in the courthouse.
Get
inside information.
Yeah. Well, Gabby lives not far from where Karen Reid's trial is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's in just outskirts of Boston, I think. But Dedham is a suburb of Massachusetts, Boston, as far as I'm aware.
Boston,
And
Massachusetts.
Bry is 40 miles away to the north in Connecticut. And I've been trying to convince...
So that's on the East Coast.
Oh,
is Boston on the East
I
Coast?
don't know. No idea. I think so.
I think so.
I've been trying to talk both of them into going down there and being our eyes on the ground, but actually,
it's at a soup kitchen. Nice.
Awesome. That's good. What was I going to look for? Let's see if Jules had anything to say about today's proceedings on Recovery Addict. While we're waiting. Part 10. That was last. So we want today. Part 11. Changing of the poll. No, we want this one. He stopped for lunch. Let's see if he's back to Jules.
Good news. I shared. This is completely out of the blue, but I shared this previously.
That's all right. It's all
a
money,
truck hit the
Flash
telephone
fan.
pole
You're going to
outside my
start
house.
somewhere.
There's like a pole on our property in the corner, and it's the one that our internet goes through. They're replacing the pole right now because the pole is literally broken and it's just sitting on top of itself. It's just like the top part's just swinging, hanging there by the cables. It's been like that for weeks. They're going to replace the pole. My internet, my fiber, it's a single strand of fiber. It might be a double strand of fiber goes through that over that line, and I need it not to be broken as we take everything down and put it back up. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
RA's my favorite.
That would be terrible if they break this one. So because then they'd have to rerun the fiber. Let's see.
And he wouldn't be able to stream either.
Do we start a Starlink fund? Starlink's not fast enough for me. Starlink is like a sixth of the speed that I get from fiber.
Oh, let me put up that link for Carmen again too. Where is it?
All right. I might go set up a camera.
There it is.
I might go set up a camera and have it pointed at the.
Don't forget there's a GoFundMe that's been set up for Deputy Trueblood, who was taken too quickly in a motorcycle accident a couple of days ago, only 25 years of age, with leaving behind his wife and 2 little girls. So if anyone would like to contribute to their fund, the link is on the screen now.
The repair guys. You know what? I could do that. RA is the reason that I started my own channel, Flash Fan. I've been watching him for months, and I've been watching Brandy, and I've been watching all of the true crime stuff. And he was on Verdict Watch once, and it was the first time that he had people calling in to the channel and had them on his live. And Bri and I, that's how we met, because both of us were on his show. So we kept in touch after we'd been on the show, because obviously RA gave us all a shout out. And so Bri's my OG. And that's how I did it. And then I keep in contact with him via emails and stuff as well. But he is just the loveliest man. He is so patient, kind, good-hearted. I don't think I could even imagine him getting angry or annoyed. And he's so supportive of everyone, like every channel. He'll do anything he can to help the little people, give them a step up. Because, as he said, there's plenty of room for everybody, and there is plenty of room. And he's just lovely. He's lovely. So, he was the main reason that I started doing this, because I thought I can do that. I called into his tree. Yes. Well, stay tuned, Flash Fan, because within the next couple of days we have an update on that particular case. Yes. There has been some developments right there with Mr. Tucker. Let me just see if Jules has said anything from trial. She normally rings in his channel after the court. I might even be able to use
on
my
their
Penta
breaks.
Zoom remotely and control it in here and be able to follow, and then you could all watch the repair. Then if the internet goes down,
Did you know that RA was previously a cameraman? That's why he knows how to work all this stuff. So he actually has gotten permission before as a media rep to run live streams himself from the courthouse. So he applied when what's the Laura Owens and Eckhart. I think he was going to go. He applied to actually run the court feed during that particular trial, but I think that got kiboshed somewhere along the way. But yeah, he can actually do that. He can go on into the courtrooms and be the main feed like Court TV, and you can log into his feed. He has 2 channels. He has his Recovery Addict channel, and then he has another one called something media, which he runs other trials and stuff on, but they're not commentated. So his Recovery Addict channel is the one that he commentates on. The other one is just like an ongoing stream, pretty much. Something media. If you go onto his channel, you'll see it.
be able to see the exact moment. Well, right when they broke it. My Starlink
Come
was
on,
much
Jules,
faster than
call
what my
in.
fiber was. I pay for 2 gigabit symmetrical, and that's the big thing for me. I push a
that a
lot
lot?
of data up and not just download. A lot of people have a fast download, but I need fast upload and download. And that's why the
So do
fiber
I.
is better for me. Fiber is laser. You really can't get much faster than light. We'll set up the cat cam.
Is that different to NBN like we've got?
We've got crap. We
Let me just say this. I did not hear anywhere in the jury instructions the jury receive any information about in a self-defense case where
He's
the defendant
awesome.
has asserted a self-defense, which she did. It was an affirmative defense, that the burden shifts back to the state to prove it wasn't self-defense. It was not in there. Can't we all use a little extra fiber? That's awesome. Yeah, we'll get a fiber cam set up, but that means we have to do a little break. Let's do a little break here. We'll be back. It's early for lunch. But we'll be back in a little bit. Let's see if I can set up a camera because I want to film this as it goes up or down or both. So,
he's funny. So apparently they're doing works on his line, his electricity line outside of his house, and the same pole has all of his internet and fiber optics running up it, and he's panicking that they're going to break his cable. And we don't really want Ashley on there, do we? Because we're not watching that. Stop sharing. There we go. That's better.
I can't join the normal chat.
Pardon?
I can't join the normal chat. It says I've got to sign in with YouTube or something. And then it goes to sign in with Google.
Oh, because you're in StreamYard. Yeah.
Yes.
So you can't make a comment.
No. Connect your YouTube account to comment.
Have you got a YouTube account?
Yeah.
Just log into YouTube. Log into YouTube in the background.
I
maybe.
am, but it comes up StreamYard wants to open your Google account.
Because
then it does nothing.
Connect to YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I did. Continue.
Oh. Maybe sign out of StreamYard, log into YouTube perhaps, and then
I think maybe I might have
and then
given StreamYard
reconnect.
some permissions.
Yes, there were some documents that were dropped in the last couple of days in the Ty Tucker case. So I'm just waiting to find out when Verdict Watch finishes, and then we will do an update. I have been in contact again with Steve from Justice is a Process, so we'll go through the legalities of the documents that have. Oh, hello, AJ. Tanya is like, I'll give you a boop. I don't get the boops. I got premium. Boop away. Boop away. Boop away. Yes. 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 He's his own worst enemy, Flash fan. What can I say? Oh, I wondered where you and Bri disappeared to. You just disappeared. So did you hear the update, AJ? We've they went through the jury instructions. They've sent the jurors out to 12:30, and they've sent the attorneys out to 12:30 to finalize those instructions. They're all coming back at 12:30 to go through them and read them, and then do closing arguments and deliberations. So between now and 12:30, I've invited Grandma on to see if we can do some maybe trivia to keep all our subscribers entertained whilst we watched. Oh, that's a cute photo, Ted.
Oh, that's my grandbaby.
Yeah, so because I've been back on to RA. I've been back and we've recapped a couple of highlights of the trial. We've done some songs and I'm running out of ideas. Yay! Yeah, I thought that would be nice because she goes to a lot of trouble to support us, so we may as well return the favour, I see. So she's just making herself beautifuler. I caught her laying down and threw it at her. Caught her on the hop. No, not yet. No. They've just finished the jury instructions. Well, they're just finalising jury instructions now. They will read the jury instructions when the jurors come back at 12:30, and then they'll do closing arguments and verdict watch deliberations. But I doubt we will have a verdict today, by the sounds of things. Depends on how long they limit for closing arguments. No, take your time, Grandma. Take your time.
They discussed.
Don't stress. Please don't stress.
They both said, the prosecution said their closing arguments will be an hour and a half.
Oh, they're limited to an hour and a half each?
No. She just said it will be an hour and a half. Okay. And the defense said that's plenty of time for us.
Okay, cool. So max 3 hours for closing arguments. So an hour for maybe jury instructions, 3 hours for closings. That's the afternoon gone. So I'm tipping they will close off deliberations at the end of the day today. Or send them home and start deliberating tomorrow, perhaps. Please take your time, Grandma. Don't stress.
Are we
I feel bad now.
On when the verdict will come through?
Yeah, we can have I can't do a poll because I'm not monetized, but yeah, we can certainly ask how long we all think the deliberations will take. Oh, thanks, Tanya. Oh, that's lovely.
That's okay. Conversion's a bit much, but anyway, we'll live.
Hey?
The conversion was a bit much, but we'll live.
Yes, I know. Okay, AJ, no worries. That'd be awesome. Carmen, Tanya just donated 25 to the GoFundMe for what's
The
his?
motorbike guy.
Yes, Deputy Trueblood. So I will pop that link back up so that everybody can see it. And if you'd like to donate, that would be fantastic. So unnecessary. Yeah, she's a sweetheart.
Thing is, on a motorbike.
Oh, there's no protection on a motorbike, is there?
Yeah.
Especially if you don't have even if you do have the right clothing and stuff, there's nothing to protect you from a bigger vehicle, so to speak.
No, Kevlar paints don't help when you're under
Fun
a truck.
fact, the Scott Peterson prosecutors gave a 4-hour opening statement. Oh, wow. See, Flash fan, all these amazing you should do a trivia. Do a trial trivia. Yes, there you go. Another YouTube page. YouTube channel. I'll create you five YouTube channel suggestions. He knows all of these interesting facts about all the attorneys and stuff. And my issue is, like, once I've watched the trial, it goes pretty much, unless it's ongoing. But I can't remember who the attorney was, or I'll remember, the defendant and the verdict probably, but I couldn't tell you. Next week, if you asked me what the defense attorney's name was, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'd be on to the next trial, concentrating on that.
If I ever do anything wrong in Massachusetts, I'm definitely hiring Karen Reed's lawyer.
Yes, yeah, Alan Jackson. And Yannetti. Yes. Flash fan, did you watch the Take Care of Maya trial? That was awesome. Awesome trial. Went for weeks and weeks and weeks. But, yeah, heartbreaking. But rewarding at the same time. So, excuse me. And touching back on the Karen Reid, they're apparently Yuri Buchanik and Tully are now on leave with pay, I think.
Yes,
They're suspended with pay. So the dominoes are continuing to fall. I didn't watch the Charlie Edelstein. Didn't watch that one. I don't know why. The name just didn't appeal to me. Charlie Edelstein. I'm weird like that. It's going to jump out at me. I wasn't even going to follow this particular trial, but the trial that we thought was going to start, they were doing still competency hearings, unfortunately. So, yes, jump on AJ's Discord. It's free, no door charge. Same as liking and subscribing. I need 2 more. I'm stuck on 223 subscribers.
Oh, well,
223. I'm stuck. I need 500 before I can monetize. But I've been trying to get to 225 all week. And that's what Grandma's been doing. She's been, oh, hello. Boop.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes. Can you hear us?
Grandma. I can.
Yay.
Yay. Yeah, I was laying in
It's
bed.
lovely to meet you.
I
can't see you on stream.
I know. I was laying in bed and I'm like laying there and I'm like living hearts and I'm like, I'll just go right back to sleep. And then you're like, I'm like, okay.
Why not? Why not? We got a couple of hours to kill. You may as well.
It's like 6 a.m. or whatever. And so
is it 6 a.m. there?
6 a.m. here. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I'm up all night. I'm a night person.
It's 1 a.m. here. So I hear you.
Yeah. Well, I would be wide awake.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Oh, I hate it for you though. Oh my gosh.
I said to AJ the other day, I don't mind for the trials that are 2 or 3 day long, doing, live.
The long ones.
But for 2 weeks, I can't. I haven't got anything done. Nothing. I haven't been out of the house for 10 days.
I've had Karen Reid running. In fact, I just paused it. I just paused it because I've got Words on Stream going.
Yeah.
And until I get my new system, I'm like, in fact, I can hear it. let me turn that.
I love the music you've got in the background of your words.
Oh, I just changed it. I just changed the music on it. Whoops. Wait a minute. I just unmuted that. Hold on a minute. I got all these tabs and stuff. Okay, let's put that down. I'll leave it up so I can hear it going when people are on there.
Yeah.
And when it's
Gabby
silent.
Says, hi.
Hello.
Hi, Grandma.
Hello, Gabby.
AJ says hi too.
Hello. I see. Hello, AJ. I need to put the comment things up. There we go. There we go.
So you run your streams on StreamYard as well?
Well, some of them are StreamYard. So like I do the Words on Stream are StreamYard, and then Kahoot is StreamYard. But all the other games like Wordle and the trivia, that is on Live Reacting. I love that system. I like it because
the other night, this is a perfect example. The other night, a bad storm came through and knocked out my power for 5 hours. That doesn't normally happen, but it did. In the middle of a stream, I was doing trivia. But no, so if I was on StreamYard and that happened, it would have killed
dropped you
everything.
out.
It would have been done. But because I was through that system, the power went out. It was just my camera. I just went out, but the game kept going. So
Awesome.
I do like that because it's kind of a safety thing. So
Yeah. Hi, Sarah. Morning.
Hello, Sarah. I've seen her pop in. I see y'all pop in. I do pay attention. I always go back and I look to see.
I was beating Gabby. That's all that matters.
Yeah, well, I see you in there when you come in and do words on stream. I see other people pop in. So even if you're in there by yourself, people will put messages. I see them.
Oh, good. Yeah, because often the time difference.
Yeah, I do go in and
the middle of the
scroll.
night.
Yeah, I scroll to see who's been in there. So, hello, Carmen. I feel like I know y'all.
Yeah. We have a lovely little community. It's
Flash
really
fan,
lovely.
hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have
it's really nice.
You do. You have a great family here.
Yeah.
It
was lovely to be able to stumble across AJ. I don't know how that happened, but we're sisters from another mister.
There you go. There you go. I love it. I love it. Y'all, they are. It's so funny because AJ gets up and is on Discord when I'm going to sleep. Because as I'm going to sleep, I'm
so
seeing
early.
these messages pop up on my phone saying Discord alert. Hello.
Where's my hello, Grandma?
Hello.
Oh,
hello.
Oh,
I'm always. Oh no! Don't be neglected. I'm just looking at. I'm not even looking at the chat right now. I'll pay attention. I'm sorry. I will pay attention. Well, I can do any kind of trivia that y'all want.
Yeah. What do you?
I got tons
what
of
do you got?
stuff. I got everything. Name a subject.
What about? I don't know.
Movies?
Movies.
Movie trivia?
Movies.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
We all going to Grandma.
Make it 80s.
I got it. I just got to find it.
80s or 90s, otherwise we could have
movies.
Yeah. I have 2 4-legged alarm clocks. Grandma says AJ. They're beautiful though.
Where are my movies?
AJ's got Great Danes and they're just
beautiful. And they're huge. They're like horses.
Did you end up getting that second storm through AJ?
What's that link Sarah just put up?
I've got Cheez-Its all over my chesticles. Sorry.
Orange freckles. You have orange freckles.
Orange freckles.
You have orange freckles.
It's a long time for Grandma After Dark, just so you know.
Oh, well, I'm not on my channel. I can say whatever over here.
Yeah.
She's gonna teach Jodie how to talk in grandma language. Orange freckles.
Awesome.
Orange freckles. Orange freckles. No, I am Grandma After Dark. Absolutely. When I'm not on my channel,
So how long have you been on YouTube for?
Y'all don't even know Grandma.
Yeah. I reckon I might like to.
the history of Grandma. It is it's so funny.
Oh yeah.
I don't think anybody from this y'all I don't think any of y'all know my history.
Whereabouts are you in the US?
My history. I always say, if you know, you know.
No. Where are you in the US? She said.
I am in South Carolina.
Oh, same as RA.
Oh, is RA in
Recovery
South
addict.
Carolina?
Yeah.
Where's the RA? I just
South Carolina.
found his channel because of y'all.
He's awesome.
And I went over and subscribed. I listened to him for a
Yeah.
little bit when he was doing this case.
Mm-hmm.
He's good. But where is he, in Charleston?
No, South Carolina.
Yeah, but we're in South Carolina.
I
think he
Who
said
doesn't
it.
give that
Because I think he said
that much information.
I think I heard him say Charleston.
Possibly.
He's not too far from me. From when
Yeah.
see, I have brain damage. So I have short-term memory loss. That's why I do all of these things. It's literally to help my brain. But I forget. And I do believe he said, or I read Charleston.
Possibly.
Which is about an hour and a half from me. Maybe two. No, maybe it's a little longer.
How big is
I
South
think
Carolina?
it's 3 hours. I think Charleston's 3 hours. Still not bad.
How big is South
I can
Come
go
and
hang
says,
out.
"Oh, you're a bless your heart kind of person."
Yes, I am. Now, actually, my
Hey,
passive,
Christine.
my passive. Hey, Christine. My passive. I'm very good at. I'm the queen of passive
aggressive.
Oh yes. I don't do the bless your heart thing. I do take care.
Oh no, you didn't.
If I say take care, sometimes I'm like really thinking, oh, take care. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, you can't say that because everybody knows if you say that, that's like saying F you.
Take care.
That's F you. If I say take care, that means F you.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't
That's
say
what that
any of
means.
that.
Yeah, take care.
I don't say
Gabby
I don't
says
say
F
any
you.
of that. I don't say any of that. I just give him the bird,
Yeah. See, that's in my family. That's a love language.
You know how we do things in Boston, Grandma.
That doesn't even affect me. If somebody flipped me off, I would okay. I love you too. Art. No, my kids and I, we joke because we're always flipping. I mean, my kids, when they were in high school, I can't even tell you how many pictures they have of me flipping them off. If they were going to take a picture, I'm flipping them off. It's just something to do. So now my kids, they're grown. And if they send me something, like my daughter went to visit her boyfriend. And so she was like an hour and a half away or whatever. And she said, hey, I made it, blah, blah, blah. Love you. And I went, who is this? And what did you do with your daughter? And she had to realize, she said, then she flipped me off. I was like, okay, now I know you're all right.
She's back.
So if anybody ever kidnapped my children and they're like, love you, Mom, and being all nice, I'd go,
you know something's wrong.
You have to flip me off. You have to cuss at me. Yeah, then that's my child. I know you're all right. My anger is the quiet kind.
It takes me a lot to lose my temper, but once I've lost it, you know it. Trust me.
It used to take a lot for me to lose my temper before I have brain damage. Now I will go there quicker, and it's easy to keep me. My daughter says keep me lit. I can't. I'll come down. I can let things go really, really quick, but it's really easy to get me right back up now. I used to be able to. I was much better. Not now. I'll lose it quickly. I got you a present.
Oh, sorry. I'll put it back up.
In Australia,
You paid too much.
One of our favourite Australian terms of endearment was actually a logo for tourism. See you in the Northern Territory.
Yeah. See you next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday. That is what that is my nickname for my daughter. I'm like, okay.
A friend of mine, that's a term of endearment within her family.
Yeah.
Daughter says that to me, and I'm like, it's probably like, oh my God, you called your mom a bitch, and that word, and I'm like,
yeah. If I start using that word, you know I'm not happy.
Yeah, I don't like
I
that
don't use
word.
it normally.
I don't even think anything about that word, but that's because of my history. Y'all don't know my history.
Yeah, we've all got one of them, haven't we?
Well, since this isn't on my channel and there ain't nobody over here from Grandma's house over here, I'll let y'all know because it's out there. It's not a secret. It is not a secret. And I call it my past life because I'm retired. I was a phone sex operator.
Oh, that's my all-time favorite job.
For 9 years. For 9
I reckon
years.
I could do.
Dreamt of doing that.
I reckon I would be fantastic as that or a madam. That was like my dream job.
I had a lot of customers in Australia.
I bet you did. I bet you did.
Grandma,
Yeah.
Grandma, I have so many questions.
You just burst her bubble, I think.
I did a whole stream about it. I've done 2 streams where people were just questioning me. But it has nothing to do with Grandma's house. And I was doing Grandma's house and that at the same time. And it was like a double life, you know. You have that job, and then I had just started Grandma's house where I'm reading children's books. And so I would be reading my
Sarah.
books and stuff, and then stop to take a call, and then go back. Yeah.
So you'd have
That's why I
heaps and
got
heaps of
words
stories.
Oh, I got so many stories. I have so many stories. There's crazy people. Nothing shocks me. And I'm like, okay.
I did nursing for 15 years and then I opened my own beautician business doing Brazilian waxing, specializing in Brazilian waxing for 12 years. So, yeah, nothing surprises me. If I haven't seen it, I've poked it, I've wiped it, I've cleaned it, I've dodged it.
Poked
I've
it,
dodged
or
it.
wiped it.
Yeah. Inserted something into it. Yeah.
I don't think I'd want to do that job. No.
Well, I think
You're
I
a
love you
brave
a little bit
soul.
more, Grandma.
Do what?
I think I love you a little bit more, Grandma.
That's what I'll say. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
now I know.
You know.
G.I. Joe.
I talk about my past life. We know when it's
we have a book.
closing for Ashley, but yes, when is it? Do we know? We don't know.
They have welcome, Carmen. Spawn of I can't read the rest of you. And your camera's not on.
Yeah, she said she was having trouble with her audio and camera.
So what the jury is out of hello. You don't
Hey,
Welcome.
that's my sister from another mister.
Christine, they've sent the jury out, they've sent the attorneys out, and they'll all be back at 12:30 apparently to do jury instructions and closing arguments and then deliberate, which I think will take us to the end of the day. Sorry. Welcome, Carmen. Spawn of AJ.
Spawn of AJ. I love that. That sounds like one of the kids. My kids would say that.
You're in Texas, Carmen, aren't you?
Oh, you're not
audio.
getting the sound.
I got crackle, but I read your lips, but that was about it. It's Carmen, y'all. No, Gabby doesn't have a YouTube channel, sweetheart. She loves us too much. She likes to play here. Yes, Carmen is AJ's daughter. Grandma?
I know that.
Cool.
From previous chats, but thank you, because I'll forget. You tell me things and I'll forget. So I'm never upset when somebody repeats themselves. I'm like, thank you.
No worries. What was that? I
Thank
used to
you.
fight a lot once for a 350-pound person for taking a bite out of my biscuit. Well, hell yeah.
Away from my biscuit.
That's my biscuit.
Nobody better touch that biscuit.
I don't eat that anymore. I'm total carnivore now, so I only eat animal products. So I have my Ashinator over here. I have Canadian bacon, and then I have my actually it's a salt chocolate drink over here, my electrolytes. Add some cheese while I was trying to get myself together. I was like, oh, well, I need to get up.
Need energy.
I know.
Did you get your audio worked out, Carmen? No, it's all crackly and distorted. Bugger, are you on a laptop?
No, but it's kind of cool because you kind of sound like Darth Vader.
Yeah.
I was like that the other night. I was doing a stream and I was like, well, there's nothing I can do about it. It's not my sound. And I just had to wait. And it was like halfway through the stream. And I think it was Kahoot. Yeah, it was Kahoot. And finally, halfway through it, it finally worked itself out. But the kids liked it. Grandma sounds like
what's Kahoot? I've never heard of it. Yeah.
It just, I was like, I know it's not on my side. There was nothing I could do about it. All my sound stuff was looking good. My camera was fine. I was like, well, y'all just have to bear with me. I didn't realize how long it was like that until finally somebody was like, oh, your sound finally.
We can't hear you.
I was like, oh, I didn't know it was still bad. I got out of the stream and come back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just totally kill it. And then like totally, in fact, just totally get out and then come back in.
All right. Go again. Testing. Oh, no, she's gone.
She's going back out.
Yeah. Yeah, when anyone jumps in backstage, we all go boop.
I heard you saying boop. Gabby boops all the time. Beep boop.
Yeah.
Gabby,
and AJ.
Who is it that thinks that you're AI? Because yes.
That would be he's not here yet.
Oh, he's not.
His name he's Adair in the chat.
Oh, Adair. Okay, I've seen you talking. I've seen Adair talking in Discord.
Yeah.
Okay.
He also thought at one point that I was AJ.
Yeah. Flash
And
fan
then-
boop. Whenever someone enters the studio on StreamYard in the backstage here, it goes boop in your ear.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we just go boop to let everyone know that someone's in.
Wait.
Sorry, go on.
That's
funny. Yeah.
funny.
No, I was just gonna say, and then he now he thinks I'm AI.
I agree.
He's from the UK, isn't he?
Adair?
Yeah.
No, Adair is from. I think Adair's from like one state up from AJ.
Oh, it's George that's from the UK.
George is from England. Yeah.
Yep.
Where's AJ? AJ, where?
AJ's
Indiana.
in Indiana.
Oh, I have family in Indiana.
Yeah.
Bunch of preachers up
Illinois.
in Indiana, Illinois. Okay, Illinois.
Is Illinois a suburb of Indiana?
Yeah, I have family up there.
Yes, it is.
Oh.
Family.
You'll have
My
to pop in
family.
and say hello.
Now my family has no idea about my past. My kids do. My kids know. But my parents, my sister, all my ministers in my family, I got a whole bunch of them. Yeah, no, they don't know. My sister, her family, they were missionaries. Yeah, no, they don't know. I'm that relative.
I'm the inappropriate aunt.
She's saying I'm sorry.
I'm just the inappropriate.
Yeah, because she's throwing ads at everyone who hasn't got premium. Every time we say boop, AJ's throwing ads at them. Yep.
AJ, so I'm starting to do. Okay, I'm gonna.
And that's your fault, Grandma.
Yes, I'm proud of it too. She's like, they're like, it's Grandma's fault. I'm like, you're welcome. It works though.
They just hit me with an ad. Thanks a lot.
I made it. I made Gabby's eyes start twitching last night. That was so funny.
Oh, she's funny.
Yeah, so I'm starting
Yeah,
to do
real hilarious.
I've got the 20. I got the words on stream that I do a lot 24/7. But I have to take it down. So I'm getting a new system so that I'll have words on stream running 24/7 and then Kahoot running 24/7. And on those streams when they are 24/7, I'm going to hit it with a lot of ads because it's sitting there and it's running and
absolutely.
I need to make some money. Now, the Kahoot one, I'll do it very aggressively. I won't be as aggressive on words on stream because I don't want to interrupt the game. But Kahoot, I'm not really worried about it. Now, when I'm doing an actual stream where we're actually playing either trivia or Kahoot or any of that, if I'm on the screen, I'm not going to mess up the game. So
yeah,
no.
That's why I got premium so that my streams weren't interrupted with ads and stuff. So
Yeah. I hate
it was
ads.
a pain in the backside.
I don't like watching ads on TV. Whatever it is, I will pay to have the no ads because I do not. Or I'll tape everything. I record it so I can fast forward. Now they won't let you do that. Now, if you're watching, because I have everything I do is streaming. So now I'm like, they'll make you watch it. And I'm like, so I have to pay so I don't have to watch it. I have premium on everything.
Mm-hmm.
Your cat, Tanya, looks just like my son's cat.
Oh, he's a ragdoll.
Ragdoll. They're beautiful, aren't they?
Oh, it's a ragdoll. Oh, he doesn't have a ragdoll. He has a look. He's just like a whatever, but it looks like that. I thought ragdolls had the smaller ears.
No, his ears are perfect. I've
I
got
don't
smaller
ragdolls.
ears.
I don't know.
She thought ragdolls had smaller ears.
Oh no, ragdolls are actually the second biggest cat.
Oh,
really?
Yeah,
Oh,
my
wow.
9-month-old one, he's already over 6 kilos, which is, what's that to you guys? 12.
Big.
6 kilos. What's that? 2.2 pounds to a kilo, is there?
Yes.
So
That's
what?
a big
15
cat.
pounds.
Yeah, about 15 pounds.
Wow.
And Loki, who's only
I'm just going to go to the
5
loo.
months old, is already 4 kilos, which is times that by 2.2 is 8.
Wow.
Yeah.
My cat's
Yeah,
big.
8 pounds.
Well,
How big's your cat?
Finn's.
I don't even know, but that thing, he'll pop up here. He is big. When he was a kitten, we laughed because he's a tuxedo cat, but he had the longest tail. And I was like, holy cow, this cat is going to be huge. Because I'm like, hopefully it'll grow into the tail because it looked so weird. I have this tiny little kitten and this huge long tail. And it did. It grew into its tail. But the cat is big.
Yeah.
He
Well,
is.
I think
He'll lay in
we
front of
actually
me and
realized-
he takes up like my whole, like the size of my keyboard. And I'm like, cat, you've got to get out of the way. I cannot. He'll pop up every once in a while. He's sleeping now. He had a busy night.
Our cats are pure indoor cats.
Mine is. That one is a indoor cat. It's totally indoor cat. In fact, it's declawed because it's allergic to everything and it scratches so much. So it doesn't have any claws, so it can't go out. But then I kind of inherited an outside cat, and that one is totally outside. I can't let them come. I can't let them be together because they can't eat the same food. One has claws, the other one doesn't. That would not be a fair fight. So, so the outdoor cat, that one stays outside, and I'll go sit out like he'll come by at like at 3:00 in the morning, going, "Hey, feed me." So I'll go sit out with the cat. And my other cat sits at the window or at the door and just meows. He wants to go out so bad, but he can't. He is allergic.
Yeah,
I have to ship in kangaroo. Kangaroo is the only food that this other cat, my indoor cat, can eat.
Oh, yeah. When
It's
you feed cats raw meat, kangaroo is one of the best because it's lean.
Yes, it's the only thing, because if I feed it anything else, it just gets whelps its face. Oh, look at that. Oh.
That's the two of them. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh, look. That is a big cat. Look how he's
That's
spread
Eric.
out.
Yeah. He's
That's
a
a carpet.
red dog.
Yeah, that's a rug right there. You got 2 rugs on top of a rug.
Yeah, that's it. He gets covered in white fur all the time. You got to vacuum 3 times a day.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's cool. Well,
I've decided I'm just going to start wearing white all the time.
Oh, yes. Get all the cat hair all over you. That's one thing. I used to have a white dog. I had a white dog and a black cat. And I'm like, yeah, just doesn't matter. If I have on dark clothes, the white dog hair shows up. If I have on dark clothes, white clothes, and the dark hair it comes on. Yeah.
I used to have a brindle and white mini bull terrier. And, well, she wasn't that mini, but anyway. All the white fur around her neck and that just go all over you instantly. She was one of those problem dogs. She
did come and give up, did she?
She might have.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that. Well, we can do trivia anytime.
All right.
Yeah,
Oh, there she is.
Go.
Speak of the devil.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So have we got
some
trivia or something? Yay! Yay!
Much better.
I hear you.
I had to go through a couple pair of headphones.
Well, nice to hear you, Swan.
Sorry, Carmen. I didn't even see you sitting down there.
Oh, you're all right.
Did you know your mum did that to me once? I had set up the stream and I'd set up all my, in the bottom of StreamYard, Grandma, where you have all your stuff ready to pull up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd minimized the screen and went into Canva and I was doing the thumbnail. And I must have been sitting here for at least half an hour, 40 minutes, and didn't realize that AJ was sitting backstage watching me like a creeper until she emailed me and said, I can see you.
Like, I see you, my pretty.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That's funny.
That's funny. Let me get my eyeballs so I can read these cards. Let me turn.
All righty.
Get all my lights.
So are we typing them in chat or are we screaming them out?
No, I'll just you can the chat can type the answers in what they think, and then everybody here on the panel, y'all can just say it. And we'll see.
Is that Maggie?
We'll see. We'll see how well y'all do. All right. So it's random. So I get all these, I have all these cards. So I know the information is right. All right, let's see. And it's all random. While I've been talking, I've been just sitting here shuffling these cards. So all right. How many Oscars did Mad Max Fury Road pick up in February 2016? Mad Max. Mad Max Fury Road. How many?
Is that the last Mad Max? Fury Road.
Don't know these things.
2. There we go. Okay.
I know what it is. I know what it is.
Is it
Guava Ball?
It's guava.
I haven't even
Do
seen
y'all want to just try and say it, or do you want me to give you hints? I can
It's got to be
say.
one.
I can say.
I don't know.
A 5, B 3, C 8, or D 6.
I said 6.
Daddy, it won that
6
many.
is my lucky number, so
Okay.
I'll go 5.
All right. Tanya says 5.
Gabby's gone for D.
Okay.
AJ's gone for 3.
3, which
Right.
is 8. All right. D is correct. 6. Yay! Good job.
6 pays off.
Yeah, good job. Y'all did good. Sorry, AJ. I don't know movies. Y'all are on your own.
I'm not good.
Just guess. That is my biggest rule. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just guess, because you could get
I
it
don't know
right.
either, Flash fan.
It's just fun.
I like multiple choice.
Yeah, I'll give you those because it's easier. Because a lot of times you don't know, and then you hear it and you go, "Oh, that's what it is."
Yeah.
All right. Okay. What is the name of Woody Harrelson's character in the Hunger Games movie? Is it
Oh my God,
A,
Coach.
Haymitch, B, Gale, C, PETA, or D, Effie?
What was the
Peter.
first one?
Gabby
A was
Haymitch.
Was it? Haymitch.
Yes, that's what AJ says.
Yeah.
Flash
Gabby's saying Haymitch. AJ saying Haymitch. Carmen, you're going A?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
A.
Oh.
What do you
I
think,
went
Tanya?
the odd one out. I went Peter.
You say
I can remember going, Peter.
Nobody
Peter.
had normal names in that movie.
Peter.
How many people
All
do you know
right,
named
y'all.
Hamish?
It's A, Hamish.
Haymitch.
Yeah.
That's my daughter's boyfriend's name, Haymitch.
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. All right, here's a Star Wars one.
Oh,
Star Wars The Force Awakens is set how many years after Return of the Jedi?
Oh, God.
Is it A, 50, B, 30, C, 40, or D, 60?
60.
60.
50.
All right.
5 guava balls.
Guava balls. I can't wait for him to come in and play. He was upset he missed Star Trek. I can't wait for him to actually, because everybody we always say guava. Nobody knows who he is.
Don't see what, Sarah?
You don't.
Oh, no. You shouldn't be able to see them.
Yeah, I'm
Grandma's
just reading
out.
them.
Yeah.
I don't have the
either
program
type your
going.
answer in chat or just type your answer in chat.
Yeah, I'd have to put them in a program. So it's just easier just to read them. So the Star Wars Force Awakening, how many years after Return of the Jedi? And so let's see. Flash Fan says B, which is 30. So it's 50, 30, 40, or 60. And most of y'all say 60. Flash Fan says 30. Flash Fan is correct.
Yay!
Yay!
Chicken dinner.
AJ says A, 50. Wrong.
You better step your game up there, Mama.
Wrong. All right.
Me too, Sarah.
Yeah. All right. Who starred with Colin Firth in Girl with a Pearl Earring? Was it A, Charlize Theron, B, Amy Adams, C, Anne Hathaway, or D, Scarlett Johansson? Who starred
Anne
with
Hathaway.
Colin
Anne Hathaway.
Firth in Girl Without
Colin Girth.
Yeah, Firth.
As Gabby would say.
Firth.
Sorry, Carmen.
Did I say that or did you?
I said, I'm with you, Flash fan. See, but that's a guess. Yep. Anne
All right.
Hathaway.
Anne Hathaway. But it's
Anne Hathaway.
Gabby said, who was A?
Charlize Theron.
Charlize Theron.
A. Amy
AJ has
Adams.
no
Anne
forthcoming
Hathaway
information.
or Scarlett Johansson.
I like Anne Hathaway. That's what
Yeah, I like Anne Hathaway too.
I like her too. But that's not who it was.
Oh,
She was good, but she was wrong. It's Scarlett Johansson. Scarlett Johansson was in Girl with a Pearl
So we
Earring.
all got it wrong, did we?
I can't even. I haven't even seen that movie, so I wouldn't even be able to guess.
No, me either.
I have no clue. All right. Which Tom Cruise movie was Stanley Kubrick's last production? Was it A, Jerry Maguire, B, Magnolia, C, Eyes Wide Shut, or D, Valkyrie? Or Valkyrie.
Eyes Wide Shut.
However you want to say that. Stanley Kubrick's last production with Tom Cruise, a Tom Cruise movie. Jerry Maguire, Magnolia, Eyes Wide Shut, or Valkyrie?
Eyes Wide
Okay,
Shut.
Gabby says A, Jerry Maguire. Bob Smith says Valkyrie.
Don't listen to Bob at all.
What do you say, Carmen?
I think it's B.
Magnolia.
That's C.
I've not even heard of that one.
No, neither have I.
So what do you think it is, Jodie?
I said C.
C? Eyes Wide Shut.
Eyes Wide Shut. Yeah.
Okay. And what do you think, Tanya?
C. Eyes Wide Shut.
She
Yeah,
said
I
the
think
same
that's
C. Yeah.
Okay. Do you say Tanya or Tanya?
Tanya.
Tanya.
Okay, I was right. Sure. We here in the South will look at the TAN and say Tanya.
Yeah. Tanya.
Yeah.
It's a Tanya.
Call me anything as long as I'm not late for dinner.
Yeah. She said, call me anything as long as it's not late for dinner.
I wanted to make sure. All right, y'all. Gabby, no, you can't make sense.
No, Bob said.
All right, it is Eyes Wide Shut.
Yay!
Woo! Good job. Good job. See, y'all are doing good. Hold on.
Except AJ. Mom, where are you?
She's hiding.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
the age of the ones we requested are
Yeah.
All right. Who plays Christian Grey in 50 Shades of Grey? Is it A, Tom Hardy, B, Eddie Redmayne, C, Jamie Dornan, or D, Daniel Craig?
It wasn't Daniel Craig.
No.
No way.
Bloody hell.
Tom Hardy, Eddie Redmayne, C is Jamie Dornan, or
Yeah, I'll go with
Daniel
C.
Craig.
But it's a
No,
guess.
I'm going with A.
A, Tom Hardy.
Flash Fan says
What does
A.
it say?
AJ says C. She's on the phone.
I'm not answering because I know.
I don't know who Tom
You don't
Hardy-
know?
I don't
Well,
who any of them-
yes.
No, I do know.
Oh, you do know. Well, then, what's your answer?
No, like, that one's not fair because
Not
my
Tom Hardy's the author.
my partner's getting her PhD in sexology, so
Well, hey,
Cool.
if she needs to
Well-
know anything, I can help her.
You would have some great conversations with Grandma.
yeah.
I'm actually, no joke, I am actually listed with the federal government as an expert. I could testify
Really?
in sexual deviance.
There you go.
Oh, that'd be fun.
She'll actually probably.
Oh,
wanna
you
talk
have to tell
you.
us your weirdest story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So many. There's so many.
Is there how many people slipped on G.I. Joe?
You better not
I mean,
on here while we're going this far.
there
forward.
are so
All this
many.
junk.
And this 50 Cent of Gary thing.
Uh-huh.
Nothing.
How many X-rays of foreign objects have there been?
It's G-rated.
Mhm.
It's not. People
Oh,
are
we've
like,
been over-
oh my gosh. And I'm like, what?
We're nearly at the 3-hour mark.
It's just like
How
nothing.
old are
There's
you,
there's
Swan?
nothing. I'm like, this is. I was
Swan,
like,
how
oh,
old are
okay,
you?
this will be good. I'm like, this is boring.
What was that?
And the movie was
How old are you, Carmen?
29.
29.
29.
That's how my.
See,
my
we're
daughter
all
is
old enough
Hey,
here.
No way. No way.
All
I
right.
know. I look. I
15.
know. I look like I'm 12, but I'm 29.
I said 15. I gave you
Oh,
2 more years.
you just, hey, that's good because when you get old
You're
like
younger
me,
than my
you're gonna
15-year-old.
want to look younger.
Absolutely.
Like my mom, whenever she tells people that she has a 31-year-old and a 29-year-old, we're like, what?
Yeah. Like I've got a
Yeah.
35, a 29, and a 26.
I've got a 25 and a 23.
I'm 28, 25, and 15.
I stopped
No,
at 2.
I don't want a 15-year-old.
Yeah,
No.
having one at 42 is not a lot of fun.
Mm-mm.
No. All right. Well, okay. So Carmen, who is it then? Answer.
What's the answer?
What was the answer? Who is it?
I was going for C.
I was to say, isn't it C?
It is Jamie Dornan.
Who the hell is he?
I don't
Ding,
know.
ding, ding. Carmen is 5 years older. than-
Yay!
Winning.
Abby, and I've got a 42-year-old husband.
I don't have a husband. I'm single.
I don't have one. I
Ready to
haven't had
mingle.
one of those since in 24 years.
I haven't had
Yeah.
one in 29 years. It's been great.
I came close. I came close. I was engaged, and then I found out he was an alcoholic and liked crack, and I'm like, what?
No, that's
No,
Okay.
no.
I was married for 22 years.
I was married for 10. I was married for 10. But
That was what, 15 years ago?
I'm
yeah,
married for
I was
30.
married for 10, and that ended
I'm not
in
divorced.
2021.
I've been married
Not
for 30
2021,
years.
2001 for 23 years ago.
I've been
All
married
right.
for 44 years, separated for 17 of them.
Why couldn't you just cut the cord?
Crack.
She just never got around to divorcing him.
Yes, yes.
Costs money to get divorced.
Oh,
No, I've got a
yeah.
concession card. It's free.
The thing with him was okay. I noticed the drinking, and I'm like, something's up, but I don't drink at all. My daughter is I'll say, well, they always say you're always recovering, but she was a alcoholic and a drug addict, more drug addict than alcohol. She liked the drugs. But I was asking her, I'm like, am I like, thinking it's more just because I don't drink? Am I overreacting? And so she watched and she was like, oh no. Drank a lot. And I didn't even know anything about it. His family knew, everybody knew. Just not me. They didn't tell me.
They can hide it pretty well.
Yeah, until he went AWOL for 48 hours and I had no idea. And his daughter calls me, hey, is my dad with you? And I'm like, no, I don't know where he's been. He's not answering the phone. He's not texting, nothing. For 48 hours, she was like, oh yeah, he
Got on a
does
binge.
that. I'm like, what? Oh yeah, he's on a bender. And I'm like, okay, so y'all know that this is a common thing and nobody's going to tell me and I'm supposed to marry the guy? Yeah, no, didn't get married. No. No. Well, I went through that with my daughter. I'm not doing that. I'm not getting married to it. Nope. So he went to the curb.
Good job.
I don't tolerate that stuff. All right. Okay, next question. Which actor plays Mike Banning in London Has Fallen?
Who the hell is Mike Banning?
And what
Yes,
London
he's
has
cute
fallen?
as
Mike Banning. London Has Fallen. I have no clue. Is
That's
it?
There's 3 movies in that series.
Oh, is there?
Like Band-Aid.
Yeah.
I have no clue.
No idea. Never heard of it. Never
All
heard of
right.
it.
So, is it A, James McAvoy, McAvoy? So, I guess it's
McAvoy?
McAvoy. There you go. McAvoy. B, Jared. Oh, Jared Butler.
Gerard
Gerard
Butler. That's
Butler.
it. It was him. It was him. It was him.
It was him.
Me.
Michael Fassbender or Daniel Craig? Okay, so
Definitely wasn't
Tanya
Daniel
says it's
It was Gerard.
Gerard Butler.
Yeah.
That's what Gabby says.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Mike Band-Aid.
He's hot as too.
Flash fan says C, but it doesn't know. It's okay,
Yeah.
Flash fan. Oh, I don't know either.
No.
I wouldn't know if I wasn't reading this card.
I wouldn't know if Tanya wasn't sitting beside me.
There you go. All right. So Bob Smith says Daniel Craig. Well, Tanya.
Wasn't he 007?
Yeah, he was James Bond.
Yeah. Tanya is right.
Bond.
Yay!
James.
Yes. Bernard Butler.
He's one of my favorite actors.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Well, you guessed right. You knew that one.
That's
Even if you didn't know the movie, you knew the actor. All right. The Shawshank Redemption is based on a book
brilliant
by
movie.
which
Stephen King.
writer? Do what?
Brilliant movie. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it is. The Shawshank Redemption is based on what book? I mean, on a book by which writer? On a book by which writer? A, Stephen King. B, Isaac Asimov. Isaac. I don't even know. Dean Coote.
Alphabet.
That one. Or Maya Angelou. The Shawshank Redemption. Stephen King, Isaac Asimov. That might be it. Dean Coots or Maya Angelou. Asimov is Asimov. Isaac.
Yeah, I might go with B, I think.
And said, I don't
guess
think Stephen King wrote that. So
No.
Stephen King.
Was it Stephen King?
Yeah,
I
based
mean, he's a brilliant author, but I
based
don't think he
on.
wrote
So
Shawshank.
he didn't write Shawshank Redemption, but it's Shawshank Redemption is based on a book by which of those writers?
Yeah, B, the funny name.
The one I can't pronounce.
Yeah.
That one.
yeah.
Hey, I never pretend like I know all this stuff. Plus, in fact, there's no way. I've got so much trivia over here. Y'all have no idea. There's no way I know all this stuff. I mean, you'd have to be. There is a guy, no joke. There is a guy. He is the world record holder for the most trivia questions answered in a row, and it's like 333,333. They started. It was all threes, and he lives 30 minutes from me. I'm like,
Get him on the show.
I get all this.
Put him on the
stuff.
show and have a challenge.
He does like these things in restaurants and stuff. So yeah, I need to contact him and say, hey, because he literally, I could like go and like meet him in a restaurant and say, hey, look, I'm gonna do this trivia.
I'm grandma.
I pay on his
I tell really
Patreon.
good stories.
Yeah, I'm on it. Yeah.
Did you have to do a special voice?
Just so I can get questions.
Have you got your phone voice, grandma?
Oh, I changed my voice. I had 17 characters, so I would change my voice.
How you doing?
Yeah, I had all different. I had 17 different characters, all different stuff. Yeah, because there's so
Which
many
is your
different things.
favorite one?
Well, there's my favorite, and then the one that made me the most money. You know.
Wow. S&M?
That one was my first one. Her name was Heather. She made some money.
Was she
My
dominant?
college
Was she
student made
submissive?
the most money though.
Of course.
Kelly made me the most money.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Oh,
I like
Kelly.
Kelly.
Did you
Susie.
have like pictures as well?
Yeah. There's models that sell their pictures, and I would buy their pictures. So, and then become that person. I would create a whole life for those people.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. Well, the answer to that question is Stephen King.
Yay.
Oh.
Stephen
There you
King
go.
did it.
I've read
Yeah.
nearly every Stephen King book there is.
Flash fan is, I'm guessing these by the skin of my teeth.
Yeah, me too, Flash fan. We need an 80s or 90s genre movie.
I know. Well, this might
I
be
suppose
it.
that was, wasn't it?
That's funny that you said that because these are dates, so you can pick, you can see. In which decade is the movie Hail Caesar set? Is it A, 1930s, B, 1960s, C, 1980s, or D, 1950s? Hail Caesar. What decade is the movie set in? Not when was it released or anything. When was the movie set in?
1930?
So, yeah,
Hail
1930s,
Caesar.
1960s,
Yeah.
80s, or 50s. Flash fan says the 50s. I mean the 60s. Flash fan says the 60s.
No, I don't know. I'm going the 30s.
I'm going with the 50s.
I don't know what B is, but I'm going B because they reckon if you answer B for every answer on a test,
I thought it
you
was
should
C.
get at
I was
least.
gonna say that might be in
If in doubt-
Australia.
If in doubt, go with C, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what I was always told.
Yep. Well, now you know, pick C. All right. Gabby says going with guava because she has no idea. Well, Carmen.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you getting all these right? Because
she's uber smart.
It's 1950.
I like history.
Child is getting it, y'all.
You're welcome, Mom. I'll make up for your lack here.
Yeah, there you go. We're proud of you. We're proud of you. The smart one is the youngin.
Yeah. Aren't they all?
When my daughter is playing, I'm like, what? She is so good. And she's 29. She is so good at trivia. And I'm like, how do you know these things? Are you Googling them? And she's like, no, I swear. And she'll tell me, she's like, I've always taught her how to do, she's cahoot with that. Oh, cahoots. For that. Ash doing all her equations, as we call them, her dark magic. But my daughter, I've always taught her how to do deductive reasoning and trying to think, okay, it couldn't be this one, and so but this one is about right, and pick it, narrowing it down. And she is really good. And then she starts thinking about
You'd be a good
things that like I was into, so she knows the period of time of when I was growing up, so the 80s and all of that stuff. So and she's got a good mind, which is really sad. I told her, I was like, you know what? If you hadn't done all those drugs and killed all them brain cells, you would be brilliant.
We can do comic trivia, Flash fan, if you want.
Challenge accepted.
And change it up.
Comic? You want to
Let's
do comic trivia?
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
If that's all right,
what do we
Grandma.
have?
Can I go pee really quick? I really have to pee.
Of course you can.
Go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom while I get some more stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I've got, let's see. I've got some bizarre. You want bizarre, like some bizarre trivia?
Ooh.
I don't have any that are like, hold on. I don't have anything that's like comics. I don't have anything like that. But I do have like bizarre, like
bizarre, random.
Bizarre.
crazy stuff.
Hey,
Let's
did we
see.
get the answer to the last one? I said B.
Bizarre.
What was the question?
Oh, here's a true false one. I like true false. Let's see what this is. Oh, that's not really common. Let's see. We'll get the bizarre ones.
I'll say keep going.
All right.
Did we get the answer to the last one?
Oh no! What was the answer to the last one, Grandma?
B.
The 50s, which was
I don't know, what was B?
ABC. The 50s.
Oh, the 50s. Okay.
What was that? A, B, C, or D?
B. I think.
C.
C.
Oh, B. C.
B.
B.
It was whatever Carmen said.
Oh, was it?
I think it was C. Didn't you say C or B?
No,
No, it was B. It was B.
It's the 1950s. Or no,
See, when
yeah,
you- yep, B.
1950s, yeah.
See, you're asking the person with short-term memory loss what we just said. I have no idea. I couldn't answer that. I don't know.
Did you see what my mom just said? I can't believe she just asked for permission to go pee. Y'all missed the opportunity to tell her to put a hazmat suit on. That's fair.
right. You got to go in your suit. That's what you're getting for Christmas, Carmen. You're
A
getting
hazmat suit.
hazmat suit.
Can I pick my color?
Yeah, sure. You
Just
can
want a
have,
white
you can have your
hazmat suit.
colors.
I just want to be like a walking marshmallow.
Like the Michelin Man, it starts
Yep.
to fill up.
Who knows? I might get advertised.
That'd be so gross. That's so gross. What is this one?
All right, Flash fan, you're on.
All right. Okay, so these are bizarre facts. Is that good?
Oh yeah.
Flash fan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
makes sense.
Bizarre facts. Hold on, I'm shuffling these up. All right. I haven't even read any of these, so we'll see how these go. All right. What was on board the UK submarine HMS Trident for 6 weeks during World War II? Was it A, a peacock, B, a reindeer, C, a dolphin, or D, a bear? What was on board the UK submarine HMS Trident for 6 weeks during World War II?
What were the choices again?
Yeah, go again.
Peacock, a reindeer, a dolphin, or a bear?
A peacock.
I'm saying reindeer. B.
I'm going with bear. Yeah. Bear.
Okay, a bear, a peacock, a reindeer. I don't know. Flashman, I don't know. A bear. Gabby. Is Gabby still here?
Yeah, I said peacock.
Oh, you said peacock. Okay. I can't see your face, so I can't tell. It's just the voice.
You don't need to. You don't need to see my face. Just look at my hoodie cup.
I can't. It's just not moving.
She wants her hood to move.
Usually it moves. I don't see it moving. All right. It's a reindeer. We had a reindeer on a submarine for 6 weeks. 6 weeks. What the heck? They were delivering.
Hey, Chrissy.
to Santa.
What's
Do
up,
what?
Chrissy?
Oh, Chrissy. Hello, everyone. You did come in at the right time. It's always the right time to come in here.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay. I want to know why they had a reindeer on a
Yeah.
scene.
Obviously,
Santa Claus was coming.
Santa was there.
I think they were
Did they have
delivering it.
venison
It was in incognito. They were secretly delivering it. Yeah.
The reindeer got a flat hoof, so they had to hitch a ride.
They had to go get it fixed. That's it.
I gotta go put on my hazmat suit, be the Michelin man. You go air it up.
Michelin man. That's what you gotta look like. All right. Which punctuation mark is used to end a sentence with a note of skepticism? Is it A, an exclamation point? B, irony mark? What is that? C, doubt point? Or D, certitude point?
Are those American?
Read that again.
AJ, I was pretty bummed out too. It wasn't Bexar.
Yeah, I want Bexar as well.
Okay, y'all keep talking about this Bexar.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's from the state seal of Texas. It says county of Bear, but I always call it. Well, your mom had said Bexar.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I'm always like, hey, look, a Bexar.
And I'm never going to walk in my job and look at the.
Hey, Chrissy, sorry. I'm behind in the chat. My bad.
They've ruined you, Carmen.
I know. I'm gonna walk in. My lieutenant's gonna be like, "Why are you laughing?" I'm gonna be like, "Because of that."
Okay, so now we've all got
That's how they spell bear on their state seal. It's Bexar, Bexar, but they pronounce it bear.
Yeah, we're not really good at spelling.
I educated you on it. She said, Carmen, you, of all people, should know what a Bexar is. I educated you on it.
You.
I feel like I just got grounded.
Yeah, that's mom.
You
Right
just
there.
got owned.
I told you.
You just got owned.
I gotta go stand in the corner now.
You can hear it in her voice right
Hang
there.
your
Yeah,
head.
I heard it in my mind. She's like, "I told you."
Don't ask questions. We don't ask questions.
We ask the questions.
Oh, well, sorry, it wasn't a Bexar. It was a reindeer. All right, so now we got to figure out this punctuation, which I have
Yeah,
never heard
let's
of.
start again. I've forgotten what the question was.
I've never even heard of this stuff. Okay, the punctuation mark. And my grandmother was an English teacher. Which punctuation mark is used to end a sentence with a note of skepticism? Is it A, exclamation point, B, irony mark, C, doubt point, or D, certitude point?
Irony mark.
doubt
I don't
point.
even know what that looks like.
No,
I don't know
I'm
what
gonna
an
have to
irony
Google
point
that.
looks like either.
What does
I think
an
it's-
irony mark look like?
So I think like do you have exclamation point and then an irony mark? I think is.
What the hell's an irony mark?
I think it's just like a period, and then a
Irony
doubtful.
punctuation is a backwards question mark.
Oh, it's a backwards.
Okay, I've seen those. A
What the
doubt
heck is
point.
I was gonna say, isn't it a doubt point though?
It is
What's
a
the
doubt point.
backwards question mark called?
What does a doubt
What does
point
that
look
is?
like?
Hang on, I'll type it. Doubt point.
This one's too bizarre for all of us.
Oh, it's like a Z question mark. Do you want me to share it? Hang on.
Yeah.
We don't have those.
Present. Share screen. There you go. That one.
I have never seen that in my life.
That's a doubt point.
I have never seen that. Okay, so the irony mark.
That's the irony.
Okay, and what's the
That's
certitude?
certitude. That one. Can you see my cursor?
Yeah.
That's certitude. That's doubt.
Get out
That's
of here.
irony.
That's crazy.
And that's acclamation.
They don't teach that in Australian school.
No.
Never seen that before.
Never.
No.
What's the bracket?
Well,
like?
we learned something today.
No, not that one.
That
one,
one's sarcathesis.
It's what?
Sarcathesis.
What the hell's
Sarcasm. I would
Oh.
say.
Oh, well, that's the one. Sarcasm.
That's
Yeah, it wasn't one of the
sarcasm.
options though.
Well, I'd be using that a lot. You use that around everything I say.
Yeah,
That
exactly,
one was
Chrissy.
too hard.
That was too hard.
Maybe back in
I
the
like to get the
1600s.
Is a Z, like a Z looking question mark.
It's like a hieroglyphic.
I went with irony. Oh,
Yes, Cameron. That's right. It's like it looks
right,
like
which one is it?
hieroglyphic.
What's the answer?
It's the doubt point.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Yeah,
the
that.
Z question mark.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I
We all
hope
learned something today, didn't we?
Wait, don't y'all feel smarter?
No.
No.
Gabby.
You
No.
just learned something.
Nope. Not even a little bit. Nope.
Sarcasm is so much better. Virgo.
Gabby, you're AI, so you should already know this stuff.
Beep bop
Exactly.
boop beep beep boop bop beep.
Oh my gosh. All right. I think y'all might know this. Maybe not.
No, AJ. No one said that. No. No.
Hang on. I'm not in.
All right,
I'm not in.
Oprah.
Hang on.
Oprah said the magic word.
She just boop everyone. Someone say poop.
She's gonna she's gonna throw one because she said it.
Oh, thanks a
Oh
lot.
my gosh.
with
I
you,
got
Bob.
so scared. I just so I have y'all on my TV and you guys, she's gonna boop everybody and my screen went black and I was like, oh no. No, it's just an
She
ad.
threw you an ad. Mhm.
Man, I lost my baby.
And she ain't sorry.
No, she's not. She's like, you knew better. You should have known these things. I told you about the Baxter, or whatever the heck you call it.
Flash fan. I know. I've never. And my grandmother was an English teacher. I would have known these things. I've never seen any of that in my life. That's some foreigners over there. See, she called it a Z.
It was like a Z question mark.
Yeah, it was.
No, it's a Z.
The best way I could
question
explain
mark.
it. Oh,
It's
Z,
a
Z.
Z.
Okay. A Z.
A
Ezekiel
Z.
25:17. The path of the righteous man.
All right. It's funny that y'all, the Europeans say, and Australians, y'all say Z. I think we're the only country that says Z. Why? You know, we just.
Although when we say the alphabet, we call it a Z. So.
Oh, you do? Because
Yeah.
I've always heard everybody say Z. at the end.
CRSTUV, W, X, Y, and Z. Now I know my
Yeah, but that's
ABCs.
because we learnt that off Sesame Street.
Yeah.
Disney. I learned from Sesame Street. That's what they say.
Yeah.
Sesame Street.
That's right. That's where I learned it. But we still say Z.
All right. Let's see. What is the term for a group of lemurs? Is it A, a conspiracy, B, an equation, C, a calamity, or D, a muddle?
I actually think it's a conspiracy from memory.
Yeah, I think so.
Group
too.
of lemurs.
What was C?
C,
you go
is
through
a
the answers again.
calamity.
Calamity.
Calamity. Yeah.
A
Yeah, I'm gonna say A
conspiracy,
too.
equation, calamity, or muddle.
I'm going with equation.
Okay. We
I don't
have
think that's right, but
Flash fans
number's
says
equation?
A. So does, how do you say that name? I will screw it up.
Hudif.
Who the
Hudif.
F? Who the F are you?
Okay, so Hudif says
Who
conspiracy.
the F are you?
Can you say that name properly, Carmen?
Who the
Who
F
the
are you?
F are you?
Where's the C come into it?
We make our own letters up.
At the end there, see?
Okay.
There's a C at the end, Jody.
I see it. Who the F are you?
No, I think
Who the F are you?
Chew. It's not a chew because that would be CHU.
That's not right.
Who the F? Who the F? That says conspiracy.
right.
All right, so does Jody.
I say
That's not right,
conspiracy,
Carmen. Carmen, what'd you say?
I don't know.
Do not let
I think AJ was talking about Udahef's name.
Do not let your mother make you be quiet. You are allowed to have an opinion.
Well, I'm really actually
You
trying
have to type it
I'm trying to
phonetically in
look.
chat so we all know how to say it properly.
Isn't it? I'm trying to look at the name on like my TV screen.
Oh, you're trying to say who the F?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting the shish. All right.
She's like, yes, ma'am. I don't need a woman here on screen.
I could be 1,000 miles away.
Shall I give her a
but-
timeout? I hold
Yes,
the
ma'am.
controls, you know. I'll give her a timeout.
AJ will send everyone to their room.
Please send me. I used to put myself in timeout. Like, you can't talk to me. I'm in timeout.
Oh, you're so cruel, you to have.
I enjoy this too much to tell you how to pronounce. And I'll tell you go to bed. You can tell me to go to bed too. I'm fine with that. You won't get any arguments with me. Yes, ma'am. I'm on my way.
Okay, AJ. Good night, everyone.
Gabby's like, okay, thank you, ma'am. I'm going to bed. All right, well, y'all, it is a conspiracy. My favorite thing.
I should have believed you, Jodie.
I do like a good conspiracy.
Oh my gosh, that's super
nothing
cool.
like a
I
good
love that.
conspiracy.
I love. Oh, y'all have to come to my conspiracy theory.
Oh, that gets pretty wild.
I've got conspiracy theory trivia, and it is so fun.
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, yeah.
Send us the links when you're on.
I do that once a month, and y'all can always go on my community tab and see what's coming up because I always post what's coming up for the month. But
I'm
doing that once a month.
Discord too.
It's hilarious.
I'm hopeless on Discord. I very
Jodie,
rarely
it's
get
so
on
easy.
anything
You
other than
should.
I know, but I don't get on anything other than YouTube generally. I don't have time.
Well, yeah. Well, my community tab is in my YouTube on my YouTube channel. Go to the
I'm
community
going there
tab.
right now.
Yeah, if you go to the community tab, that's where I put everything. All my communications and stuff is there.
Hugh, is it just he, y'all?
Disney.
Is that how you say it? Are you just literally adding number or letters? Is it just he, y'all?
Huh? You talking to
So
me?
you got I'm talking to Hugh. I gotta wait for him to chat back.
Oh,
but you see,
you
like,
have.
Grandma, do you see how it could be he, y'all? He, y'all?
Well, the second word.
Yeah.
You the heck you are.
I like the other one. So if it's
I
he,
don't
y'all,
know.
don't tell me. We're gonna go with who the F are you?
I like
the
you.
22nd of August.
You to F.
Who the F are you?
I just say
I do see that, Carmen. I see what you're saying. I can see that. Yeah. Me trying to figure out how to say things is not good.
I hate to interrupt. They are walking back in court right now.
Oh,
are they?
Oh,
flip us back.
It's probably just
it's 12:23.
It's probably just to go to lunch.
Yeah.
Lunch.
No, well, they're supposed to be back at 12:30, so
What time?
You
is
can
it
check
there now?
on it and see what they're doing.
Well, right now there's somebody pulling up his pants.
That sounds about right for this trial.
Yeah, he was like, I'm gonna get it.
I'm gonna get me some. Give me some grits. I've got nothing. Live court is on a break. Are you
That's
on
funny.
Law and crime.
TV? I'm on court TV. Hang on. Let me go back.
Chrissy says, WTF are you? My new is the new name. My last YouTube handle used to be made fun of. It used to be Spicy Nuggets.
Heck yeah.
Oh, I like that. Spicy Nuggets. I could use me some spicy nuggets.
Oh boy. Here comes Grandma After Dark,
Yes,
y'all.
please.
Grandma After Dark.
Settle down, Heather.
I picked the name because you can say it really sexy. It's like
Heather.
"Hi, my name is
Heather. Heather.
Very breathy.
Oh, Grandma.
Very breathy.
Wow. You know what? You know what I can't believe? I can't believe George isn't here for this panel.
I know.
Where's his little England accent?
So who's George?
George would have quite a time with
Field
this
day with you,
panel.
yeah.
Where is old Georgie?
I thought we had actually been quite tame. We could have really gotten
well
out of control.
Well, it's team because AJ's in chat now. If she wasn't in chat.
Oh, yes.
Oh no, she's being good. She's going to lunch with my grandpa.
She's behaving
Give her 10
herself.
minutes.
We gotta
Like
get.
I
We
said,
gotta do
I
trial
run the-
trivia in the future.
I have the control here today. I can just time her out.
Judge Wolf is streaming.
You might
AJ
you might
says-
you might regret that later, Jodie.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here they are.
Uh-huh.
Look. Sorry.
Ugh,
I
right
don't
out of
like
the
that.
bushes, that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like
she's
go back.
the
Go
lawyer.
back in the bushes.
Yeah, she's the
It was
attorney.
Benefield's. Didn't they impeach her?
The daughter?
We're
No,
talking
the
about the
lawyer.
one that
I haven't gotten to see all of it. I've watched a lot of it, but I couldn't see all of it.
Well, 98% of it is just sidebars, so you weren't missing
Yeah.
much.
You mean
Yeah.
sidebar?
Sidebar.
Sidebar. Sidebar.
I fell asleep. Listen, this is so funny. I fell asleep listening to y'all. All of y'all are talking. I'm listening. I fell asleep and I laughed. I woke up. It was during the birthday thing. I woke up to Jodie cackling over that song. The song.
She woke me up too.
I fell
That
asleep
happens
and
a
all I
lot.
hear is what? And I'm like, oh
Well,
my gosh, what is this?
It was
My
probably
laugh has
both.
gotten me in a lot of trouble over the years.
It was
I love
probably
it.
both me and Jodie cackling at the same time, so it was a super cackle.
Yes.
Woke me up.
I loved it. I loved it though. I had just fallen asleep and I was just sleeping, and then all of a sudden I hear this laughter, and I'm like,
Sometimes laughter's the best medicine.
yeah, well, you can sleep to it when it's just regular talk. You can hear it. There's no, it's just like it becomes like white noise. But then when
Until I
you're
explode your
laughing,
eardrums.
there was the other day I was like dozing off and the defense attorney was talking and like Bri has a really deep voice.
yeah,
And the
Yeah.
defense attorney has and I was like,
Yeah. they're
why is
similar.
Bri so upset right now? And I was like, what are you talking about? I looked at my phone. I was like, that's not Bri.
that's not right.
Sorry, Bri.
You could definitely see with both of them talking. In Boston firefighter trial, the judge doesn't even say sidebar.
Sidebar.
Says, I'll see
I'll
y'all
see
at
y'all
the side of
at
the
a-
bench. Y'all just
Y'all
come
bend me over that bench.
I was gonna
I'd
say
probably say, we're gonna have a chit chat. A powwow.
exactly.
We're gonna have
Approach.
come over here. We're
We're
gonna
gonna have a
have
chat.
a powwow.
I
Chit
just look
chat.
over my glasses at you and go,
Don't do that. I'm gonna get. I'll send myself to my room.
Gotta look down at you.
my kids know that if I look over my glasses at them, they're in trouble.
My mom's never done that, but I. Mm-mm.
What sent you to
I don't want to.
This is what I'm hearing. This is what I want to hear.
Exactly.
Let's talk, huh?
Mhm.
Flash.
I don't know why
I
that
used to
just
say that to
reminded
my
me of
kids.
Zip It, zipit.com.
Zip it good.
Zip it. Exactly.
www.zipit.com.
Good.
Zip it good.
If you wanna, you must zip it.
Zip it good.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
What's that
Miss
from?
Jodie,
Yesy?
would you like to see who always bats you?
How you were what to?
Who always bats you on my TV screen?
Yeah.
Come here, sir. Oh, he's not happy.
Hello.
Orange hat.
Hello,
Orange
Gigi,
hats, I
beautiful
reckon, are
boy.
the smartest.
He
It
was trying
bats
to
me on
stun
the-
himself.
It gets on the whenever I'm on there.
What's his name?
That's my picture.
So, like, this is what he sees. Oh, I gotta keep turning. So, like, he'll see that and he'll jump up there and he'll start batting you.
I just waved, but I can't even see myself through there.
Oh, Gabby.
Gabby.
Yeah, bud.
I saw you. AI wave.
That took a lot of beep boop boop bops.
That's funny.
Uh-huh.
You waved
Did
and
somebody
you
say boop?
No.
Boop.
First of all, I don't even think that
Now,
was
honey,
related
I
to
think
that.
I heard a
I
boo.
thought it was Oprah was the word for the ad, not
For the
boop.
ads,
Just
yeah.
said Oprah too.
Son of a. All right, I'm going to bed. Goodbye.
Gabby, girl, when do you sleep?
I don't know. Never. I don't need to. I just need to recharge myself. I just plug myself in and drag the cord around my house.
Well,
Is it,
that doesn't sound like me. I don't sleep.
Gabby, is
What?
it a wet rabbit when you do it?
A wet rabbit.
Grandpa would know what a wet wabbit is.
Where
I don't know what a
You-
wet rabbit is.
Oh my gosh, y'all
I know
don't
what
know
a
that
web
story?
is, but like I don't think it's what they're talking about.
I'm sure
No.
I've been told it, but I've forgotten it.
I gotta get permission to say that story.
That was quite a story.
Actually, she's with my grandpa and not listening. So, anyways, um,
Come on, spill the dirt. Spill the dirt.
so I had a roommate, and my mom was with me. Like, she was staying like at my apartment with me that weekend, and I got a package from Amazon or wherever it was from. I thought it was from Amazon. It was not. And I thought it was mine because I'd ordered stuff from Amazon. So I opened it up. That's not what it was. This device had so many buttons on it. Like, I don't know. I just walked into her room and just sat it down on her bed.
It
Like, you want to talk
required,
about it?
it required batteries, and it was called the wet wabbit.
Yeah, it required a lot of things. Like, Jesus.
Required a lot of things.
Yeah.
Attachments and such.
Mhm. I was very
I remember.
advanced.
Well, I
A
have
few
to
years ago, I
revert.
walked into an adult bookshop, and we were going through the same kind of items, so to speak, that you were just discussing. And on the floor was a fire extinguisher, and it was called the Great American Challenge.
Nice try, Chrissy. Good try.
Oh my goodness. I've got to stop it. Hey, I had the opposite, Carmen. So my daughter has her mail sent to me because where they live, things get missing. So all of Amazon, whatever, it all comes to my house. So my daughter's like, "Hey, Mom, I've got a package coming. Just letting you know, heads up." Well, I was getting packages too, and I just opened it assuming that it was mine. I didn't look at the name. Yeah.
No, I
She said,
understand.
"Mom, I told you I was getting a package."
I wish my roommate would have told me because she got a package. That's for sure. Happy times.
Now my daughter will say, "Mom, I've got a special thing coming that you do not want to open."
They were really looking forward to that happy ending.
Oh, the wet rabbit apparently will give you
The
one.
wet rabbit.
What colour was the wet rabbit spawn?
Yeah, what color was it, Carmen?
It was purple, which really sucks because that's my favorite color.
That was mine.
Something
You should have stole it. It didn't come.
My mom sold it. I can't do that.
My rabbit's purple.
10 years ago, I'd be like, "Oh my gosh!" Now, whatever.
Well,
get me
my
with that.
kids have known my previous business. They knew that, so there was nothing.
Oh yeah, like one.
That's right, Chrissy. They always come in purple.
They would
It's a-
hear stuff in the room, and then I'd come out and fix dinner. I mean, you know.
Yep, they would hear like fucking. So, oh, I said the F word. I'm so sorry, Mom. Freaking. They'd hear like the purple people eater, and then like, bzz, bzz, and they just walk out.
Purple people eater. Oh my gosh.
It's a song, isn't it? The purple people.
They're always, Chrissy says they're always purple. No.
Yep.
I've got different colors.
Yeah.
The best
No,
one,
actually,
though,
I've seen
the best one you plug
one.
in. I don't deal
I've
with
seen one
battery.
in pink.
Yeah, I've had a pink one.
You do know, fun fact, here we go. Steely Dan, a band in the 70s, was
Yeah.
named after one of them.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Actually, I think I did know
good
that. actually.
trivia question
Yep.
that I won't have on
Yep.
Grandma's house.
Like, I think
You're-
I actually learned that from Cheyenne. She had that in school. That was one of the bonus questions.
What about
Ah.
Steely Dan?
Yeah, so she goes to school. She's finishing her master's degree right now, and then she's going for a PhD in sexology. And I'm pretty sure that was actually one of the bonus questions in one of her tests.
Oh,
And-
that's pretty cool.
Okay.
Who's that? You know, Russ Wilson, who sings, he wrote the song. Oh,
He wrote the song. Ugh.
I don't know that song.
I don't know
I
that.
haven't heard that song. Oh, no, yes, I have heard that song.
woman's song. Hang on, I'm
That
gonna have
one
to look.
too.
No, I
Yeah. I know
Yeah,
that.
that song.
Oh,
Mhm.
Was it called Wet Rabbit? Or the Purple People?
Wet
Eater?
Eagle Rock.
Egg Rock.
Russ Wilson, Eagle Rock, you know,
Yeah,
good old
Daddy Cool.
Duane, Eagle Rock.
Mm.
That's actually about having sex.
there's a lot of songs that are.
Oh,
It
yeah,
is.
there's a lot.
He wrote
are
that for that
hidden.
reason.
But didn't that one have to do like specifically with toys? That's how they got their name.
That's Steely Dan, but I'm talking about Mondo Rock.
Oh, okay.
Russ Wilson wrote, you know, Eagle Rock, good old Eagle Rock's
Yeah.
here to stay.
Yeah, but that
I'm
was
just
Daddy
crazy
Cool.
about the way we move.
That was
Yeah.
Daddy Cool
That's all about
before my
having relations.
I wouldn't know.
Having
My
relations.
I
grandma
don't know
used to dance
anything
to
about that. I've never had relations.
Me neither.
No.
I'm pure.
I know you are, Carmen.
Oh, my virgin ears. I gotta go.
I know, Gabby.
Jodie trivia.
Gabby, protect your AI ears. We don't need you knowing these things.
Yeah.
I'm malfunctioning. Help me.
Is your eye twitching it?
Yeah, I gotta run over there real quick. Plug her out. Plug her back in.
Reset her. She needs a reboot.
I need to be updated.
Oh my god.
I just picture my mom right now sitting at like a Village Inn, which is like a mom and pop shop, listening to this with my grandpa.
Yep. What's a taint? What's a taint, darling?
Speaking
Jodie goes,
speaking of a
Jodie-
taint, I gotta
Jodie-
explain this to you now that you're on, like you can hear me. So like, hold on.
There goes the noise.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Oh,
We're
back
back on the
door.
record in State versus Ashley Benefield, case 2020 CF 3014. We're ready for closing arguments and jury instructions. However, I've been informed that there may
Oh, we
be a
don't need to
change
watch
or an
this, do
error
we?
from earlier.
On 3.6, where it's the false imprisonment, I think your instructions.
No, we don't need to watch the jury instructions.
All right,
but
resume the
watch
taint
closing
conversation.
arguments. Yeah, go on. Whilst they're arguing already.
So like you said that y'all call people like a chode. Oh my gosh,
The chode,
my
yep.
mom's gonna hear this. So like that's like a fat, short,
Yeah, we don't have a name for that.
but like a taint, like in the U.S. Gabby, I don't know, like it could be different from different regions. It just means you're irrelevant.
Ah.
No.
Like,
No,
you're
call
in
it a fact.
No.
No, that's not what that is.
No, I know what a
absolutely not.
taint is. I know what a taint is. But like if somebody says, "Hey, you're a taint," it means you're the in between space, so you're irrelevant.
Yeah.
It's
We
just
used to call
another
that
saying.
a fact.
So that's what the Gen Zers are calling that.
I know what it is.
I'm sorry, but
But-
if a Gen Zer calls me a taint, we're gonna have issues.
Hey?
Oh, do you remember what I called you the other day?
What?
And then I Googled it, and then I apologized.
What?
Oh,
Oh crap! What was it? What did I
Wait,
call
called
you?
me?
Yeah,
Oh, I don't know. You call me so many different things. I can't keep
that's
track.
true. That is very true.
that's why. That's
I even
why in the
texted you.
chat with all the kids that I have, they say things they don't know because they're little. They
Yeah.
don't know. They hear these things and they say it. So I just said, look, instead of saying all this slang, I said, if I don't know, if I wasn't taught the word in the 1900s, don't say it.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember what I called you. So
What?
like when we were growing up, a bobblehead is just like
Oh
bobblehead.
yes, the
Yeah,
bobblehead.
bobblehead.
Yes.
But apparently there's a different meaning to that.
yes.
now.
Yes, it is.
Oh.
What does it
My
mean
bad.
now?
I
It
can't.
means
Yeah.
giving
Gabby, go ahead.
relations to somebody else.
Oh.
That's what that
Okay.
and there's also another saying for the same meaning around here that
Oral relations?
people
Or hand relations?
yes,
Yeah.
but that one, the first one. That people will also call you a
Oral
chicken head.
relations. Oh. A
A
chicken head.
chicken head.
Yeah.
Oh my God. See,
Chrissy's
I
like-
liked it back
Chrissy's
in
like,
our
I'm
time when you
unalived.
said what it is. You know,
Exactly. Like if you were a chicken head, like where I'm from and like how I grew up, like you're just a dumbass.
Sideshow Bob. Sideshow Bob calls you.
Yeah, he's talking to me because Sideshow Bob is being very fresh today.
Yeah,
He
that's
is,
what
isn't
Bob
he?
got some energy.
He is. He's getting a little frisky.
Frisky.
Yeah.
Sideshow Bob.
Oh, they're still arguing about jury instructions. Oh my lord.
Look at her face.
Just had
She's
2
so-
hours to do
I
that.
feel so bad for her. I
Oh my
really do.
goodness. She's just like, is this ever gonna end?
I think it was it AJ yesterday. I think somebody said something about her gray hair, and absolutely, she's gotten gray hair over this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you can
Like-
see she also hasn't had her hair done. You
Yeah.
can see where the regrowth's very long.
I would probably. Well, first of all, I don't. She probably wouldn't have it because I don't know. It's not that bad. But yeah, no, I would let that stuff show because it ages her. Because right
Mhm.
now they're trying to show that she was so much younger than him. But if you have that gray, it does make her look older. So like she's not so immature and gold diggery.
Flashbang.
Yeah.
Is she out? Jodie, is she out on bail?
Yeah.
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 I want to know why the ballet studio failed.
Because she fell pregnant and she was really sick and she couldn't run it. So she moved down to her mother's.
Why couldn't she hire someone else?
I don't know.
to run it?
It's Florida.
I don't know.
They're their own country over there.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's the
okay.
truth.
Yeah, well, people that live on a fault line and could fall into the ocean any day.
Pretty much.
So they must be doing closing arguments first.
Yeah, well,
So how do
And then
y'all
we'll-
feel about it? Like,
Oh, she's 100% innocent. Easy.
I think she's innocent as well.
I think she's innocent.
Yeah. All right, then bring the jury.
They wouldn't have me on the jury. I wouldn't have chosen me to be on the jury. Nope.
If Australia didn't have such
Because she was saying things and I'm like, oh, been there.
Yeah.
I know.
Yep.
I know.
Yep.
And I'm listening to her.
Yep.
I didn't even have to see her. I was just hearing her. And I'm like, I could feel her. And I'm like,
Even the messages, Grandma, like, there was like 10 messages instigated by him and she would just do an emoji like a like or a whatever. And reading between the lines, it's like she's replied to that because she had to or she'd get in trouble.
oh yeah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't
and you
initiating
downplay
conversation.
things. You know,
Yeah,
you downplay
absolutely.
things, you let things go like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. I will downplay it. That way he'll just stop.
Yeah.
And then they just keep going. But
Yeah.
I had said in the chat about being trapped in the closet. And then like 5 minutes later, she's talking about being trapped in the closet. And I'm like, yes, I've been trapped in the closet. Of course, I was very aggressive and I was like, get the F out of my way. Boom. I was the physical one on that one. He never touched me, but I did. I had one of them hit the ground and he had back surgery and he's laying on a concrete floor and couldn't move.
Wow.
I stepped over his ass.
He shouldn't have asked his grandma.
But 2 hours
That'll learn him.
later, I come back and help him up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And then he's like, oh, I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the whole gun thing, like him shooting.
Pew, pew, pew,
that
pew.
same one, he had a gun and he told me over the phone
Pew,
that he was going to off himself. And I'm like not nearby and I'm freaking out. I'm thinking, oh my gosh.
No,
So I
he won't.
called the police and had a welfare check on him because I'm thinking he's getting ready to do that. And he yelled and screamed at me because I called the cops. And now
and you made him look like an idiot.
yes, now I'm embarrassed and I have all this and they came out and all that stuff. I was like, but you said, yeah, see, I know all that. So when she's saying all that, I was like, yeah.
If I ever said anything to my mum, who would come down and stay with us for a couple of weeks, if I ever confided anything in her, he would come home from work and ask me everything that had been said. You know, what conversations did you have? And did you tell her this? Did you say this? And if I'd said, well, yeah, I told her that. Why? What's wrong with that? He would go off because it would make him look bad. And that was the worst thing you could do.
Yep. Yeah,
I
I understand. I've called the last one that was the crackhead, alcoholic. He was living in my house, and he was on his way out. I mean, he had only a few more days left that he was living in my house, and he was drunk so bad, and he came in, and I don't like that. So I called the sheriff to get him out.
Bye, Ashton.
Bye.
Sorry.
Like,
Don't work too hard.
have fun at work. Think about us. But I had them come, and they're like, well, he lives here. You can't do anything. And I'm like, well, they were like, he was lying to them, making up all these stories, saying that I was crazy and all of that. And so they come out on the lawn. I'm all standing outside, and they're like, okay, he's saying all this stuff, and we know he's sitting there saying, I'm not drunk. I've been asleep. Well, they're like, when we drove in, he said he'd been asleep for an hour. He said, well, when we drove in, your light was on.
Thanks, freshman. So are you, love.
Glad I got to see you, kind of in the chat. now I feel more part.
Nice to put a face to a name, doesn't it?
Yes, I see everybody in the chat and everything, and so now I feel more part of your group.
Yeah, well, you're always welcome, Grandma.
Well, I appreciate it.
Anytime.
Grandma's
got my email address. I can do it on Discord if you're on.
Thinking about your channel thing. How are your hours? Because I wonder how much I'm just doing one account. You should be bumped up some.
They've gone up a lot, but apparently YouTube only counts one
if you watch
one
3
channel.
times, they're only going to count once.
Yeah, if you could stream Karen Reid 100 times, but it will only count it once. Each channel can only watch the video once and count it for hours. Does that make sense?
No.
So if you got onto my channel and watched one of my videos and then watched it again, I would only get one lot of hours, not 2.
But what happens if, let's say, you log
No.
in and watch it?
No.
And then you log out and watch
After
it again?
you monetize, it's different. It's not added to your total watch time hours.
Okay, so what I do is I've got your playlist, your Karen Reid playlist.
Karen Reid,
20 plus things. And I put it on there and I just let it run. Sometimes I will put it on shuffle. Sometimes I put it on just going down. Right now it's just going down.
It will record all of those 32 once they've been through, but the second time around, I don't think it counts the hours.
It should. Well, but I can switch it to another account and let it go on. But it should because I've done that with other people and just let it run. I usually put it on.
I actually thought the hours would be harder to achieve than the subs, but I'm finding it's the opposite way. Like once the hours started to take off, they've just gone through the roof. But it's the subscribers that I'm stuck.
Yeah, I mean you can do it too. Just put it doesn't even have to be on an account. You can just go and have it on a note, like a guest.
Oh, I've got it running in my bedroom right now, just so that there's another 9 hours or 8 hours, whatever. But and I normally have AJ running in the background as well, so there's more hours for her.
Yeah, just do that. Just let them run.
And because we dual stream, we're streaming to both channels at the same time. So
sometimes I go on there and I usually am on hers, and then I try and switch over to yours. So I can give
don't stress, darling. Don't stress. It's no biggie.
Yours is just
hang on. I think we might have started. Hang on, let me just check.
A reasonable person.
Oh no, still jury instructions. Sorry.
Miss Jodie, do you care to post that GoFundMe again, and then Grandma?
No problem.
Do you care to share it on yours as well?
So there's a GoFundMe.
What's it for?
That's been set up for.
Is it somebody that I personally knew? And I personally worked with and was friends with.
25-year-old who tragically passed on a motorcycle accident a couple of days ago. and they've set up a YouTube GoFundMe because he's left his wife and 2 children.
So it was Deputy Trueblood. So he worked in the county right next to us. Shit. So we're just trying to like make sure that his family's got everything that they need.
Yeah, I'll put it. Send me a link.
I can't find it.
If the best way to do everything is send it to me in Discord. That way I can just copy and paste it, and I can throw it into all my other stuff. I can put it in my Discord. My Discord isn't really.
There it is. There.
I've got other Discords I can do it in.
Yeah, so it was a Deputy Trueblood. So he passed away in a motorcycle accident, and he's only 25 years old and has 2 little girls. So,
oh, that's so sad.
I don't know how to copy that.
I'll put
Gabby
it in
will
my
know,
personal my personal
she
Facebook.
stepped away for a bit.
Mm.
Maybe screenshot it. Actually, I'll star it and then I'll remember it. And thanks for the super chat too, Carmen.
Hey, Jodie, put it in private chat.
I don't know how to copy and paste that.
Oh, you can't?
Into private chat. I've lost it now. Start. Here we go. Yeah, no, I can't copy and paste it into private chat.
I'm gonna text it to Gabby, see if she can.
Actually, let me write it down and I'll type it in private chat. How's that?
If you click on the link, then you can.
Wait a minute, I got it. I got it in your starred.
It won't click in there. It
Yeah, I
only
got
allows
it,
me to
Jodie.
put it on screen.
Jodie, I got it.
Because I've got to control the chat by putting it up on the screen. So
Yeah,
it won't
no,
click
you
the link
started
when
it.
I'm in
I
there.
got it.
Yeah, so you have to actually go into YouTube.
I got it.
Because I've started. You got it?
Yep.
Cool. Cool.
That worked.
Gabby's just stepped away from the computer for a bit, I think. But I will pass. Oh, there she is. She's back.
Yeah, I texted it to her.
Sweet. Yes, it's awful. Awful.
Yeah, they're still doing the like investigation part, which is why I won't go into detail.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I know it was single. He was off duty.
What is a single vehicle?
Yeah, we just trying to figure out like why the motorcycle left the roadway. And like what breaks my heart even more is Monroe County, where I worked, like who I worked for. They just had a brand new officer, brand new jailer, that was going to work and was actually behind him, and she saw it. And like,
so the road wasn't wet or icy or
not to my knowledge. And I'm wondering if a deer popped out in front of him. Like when I mapped where it was, that's a pretty like rural area, and I'm wondering if a deer popped out.
Is that in Florida? Monroe County?
No, it's Indiana. So he was a Lawrence County, so you got Monroe and then you got Lawrence. That's right below us.
There's a Monroe County in Florida too, isn't there?
Yes, ma'am.
Or am I? Yeah.
No, there. But no, like actually, Indiana, they've lost 2 within a week. So we had. My mom's gonna correct me because I pronounce it Vigo County. It's actually pronounced Vigo County. Which is also right next to us. We had a deputy that lost his battle to cancer, and then 2 days later, 2 or 3 days later, Trueblood got in his accident and lost his life. So not a fun week.
Such a waste, isn't it? No.
Yeah, not a fun week.
No. No, not at all.
But let's get on to happier things. Because if not,
Well, yeah, a ballerina trial.
Yeah,
for
let's get on the
DV
ballerina.
Ballerina trial.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hang on. What's this one? Stabbed in the heart. Yeah, no. Let's get on to happier things.
I just heard the
What else
first
have we
couple
got?
things you said, and I was like,
Oh, hang on. Crusty panties, stay away order. That's what's it's there. There.
crusty panties.
Yeah.
You need to go to a doctor. Like,
That's what's on. That's YouTube. There you go. Look.
I
See
don't
the
know if I
title?
want to. Oh,
Crusty
okay.
panties, stay away order.
I was
She's
expecting
one
it.
of the anti-Karen Reid protesters.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Oh, did you
she's
see
been
what
harassing.
Sarah Boone did lately?
What, the ad?
Yeah.
Yeah. She an idiot.
Yeah.
I can't wait for that trial.
Oh, me neither. I'm like, I don't
Mhm.
like to be mean or rude to people, but sometimes facts are just facts.
Do you know who Sarah Boone is, Grandma?
Yes.
She's
Yeah.
missing some brain cells.
Oh, for sure.
She is crazy. She
Yeah,
is
cray
crazy.
cray. But
Oh,
then,
Gabby, perfect.
you know, I mean, honey, let's play hide and seek. I'm gonna zip me up into this suitcase. Okay. You know, there's two sides to that. If you're
What?
stupid enough to do that.
I mean, like, you might have been able to get away with it if it was like some extreme BDSM stuff, but not just some general hide and seek, cops and robbers here.
And then she records it.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the thing. Why the hell did you video
Yeah.
the thing?
And how many did she go through? 15 lawyers or something? Was it 15?
I think, I don't know if it was that many. I don't remember what I think the last time I checked it was 8, but it's been a while.
Yeah.
So who knows?
12. There you go. 12.
That's a lot.
Uh-huh. That's why she has to do pro se now, because they've provided her umpteen options for
Public defenders and stuff?
representation, and she has denied all of them. So her only option left now is to go pro se. They've given her no other options.
Yeah, I was
They've
reading an
exhausted all
article.
avenues. Just fair
that-
enough.
Yeah, like people were saying, "Oh, that's against your constitutional rights." No.
No.
Like, there's-
She had
once
12
you-
different options of constitutional rights.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
She
once you go
chose
through
to.
so many,
There's only so much you can do.
good old Texas, child abduction in Houston, Texas. Victim, 12 years old. Chloe Brewer Clark was last seen wearing a green and yellow SpongeBob shorts and a matching sports top. Suspect is a 29-year-old black male, Ariel Anderson. Please call 911 with any information.
Yes,
Please do not
Daryl
show
Brooks.
my mom that I just dropped this phone. Because if you look at, I don't know
Hang
if
on,
you
what's the
can see it.
timestamp?
This phone. it's off
4:12.
that. Stop it. You're like, you just dropped that phone? No. Yes.
Did everyone watch the Daryl Brooks trial?
Oh my gosh.
Waukesha.
Yes, I saw that one.
one. Yeah.
Crazy. That dude.
Mhm.
That judge was so patient.
Patient. Oh,
Holy
Jennifer.
cow.
Jennifer. Can't think of it, but
I'm
she's
like
gorgeous too.
screaming
Oh my
at her. I'm
God.
like, just get rid of him.
Mm. Oh,
I wanted her hair.
Miss Jodie, have you looked at the Dorothea?
I started to the other day before a stream, and then your mum interrupted me by booping in.
It's messed up.
But I will continue to watch it. I
Um,
sort of found a 45-minute presentation from about her that I
There
sort of
should-
got 15 minutes into.
There should be I don't know if they still have it because I don't have Netflix, but there was on Netflix a documentary about her.
Oh, okay.
and like it explained everything.
She
And
had a boarding house or something. Is that right?
so
Hi, Sharon.
she, yeah, kind of. She would take in, like, she was elderly, and then she would take in the elderly, and like elderly that was mentally ill, but then she would unalive them. But like if you looked at her, she was just, oh, we got somebody in the chat.
Yeah, we do.
How
Hey,
you
Shay.
doing?
Now, Grandma, this is who you need to speak to.
So that is actually my partner.
Mm-hmm.
So that's she's getting her degree.
Mine and Sharon.
Good
Who are we?
morning.
Yes. So Shay is Carmen's partner.
Okay. Hello, Shay. I like this.
Shay's doing the, what is it? The
Clinical sexology.
That's right.
I didn't go to
Now,
class.
Grandma, you have to explain what you do. Oh.
I didn't go to class, but I've learned a lot.
You and me both. Just dating one. That sounds so wrong. If Cheyenne, if you knew that what we were talking about,
you'd be tainted.
Why
I would be tainted with a wet rabbit. Purple, actually, purple in color.
PhD in clinical sexology. Well, I had a
Grandma knows a thing or two about that.
I had a PhD in phone sex.
Yeah.
By the name of Heather.
Mm-hmm.
Heather, Susie. Let's see.
Kelly.
Okay. Heather, Susie, Kelly. Oh my gosh, I had 17 of them. Those were my big ones.
Are they all female?
Well, I did have some
Transformers. That was wrong.
I had what they called on the thing trannies. So they had the male parts. So I actually really enjoyed playing those characters because I could be female but act like a man. You know, it was like both. I really had fun at that one. So I had to go from my experience of how men reacted when they, you know. So I had to act up. I had to like voice that. I had to make those sounds. I had to be like that. But yeah, you know, be the female.
Well, I just put my phone down for 1 second to go make a sandwich, and all of a sudden I heard taint.
Yeah, I'm sure that's actually. I think that corresponds. I can't say that word. Taint. Make me a sandwich.
Make me a sandwich.
Shay, I didn't do my own research. I just learned a lot.
She learned as she went along.
I learned a lot from listening to thousands of men. I did it overnight. I did it for 9 years. And that was
it good money?
Super good money. Paul paid for my house.
Into that.
Paul paid for my house. Super good money. Yeah, but I'm retired now.
So was it through agency or you just
burned out?
You put an ad in the paper.
Actually, it was a site, a website. And now it's not taking damage. I'm trying to remember the name of the site. Night Flirt. I was buffering. Night Flirt. NITEFLIRT. Night Flirt. That's what I did. So I was called a flirt. That's what they call their people. So what you do is you would buy content, buy pictures of models. They sell their models, and you become that person. You put out a profile, and the customers go to the site, look at all the people and what they,
Yep.
what they do, what they're into, blah blah
And
blah.
they call that number.
They click on the button in the computer. It calls their number, and then they put in their credit card, all that stuff. And then it calls me if they've picked me or whatever character they've picked. It calls me. It tells me, what character they're calling. That way I know out of the 17 who I have to be. And when it does that, it locks out all the other ones, so I don't have multiple people trying to call. And
Hold
then
on, Grandma, can you go back a little bit? I missed part 2. I'm just jotting it down.
You want directions? So then when I answer, it rings me. I answer. It tells me what character they're calling, and then I can choose whether to accept the call or not. And then it connect. If I connected, then I would just
put that up.
What did you say? Hey, Grandma, I was watching a video called Poking
I didn't pre-read.
Fanny, was that? No, I don't do that. Nobody would knew it was me.
Can't believe I put that up without pre-reading it.
That's so funny. No, that was the thing. Nobody, Grandma, this person is nowhere. Nowhere. Nobody's going to come across this person on the internet doing anything. I'm Grandma. I am Grandma from Grandma's house. I have children. There is nothing that these children are going to come across ever, or a parent ever, and say, "Oh, two separate lives, 2 separate things."
We have
not next.
We have closing arguments about to begin. Sorry.
Oh no, we need to hear them. And I just posted the officer stuff on a whole bunch of Discord.
Oh, thank you.
Also, there goes Bob's fantasy.
Domestic violence
Sorry.
is absolutely a real problem. There are many, many women around that are in horrendous situations.
Yeah, and you sat there and
Women
victimized one.
and
You
sometimes
fuck.
men that are in situations where they're being abused and beaten horribly on a regular basis. People that feel like they cannot get out, they have no way to get out. That is not this defendant, and it never was. Now, some of those women who are victims of horrible domestic violence may be justified in a situation where they have to use self-defense to kill their abuser. Absolutely, there can be situations where that might be a valid point, but not for this defendant. This defendant used domestic violence and allegations of it to make progress on her goal. And her goal was she wanted sole custody of that child at all costs.
Jodie, will you pause real
And
quick?
to understand that, I think we need to go through.
So, because I missed a lot with work, the baby, whose biological father was that? So did she have the baby?
So they were married after 13 days. And I think within that first 12, he had a vasectomy reversal and she fell pregnant pretty much immediately. And she was really, really sick with her pregnancy. So she left the marital home, went to move and lived with her mother. I'm not sure where that is, but that's where I think it was Maryland. And stayed there during her pregnancy. And they'd split at that time because she didn't even tell him that she'd had the baby. And then she assumed full parental control, and then he took her to court for parental access, basically.
So it was biologically.
It's his daughter, yes. Yeah.
Okay. That's what I was asking.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I think she's 6 now, Emerson, I think. 5 or 6.
The background, even though this case really is about what happened in that house. What happened in that house, the last moments of Doug Benefield's life. But we need to go through the timeline to see the tenor of this relationship and to see how it unfolded. The bottom line is you have to decide at the moment that she pulled the trigger in that bedroom, was it reasonable and was it necessary?
Yes.
That self-defense instruction, it's called justifiable use of deadly force, is very complicated. But there are two words that are very, very important: reasonable and necessary. And those are the words that you have to evaluate everything this defendant did. So let's go through the timeline. In September 7th of 2016, this couple was married. After knowing each other 13 days and a 30-year age difference, they married each other. According to the defendant's testimony, very shortly after, there starts controlling behaviors and name calling. Then, 4/15 of 2017, Doug Benefield has a vasectomy reversal. They decided, in less than a year of marriage, they wanted to have a child. This is about the time where the defendant says that there are these angry outbursts in South Carolina by Doug Benefield. And the state is not trying to say to you that Doug Benefield was an angel. The state is not trying to say that his behavior in South Carolina was appropriate. Not at all. His behavior was unacceptable at the time. But he also apologized for it.
Oh, so that makes it okay.
The text messages between him and Ashley. He says, I'll spend the rest of my life making
That's okay. I'm sorry. Oh, look, I'm so sorry, ma'am.
I'm sorry I just beat the shit out of you.
Never happen again.
Never heard that from an abuser before in my life.
Never heard that before.
I object.
Yeah.
Overruled.
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Damn it.
They're the ones in Charleston, aren't they? In Charleston?
I think
No, they're in Florida.
No, I mean when they were in South Carolina, because I'm in South Carolina. That's why, like all the laws and stuff with all of that. I know what she had to go through to get a restraining order. I know all that stuff because it's the same for me. I am amazed they only gave her 6 months. I don't think that's true. She said, I think 6 months. It should have been a year.
I'm wondering if they were close to Jackson, starts with a T. What's it called?
Tampa?
No.
That's
Tallahassee?
Tallahassee.
Florida.
Gabby for the win.
Did you say Tallahassee?
Tallahassee.
Tallahassee.
Oh.
Jodie, that's not nice to call grandma that.
Tallahassee.
Sorry, Grandma. Tallahassee. Tallahassee.
Oh, I'm gonna change that to my name.
No, so when all of this started, they were in South Carolina. They're like really close to me. Then she moved, and all of this is going on in Florida because that's where she is.
The unaliving happened, yeah.
And that right, but
in Australia, it's so easy to get.
Yeah, all of it started up here where I am. That's why when they were talking about the restraining order and all of that, she's talking about all these things. And I'm like, I know for a fact what she had to prove, what she had to do to get it. And it's not easy to get one. So if she, number one, got one here in the state of South Carolina, that says a lot.
Yeah.
Oh,
because
yeah.
there's
they filed it properly.
Stuff you got to do and prove before they'll give it to you.
We get one in a heartbeat.
Well, like,
easy
even
mate.
like throughout the United States, like it's hard to get one now. I mean, like somebody could beat the absolute crap out of you. Like threaten your life and everything.
I could walk into a court tomorrow and say, so and so did this, and I felt threatened. I'm here for a restraining order, and the judge has to give it because they cover their own bottoms.
Not here.
I mean, there's actually times that, depending on the state, depending on the judge, you could get arrested.
Yes.
Even though you walked in there and you were the one saying, "Hey, this is happening," you get arrested.
That's true.
You know,
And they literally told me once I got the restraining order, if I contacted him for any reason,
you
I
would
could
break
go
in it
to
as
jail.
well. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
If he texted me and I responded, that would make the restraining
Null and
order.
void.
Yep, it would be done.
The
So
violation
yeah,
wouldn't
no,
happen.
it's very difficult. So I was very surprised when she said 6 months. I don't think that's true. I think they gave her a year because I don't think we have a 6 month thing.
So, like in Indiana, we'll just have a month.
Yeah,
Like,
no.
and then you have to go back to court. We had a
No.
case one
In
time.
Australia,
We get a year or 3 years.
no, but
That's
if
how
the,
I think it should
if
be.
the
But
police
the
do domestic violence now,
Oh, that's right.
they
Police
automatically take you off the premises 30 days.
If
You're
you
gone.
ring up, say the police, say you ring
Mhm.
911 and say, like, my partner just hit me, and the police attend, they actually can begin a restraining order on your behalf without even your consent. So they can take one out and go to court on your behalf without you even agreeing to it.
Automatic.
Oh,
30
wow.
days.
did
30
she
days restraining order to start with.
did she ever make a 911 call prior to this in
No, but
Florida?
she
Well,
did
hold on.
present
Hold on.
to different police stations with every time he violated it, and they wouldn't
So
let that information come in because it was hearsay or some crap.
Well, no. My question was, so Florida has a law, and it's throughout the entire state of Florida, that if a can I say
DV,
yeah, so that if they get a call and they go to that, someone's getting arrested, no matter
Mhm.
what, and that's throughout the entire state of Florida. They adopted that in
Is that the
2017.
stand your ground?
No,
No.
No.
So this is a completely different law. So if they go to a DB call, someone's going to jail. It doesn't matter who it is. Sometimes it's both. Sometimes it's just one. But somebody is going to jail. That is their law. That is their standard. So my question was, how many times
No,
did
she
she
didn't
follow
make a
law?
911 call for the DV. I think she presented to
Different police stations.
yeah, I think she
Not in the state of Florida.
No, because Florida was where her mother
lived.
Is it? Yeah, so
That all
that's where the
happened in
unaliving happened. So that's why she's being tried in Florida. But they lived in
South Carolina.
Tallahassee. Yeah. Yep. That's where the difference is.
Gotcha. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on this a little bit.
Yeah,
No,
no,
that's
that's okay. There's a lot involved, but
Oh yeah.
and because Florida
been messy.
and South Carolina are different, but we're also very much the same because
Absolutely.
we are. It is very difficult, but I know what she had to go through to get that, and when was it that she got? When did it all start? What year?
2017, I think they got married, and it was about 3 or 4 months into their marriage.
Do you know
the abuse started.
if it was like the beginning of 2017 or the end, middle?
He had the reversal.
Yeah, that didn't just
on
shock
the
me
timeline.
when he did that. He was trying to keep her.
So May was the vasectomy reversal, and that was, I think, within a couple of months after they got married. So, yeah.
And then she got
She
pregnant.
fell pregnant in the
3
July.
months later. Yeah.
And then she moved to Florida.
So 2017.
Yeah.
I got my restraining order in 19. No, 20. No, February 20. That's what it was, 20. Because he was breaking the restraining order and they wouldn't do anything because of COVID. They wouldn't put it, they didn't want to put anybody in jail. So he got away with everything. They never did anything. So he just kept, I mean, I can't even tell you how many times. And he had 2 restraining orders. He had one from me and he had one from my autistic son, who is his son, biological son. I just adopted him. I adopted the autistic son because of all of this. And so the autistic son had to go and he got a restraining order. And that says a lot. So his autistic son got a restraining order on him. And then I got a restraining order on him. So we both had to go through all of these things. And I had to prove on both of our stuff. So when I went in, we were going for 2.
Ashley found previous, I think, emails or text messages on an old tablet from Doug's first wife, who is the mother of the daughter that's there, Ava, who had passed away 9 months before they met.
Yes.
Ashley, and she was in the messages. The ex-wife was having a go at Doug for kicking her on their honeymoon. So it was a previous relationship as well.
Okay, so I heard that. Did they let that come in?
Yeah.
So the jury heard that.
Yeah.
Okay. Because that would be huge. Because that shows
same with the animals as well. They let I think there is a whole heap that wasn't let in. But yes, that was let in. Because that is very telling.
Oh, absolutely.
Prior
I
history.
just for that right there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right.
Go.
You can go ahead.
In South Carolina.
I need to go to the loo.
Hey,
And
Grandma.
the state
Me
is
too.
not
Name of
trying
that
to
site
say
again?
to you that Doug Benefield
I'll
is
write it
angel.
down.
Oh, Jodie wrote it down.
The state is not trying to say that his behavior in
I'll be
South
back.
Carolina was appropriate. Not at all. His behavior was unacceptable at the time. But he also apologized for it. If you look at the emails, or I'm sorry, the text messages between him and Ashley, he says, I'll spend the rest of my life making this up.
Yeah.
And he says how wrong he was and how stressed out he was. And he apologizes. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is what happens after that. Does any more abuse happen after that?
Yeah.
Within days of these anger outbursts in South Carolina, there's a lavish wedding reception where everyone seems to be happy.
Love
And
bombing.
then within 3 months after that, the defendant gets pregnant. In the midst of all of this, she gets pregnant. The very next month, she moves to her mother's house in Florida because she's so sick and needs someone to take care of her. That is the last moment that this defendant ever lived in the same house with Doug Benefield. Was August of 2017. Very, very important date. Within a couple of months after getting to Florida, the defendant starts this campaign of complaints against Doug Benefield, all with the idea to get sole custody of her child that she was pregnant with. So she filed for a South Carolina injunction while she's in Florida. She doesn't even live in South Carolina. She doesn't even live with the person that she's trying to get an injunction against, but finds it appropriate to get an injunction in South Carolina. It is a mutual injunction. Don't mistake that. The judge did not make any findings of fault. There was no evidence presented. No one was ever found at fault. The 2 parties, Doug and Ashley Benefield, agreed, fine, we just won't contact each other.
It doesn't work that way.
What we are used to probably in Florida.
They just left out a lot.
Then December 2017, so that's within a month, Ashley starts the series of allegations in Florida. So she files for this injunction in South Carolina. They mutually agree, okay, we're not going to talk to each other. We're not going to be around each other. But she starts a series of complaints in Florida. She starts saying he violated the South Carolina injunction, and she claims he's poisoning me. He's poisoning me and my unborn child, and also goes back to things that he supposedly did in South Carolina when they don't even live together. So on March of 2018, she gives birth. She gives birth after Doug Benefield has a lawyer contact her, because they're not really supposed to be talking to each other. The lawyer helps him write a letter where he says, I want to be a part of this child's birth. Please, I'll honor your wishes, but please let me be a part of this child's birth. Not only does she not respond, when she goes early to give birth, she doesn't tell Doug. She doesn't tell him once the baby's born. For weeks, he didn't know this child was born. Then she does not put his name on the birth certificate. Now, alleged behavior or not, she knows who the father is.
I want to
Why is
brush
she
her
not putting
hair.
the father on the birth certificate? And then she gives this child her maiden name.
I'd actually like to know Shay's opinion on whether or not she has studied like because the prosecutor was going on about, she's claiming all these things, but she ends up pregnant. Well, there's got to be some kind of coercion in the bedroom as well. Like, I don't know, if Shay may have studied that kind of behavior. Perhaps.
Well, coming from where like Ashley was, and then also knowing the other side, she's trying to appease him and bring everything down, because if he is this explosive type person, jealous, all of that, she's trying to tell him, oh, it's okay, I'm here, I'm not going anywhere,
and how better to stroke his ego.
Yes. And I mean, you could literally have a blowout fight and he's like, oh, I'm so sorry, babe, I won't do it again. And of course she's like, okay. And she wants to keep it. And she's also, she's in a vulnerable position.
And we all think we can change them.
Yes. And he's love bombed her. And so she's thinking, she is young. And she's like, okay, well, he's sorry. Maybe he will change. And if I'm pregnant, then there's a baby and he'll be good with the baby and he'll be a good dad and all of that. And look what he's already been.
And that'll make everything better.
Yeah. And so she doesn't know what he truly was before the first wife, when she was alive. She doesn't know all the truth. It's just like my ex's family didn't even tell me that he was a drug addict. They all knew.
Well, they only got married in the 13 days because neither of them wanted to have relations before they got married.
Yeah, that's a bunch of bull. I don't believe that. That's what they say. We don't want to have relations. Okay, so we're going to go get married. We don't know each other. We're going to go get married. Yeah. So that's a whole bunch of control. He's controlling her. He's saying, look,
there was no one there. There was only one witness.
I'll have a vasectomy, a reversal. You can have that baby that you want. That's all in that love bombing. And so
before anyone finds out, I own you.
Yes. And then once it's done and she's pregnant, he's like, you know what? You're mine. He even said, you're mine.
And at 24, what experience do you really have?
The one that I had the restraining order, I didn't even have a physical relationship with him. And he was saying that he would beat people up because they would, if they did me wrong or whatever, he would kill them. He would do all this stuff. And I'm like, what? So they do that because they want to pretend like they're protecting you when also the words are kill, beat up. It's very harsh and very aggressive. And that gets in your little brain, especially someone who is so much younger and vulnerable, and she wants to have this baby. And when she's not having that baby, yes, she left because he didn't want to take care of her. She's really sick. He's like,
he even said that.
Yeah,
I
what's
can't
wrong
look
with
after
you?
you. Go and live with your mother.
Yeah, what's wrong with you? I don't have time for this.
Yeah.
You know, people give birth all the time. You just buck up, grow a pair kind of thing. I'm not going to take care of you. Yeah, go to your mom. And now this one, stone cold, Gabby says, she's trying to flip it, saying, well, she left. Well, yes, she left because she was sick and nobody was going to help her.
And he didn't leave her alone.
Get some help. Yeah, I went through that pregnancy. I was in bed for 2.5 months. It's not fun.
Yeah.
She did need somebody to help take care of her. So, yeah, no, it's a whole lot of love bombing over to get control once you have control.
And manipulation.
But now this whole thing that they're saying with it was a mutual thing for the restraining order thing. Okay.
No, see, that's what happens here in Australia. Most of the time, if you go and take one out, the other party says, well, she did this to me. So you end up agreeing to what mutual.
They're agreeing. But to get here in South Carolina, if you're going to get one, it's a legal document. And it's saying, this is it, and these are the reasons why you have this. If it's just because it's a mutual thing, it's not going to be a legal document. It's going to say, okay, well, you don't contact him, and he doesn't contact you, and y'all go your separate ways and behave yourselves. They wouldn't put a legal document on just y'all agree. It's mutual. Why would you even be in court if it's mutual? No. So she's taking something and making it sound like
minimizing it.
Well, there was nothing. Nobody, no evidence.
Obviously,
Obviously,
they didn't
there
get
was
along,
evidence.
so they both agreed to stay away.
Yeah, obviously there was evidence because the judge here in South Carolina would have never signed the paper. He would have, or she would have no reason to sign a document saying there is a legal restraining order on any party. Yeah, it was mutual. I couldn't contact him. He couldn't contact me. My autistic son couldn't contact him. He couldn't contact the autistic son. Yeah, no, nobody can contact anything. It's mutual. Yeah, I'm not going to talk to him. If I broke it, that's on me. And what happened was it was broken. Once it was broken, it was broken. You can't do anything.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that restraining order is null and void then once it's broken.
When they were contacting each other after they got that restraining order, he was contacting her.
He sent her a package.
Yes, that broke the restraining order. He didn't go to jail, but she contacted him back. And once she went ahead and responded, it's done. Don't respond.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, it's not like that in Australia.
There was a case one time in Indiana that I saw that, you know how like iPhones you can put, or even Samsungs, you can have a read receipt on?
Yes.
Yeah.
So she hadn't said anything back. She just opened it, and he was able to prove that it said read. And she
I don't know if it would be that bad here.
I was like, wow.
I don't think it would be that bad here because I could read it. I've saved every single text message, voicemail,
I've photocopied them. I've got files.
Letter, everything. I have a video of him driving by my house, and he said, "Well, I can drive by the house." I was looking, he literally said that he was looking at houses in my neighborhood. I was like, he can't.
This guy tried to buy the house behind her mother.
Yeah, I said he can't afford a house in my neighborhood.
Hold on. Get it, girl.
But then his son lives on a main road. And no, I can't say he can't drive by because it is a main road. He can. But the thing was, he would drive by and lay on the horn so you could hear him as he was driving by, which his son was autistic, would freak out. So I had a camera out there and it was facing the road. And whenever Jordan said, he would text me, Mom, I heard him hit the horn. I could go on and get the video of him starting at one point and laying on the horn all the way past the house and then letting go. I was like, that is harassment. Drive by, that's fine. But when you lay on that horn, that is harassment. So
absolutely.
Yeah, we had stalking, all of that. But yeah, once she could read it, but if she responded, so that's him breaking the order by sending the package. If she responded about the package, that's breaking it.
Yeah. Oh,
But
that's sad,
but
Gabby.
this one is minimizing it. No, you just don't
No,
get
it's not,
any
Jodie.
order for nothing.
No.
So
I've got a dad that's like that. My mum and I are very close, and my dad and I used to be, but he married a not a very nice word lady.
I see you
person.
next Tuesday.
So that's insulting to see you next Tuesdays. Yeah.
Wow.
I have never felt such intense hatred for anything or anyone before this person ever, and I can't even explain it. But yes, he married one of those, and
wow.
Miss Gabby, do you think that we should show somebody a magic trick?
Row Scooby.
Oh, you're no fun.
No, I just said row. What kind of magic trick?
What kind of? I like magic.
You don't want that kind of magic.
as long as it's not pulling a wabbit out of my hat.
It's a wet.
How do you know what I like?
Her father's latchkey.
No, my
Then
brother
1
and
month
I,
later,
like before, basically we're gonna kick the shit out of you. Would ask people, do you want to see a magic trick?
Well, I don't want that kind of magic trick. You wouldn't like the response of that magic trick.
Like basically, it's like you're gonna be standing there, and the next thing you know, you're gonna be on the ground.
You're gonna be doing
Magic.
Oh,
hey,
AJ's back. Behave.
No.
The answer is
Bree's
always
in the
no. Bree.
Mama's back and Bree's in the chat.
So, Grandma, I don't know if you know, that's my sister-in-law. She's like, the answer is always no.
That's your sister-in-law.
Oh, and my mom. Mom, go back to lunch.
She's back too. We're just started the closing arguments.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
She
Go ahead.
sends complaints to law enforcement. She says he violated the injunction in South Carolina. She files for a new injunction in Florida based on all of the same things in South Carolina. This is all based on the same information that she had already spoken about.
What, you wanted to make something else up?
And when she went to law enforcement trying to get them to file criminal charges against him for violation of an injunction, law enforcement was not on her side. And you heard from Detective Gillum about the conversations that they had. And the conversations that she had with Detective Gillum are the entire crux of this case. It is her motive. It is her plan. It is what she did everything for. He said her true motives were to use the criminal system to affect her family court case, to get sole custody of her child, which is what she wanted from the very beginning. He said it was very clear that she was trying to use the criminal system in that way, and he was very uncomfortable with that. He had forwarded charges to the state attorney's office, let the state attorney's office decide, which they end up not filing, by the way. And she did not think that was good enough. She was furious. She said, and I quote, "If the judge sees him arrested, it will help me keep my baby." She wanted him arrested in family court in front of the judge and made that very, very clear.
Yeah.
That was what was important to her.
Okay.
The detective said in 20 whatever years that he's been doing this job, he has never had anybody ask him to do that.
He was an ass, that detective.
I would.
And she was very adamant. And they talked for 15 to 20 minutes. And she went from crying almost hysterically to aggressive and yelling at him and then screeching
Mama
at
bear.
the top of her lungs, all because she could not get him to go with her plan.
No,
She
to
also
support
said to
her.
him, "You will fucking arrest him in front of the judge, and I will make sure that you do."
$5 to take this lady
Then
out of the
she
courtroom
said,
right
"I
now.
will do anything I have to
Yep.
do to keep my baby, asshole."
Yep.
She wasn't saying, "I'm so afraid of this man.
She's the attorney.
Please
No, but he
help me.
wasn't
I'm a
there
victim of
then.
domestic violence. I need help."
She's
not at all.
She's reaching out for help and she's not getting any, and she's infuriated because this a-hole
They won't
is
listen.
not helping. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I
would
had
do
to go through
that and
that.
more.
I
Yeah.
had to go through that at the beginning because they said I didn't, because everything I did was with this one that I got the restraining order on was because of, I call him my son. He's not technically my son. I adopted him supposedly at the age of 28. But he was autistic and I saw abuse happening. So everything I did was because of this kid. I could have walked away and not had to deal with any of it and been done. But then I would go to hell for letting this autistic person go through this abuse. And I hadn't, when all of it started, just like her, it started quick. And all of the officers were like, "Well, how long have you known them?" "A month." "Well, that's not long enough. The father is saying this." So
30 seconds is long enough.
yes. So I had to deal with like what she's doing, and I would get very upset, but I had to remain very calm while he would be going off and being crazy. That way they saw, okay, every time we're
mine wouldn't do
involved
that.
with them, she is saying this and is very calm, and she's trying to stick up for this, young man. The father is going crazy, blowing up, doing all these things and saying that I'm brainwashing the kid or the young man. I'm brainwashing him and using him to get his Social Security. That was what.
Bang, what?
So I'm like, man, wow, look at that. Taking a-holes out for one donation at a time. That's cool.
Thank you, Carmen. Your mama will much appreciate that.
Yeah,
it's just payback.
So I did deal with that, and I understand how you build up because you feel like nobody is listening to you, and you are crying and you are upset, but then you get into this rage because you say it over and over and over and over again, and nobody will listen to you. Well, you just got married and you're so much younger and you don't know what you're talking about.
And you times that emotion by 10 minimum when you have a baby.
Oh yeah.
You
God,
the mama bear.
Mama lion, yeah.
The hormones that are going through her, even after you give birth. Oh yeah. No.
Even now, if someone did that to my kids now, you'd look out.
Yeah, mama bear, you want to protect your kid, and that if if he is going to do that to me and treat me that way, what's it going to do to my baby?
Absolutely.
And I don't want my baby staying with him any moment.
That's why she went on the access visits with him. Apparently, AJ's put up a poll on her channel. If you want to go and have a vote on alternate juror 1, go and vote. Let me know what the results are, AJ, because I can't see it. Oh, I could get onto it. It's all right.
Is it the alternate junior or just
It's alternate,
alternate?
juror 1.
It's the spawn of Edge.
She's saying, I want to keep my baby. And she's afraid that this man who is 30 years older than she is, and a lot more established, has a lot more
Got
money,
the same thumbnail
has
as
a
me.
lot more resources, she's afraid that this man is going to get custody of her child instead of her.
Voted.
So after this discussion with Detective Gillum,
I
in
voted
about
wrong
September
team.
17th of 2018, the second hearing for the injunction happens. Remember, this injunction hearing was in 2 parts. One was in July and one was in September. All of the same allegations. He's poisoning me, the stuff in South Carolina. Again, they're not even living together. And she fails. The judge in that case says, no injunction. And this man will have immediate visitation with his child, who, by the way, was 6 months old and he'd never met her. It wasn't for lack of trying. There may be a lot of deadbeat dads out there that don't care about seeing their children and don't want to be around. This man tried everything to be around for his child, to be there for the birth, to visit the child, to see the child. And she kept the child away from him for 6 months.
Congratulations, Coons44,
Woo!
for your membership. Yay!
Yay.
And the first
so
visitation, you
much,
heard from Stephanie Murphy, the first visitation, all of a sudden, everything's glorious again. Now, all of a sudden, the defendant wants to go with him. I'll go with you. And now,
Absolutely.
we're in a stage where we're acting like we're going to get back together.
Nuh-uh.
Because she knew
She's playing the
court
game.
system was not
She
working,
has to.
and she was afraid that if she
Welcome,
didn't
sweetheart.
buddy up to him, he was going to get this child away from her. So it begins the charade.
No.
Of her telling him, we're going to get back together. We're going to be a family. She played on Doug Benefield's wishes. He wanted more than anything to.
You have to play the game.
You have to play the game.
Play the game.
Yes.
If she thought that he was going to have access to that child on his own, she is protecting that child. You have to play that game.
Oh, that's
until
not
you
shocking
cannot
at all.
play it anymore. No.
No.
I did it for 9 months.
Yep.
And it was the hardest 9 months ever.
I did it for 4 years.
Yep.
And nobody knew.
No, no one knew either. No. They all
I
thought he
did
was a
for
perfect
2 years,
gentleman.
and it wasn't even my child. My parents were like, you need to get away from him. I said, I can't. I'll go to hell. He's mine now.
His family
Yeah.
together to have his wife that he loved and this child all together. And she kept telling him, yes, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to work towards. So that starts about a year of them kind of getting along, right? And then September of 2019, which is about a year later, Doug finds out she's dating someone else. He files for divorce. And a series of complaints start against Doug Benefield for now abusing the child. Which, by the way, were investigated by law enforcement, and not one of them resulted in any charges.
Yeah, because they were
And
lazy.
May 1st of 2020, the defendant, having failed in the criminal system, again, files for another injunction.
Okay.
Based on these allegations that fail in the criminal system. Do you see a pattern here?
Yes, I do.
I see a pattern out. You're a
May
dumbass.
1st, a few days later, after she files for another injunction, Doug files for sole custody of the child.
As any narcissist
This
would
is
do.
Ashley Benefield's biggest fear.
Mhm.
That this man is going to get sole custody. But she's making all of these grand allegations against him that he knows are not true. There's got to be something wrong, and it's
Yeah, you're
probably
right.
not
He
safe for
knows
this
they're
child
not
to even
true.
be with
What
her.
he's saying.
So he files for full custody. And what happens? All of a sudden, she sidles up to him, and now we're getting back
Yep.
together.
Yeah.
And we start to go to marriage counseling, and we go see Dr. Forrest, who refers
She playing a game.
them to Dr.
She is.
Quintel,
He's cool.
and they're
That's
going
why
to
she's
marriage
getting her
counseling about
ducks in
how
a
they're gonna get
row.
together.
Yep.
That's
And
literally
as soon as
textbook.
she's got her house set up and she's got everything ready to go, that's when she doesn't have to play the game anymore. That's when he realizes, oh crap, this is all happening. That's when he's triggered to push her to the extent that she went to that day.
It also blows my mind a little bit. That's textbook of vegan.
Yeah.
Textbook.
Yep.
And
You're right.
no one wants to step in.
Do you know
It's
what?
like-
Truth be told, she's probably the prosecutor's probably the abuser in her relationship.
She's like, get over here and give me that wet rabbit.
Yeah.
And it's not just a hair.
Say my name. Say my name, bitch.
And she's saying yes. I
Hey,
want to
get up and make
reconcile
me a
us back
sandwich
together.
afterwards.
But behind his back, the doctor's just like, no, I know how. I'm not getting together with him. Then she goes on all these social outings with Doug and the child.
Okay.
Goes to the beach, goes to the movies, goes out to dinner, to lunch, swims at the pool in his apartment.
Soggy bun.
complex. Giving Doug all of these mixed signals. We're gonna reconcile. We're gonna get all this back together. And in the back of her mind, she knew all along. She was waiting for an
Soggy bottom bun.
to strike.
Yeah.
And then 6/1 of 2020, the system sends them for an evaluation with Dr. Broder. And they're like, what is going on here?
Oh no.
Someone
That
needs
sounds
an
really
evaluation. So they go to this evaluation with Dr. Broder, and this deception on the part of Ashley Benefield continues. She does the same thing. We're going to reconcile, we're going to get back together, and then when she's not with him, she's saying that that's not true. And then towards the end of September 2020, but before the 21st, there is a last meeting between Ashley Benefield and Dr. Broder. He said it was in his office. She was leaving. She was walking through the waiting room and going to the door, and she's upset because this is not going fast enough. I want the report. I want this to be done. We need to move to Maryland. Why do you think she's moving to Maryland? We need to move to Maryland. This is taking way too much time. And she says to him, I'll take matters into my own hands. And that was 7 days.
Impenetrable. It's like a fortress.
17 days before, depending on about what time it was.
Oh my God.
He gets murdered. On 9/21 of 2020, after this comment to Dr. Broder, she goes to mediation with Doug Benefield, and they end the mediation saying everyone's going to drop everything.
Okay.
Because at this point, Doug had filed for a divorce again. And Ashley had filed for an injunction again. So at this hearing on the 30th, those things were going to be heard, as well as a joint motion to release a report by Dr. Broder. But they go to mediation, and at the end of mediation, it's very fast because they all agree. We're dropping everything. We're going to Maryland. So that was the plan. Ashley Benefield had no intention of dropping that injunction. Look at the text messages between her and Doug that were introduced by the state for the week before.
So many uses for
this
that.
homicide, murder happened. They're talking to each other about the fact that everything's going to be dropped. Give this attorney a call. Okay, I'll give that attorney a call. Ashley's telling him we're going to drop everything. And she knew that was not true. Her attorney testified, we were not dropping that injunction. We were ready to call witnesses. That hearing on the 30th, we were going forward. Ashley Benefield knew that day.
This ain't Fet life.
It was going to be.
This is trial.
Her entire charade was going to be done. The entire get along, go along that she's trying to say.
Oh, did you just try
it? Violence. She was just trying to fake
That's
that
why
out.
you use the clingy stuff. You don't use actual duct tape.
Her ruse was up. Because if she
Yeah,
goes forward with
Grandma,
an
we gotta
injunction,
teach these
what better
women.
way to tell someone you're not going to reconcile?
Use
The effect just wouldn't have been the same.
Cling tape is better.
He
That's what we marked.
Was it worth it?
I've got tweezers.
Was it the duct tape works?
No.
All right.
Like
Trying
a
to get
wax
another
thing.
injection.
She knows how to do that from giving all
What
those
does this
Brazilians.
timeline tell us for what happened at the time of the shooting? Okay, it's background, yes, but also
What is it?
it
Ain't nothing finer than a freshly waxed.
tells
Yes,
you
it does
they
say
did not
works
live
on my
together for
in
3 years before the homicide.
Yes, I can.
Oh,
And if there was violence towards Ashley Benefield in South Carolina, that was 3 years before. And they hadn't lived together since.
Do you
And
really?
is that something that justified her
That shit
being in
hurts.
such fear of Doug Benefield
Here we
that
go.
she had, it was necessary to shoot and kill him? The answer is no. I do want to talk a little bit about domestic violence, and Mr. Ferris testified a lot about this wheel, this power and control wheel. So I want to put it up here. First of all, the overarching umbrella right here is physical and sexual violence. There is no physical violence in this case. There is
There
no
doesn't
sexual
have to be
violence. There's
physical
no
violence.
allegations of any
No.
of this. Unless
Like
you believe the
mental
defendant
and emotional, a lot of the
It's
time
worse.
is exactly.
Worse.
I can't
Uh-huh.
also like side note, I can't just I just told my sister-in-law, hey, do you really? I can get you a waxer.
Yeah, it's cheaper to laser it. I used to do mine too, but I can't anymore because my boobs are too big.
I used to get like no, I used to get full body waxes done. That stuff hurts.
I used to, I used to get Botox too, but now I just take my bra off and all the lines come out my face.
the day this happened.
Oh my
But
god.
there was never any,
I love you,
any
Jodie.
allegations of physical or sexual abuse. However, it's a power and control wheel. So let's go over some of these things. One of the first categories, using intimidation. So this is, did Doug Benefield use intimidation to control Ashley Benefield?
Yes.
They hadn't been together in 3 years. The first year they were apart, they barely even saw each other or spoke. So how exactly was he using intimidation to control her? And there's no allegations of threats during this time. The defendant testified she didn't say that there was anything going on during this time. One of the other prongs is using emotional abuse. Same answer. They weren't together. There was no allegation of emotional abuse. The defendant didn't talk about anything that was going on during this 3-year period, that he was emotionally abusing her.
Because
what
what's
about
the point?
guilt?
Nobody's
Shame.
He
listening.
said, I told him when he thought he was going to move in with me.
Guilt, shame, failure.
Well, that and
Hello.
she probably got tired of saying something because nobody was paying any attention and listening to her. So when you keep saying stuff over and over and over again, and you just keep being brushed off like you're some crazy woman, you stop saying it because nobody is listening.
But how do you prove that too? Like everyone, I was in a 7-year relationship, and everyone thought the sun shone out of his backside. They just had no idea, and they are amazing actors.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
and
if you said
perfect gentleman. Whenever we had people around.
If you said something to those people like he does this, or they would look at you and go, oh, yeah, right. He's great. He's wonderful. I've never heard
You should
him
be
say
so lucky. I wish I had a man like that.
Yes, I've never heard him say a negative thing about anybody. Yeah. Well, hello.
And then all your friends, they go behind your back. She's whinging about him again, and he's only ever done this, and she's just
Yeah, and then
they
so
start sleeping with him.
So then you stop
What?
saying stuff because everybody's starting to look at you like you're the crazy one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course she didn't say anything. And she's trying to appease him so that he'll bring it down and maybe not be this total asshole. Yeah.
You're just walking on eggshells.
Play the
whole time.
game.
Yeah,
I did it for 5 years,
absolutely.
mate.
It is the game. It is. You
I
have to
told
do
him
it
I didn't want to do that.
Jody,
until
you
you
don't
can.
have to
Humble enough
put
to say,
any
no,
of
you're not
those
moving in
up.
with me. But yet somehow he's emotionally abusing her. Then using isolation. How can that even
My
apply
ex
when they're not
had
even
Hills
together?
Angels park in the driveway.
He has no
so I
influence
couldn't
over
go
her
intimidate
comings
you.
and
I
goings,
couldn't go
over her
anywhere.
daily routine, and she even
Like
started
most
a new relationship
narcissistic
with someone
people
else.
are the
So how
most
is it that
smooth
Doug Benefield
talkers.
is exercising control over her by
Exactly.
using isolation
They're like they're
and then
CEOs.
minimizing,
They get to
denying, and
talk
blaming?
very smart.
Oh yeah. Yep. They're master manipulators. Master.
Yeah.
Well,
And
nothing had happened in 3 years. So was there even anything to minimize, deny, or blame? Nothing had happened.
I'll minimize you, lady.
And there was no
Nothing
evidence of
happened.
anything happening.
Right.
Other than
Plenty
maybe
happened.
some things that the defendant said happened, but did they really?
That's
For
not true.
instance, Doug Benefield's peeking into my windows. My neighbor told me that Doug Benefield was peeking in my window. Okay, let's think about this. She said
Yeah,
it
let's
was
think
her
about it.
across the street neighbor. Okay? So these houses face each other. Their backyards are behind the houses. The neighbor said, I saw somebody walking in my backyard that had a ball cap on. It was dark. I couldn't see what he looked like. And when I asked him what was going on, why was he there, he said he lived there. And somehow this translates to this person is looking into
Yeah, I
your
saw that,
windows across the street,
56% or something.
and the neighbor couldn't identify who it was. And here comes
What does our poll say, AJ?
Oh, my mom.
Anyone? It says
Mostly guilty to me equals reasonable doubt. 91% not guilty.
yeah.
On AJ's?
No, AJ's, yeah.
I clicked guilty by accident, so I went on another account, and so I clicked. I was like, oh crap, and I can't change it. So I went on another account and clicked not guilty to mark that one out. So
Have you got a third account now to put the right vote in?
So, I mean,
We're even then.
Ashley with her.
yeah.
how do y'all feel about like just this segment alone? So the houses face one another, correct? And then the backyards are somebody just peeking in across the street, but they haven't seen each other or talked to each other in 3 years. That doesn't make any
No,
sense.
it wasn't that long. It wasn't that long.
That's what she just said. I know it wasn't that long, but that's just what she
Right.
just said.
Right.
Yeah.
So this guy that I had issues with, I have behind my house is another road. So you have to like drive down this road to turn into my neighborhood, and then you take the very next, and then there's my house. So my backyard, there are trees, and then that road. This was during the winter or fall, so the leaves are not on the tree and everything, trees, so you can see through. It's still a buffer, but you can still see through. He would pull behind my house and park and sit there and look because he could see through my back door is all glass, and he could see me sitting on my sofa. And he would text me, I see you. What are you watching? What, yes.
Oh, that's creepy.
Yes. And I would go, what the hell? First I'm like, how the hell is he seeing me sitting here? And then I realized, oh my gosh, there's his truck. And he would just, but I couldn't do anything about that because he's not in my neighborhood, but he's sitting right behind my house. Or then he would drive around and he was like, I see your dog sitting on the sofa.
Right.
Yeah.
That's creepy.
Very creepy. So that walking through the yard to get to see through the window, yep, they'll do that because and that's a control thing too, because it's like, you know what, you can have a restraining, you can do this and that, but guess what? I can see what you're doing.
Oh, I always tell people a restraining order is just a piece of paper.
It is just a piece of paper. Oh, the cops told me that. It's just a piece of
They'll
paper.
walk right through it if they want to.
That's when I went and bought a gun. Just like this one. I didn't own one until this started happening. And then I went and bought a gun. And I literally told them when I was buying the gun, they're like, yeah, so why are you buying a gun? And I said, because I have a restraining order on somebody and he keeps breaking it. And they're like, oh, okay. So I flat out told them, I'm getting this protection and I'll use it.
Absolutely.
And I had that gun and was bought and purchased with ammo within an hour walking out the door.
Oh God, we have too many gun laws for that.
Oh well, we have a lot of gun laws, but I passed all the checks. I passed all the checks. They were like, "Wow, you passed these quick." I was like, "Yeah, because I hadn't done anything wrong."
Yeah.
Also, I'm not trying to be an.
When you behave yourself.
I don't want to be an ass, but pew pews. I don't want to get my mom shin.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yes, we
No,
can't say
y'all-
the G
you're
word.
good.
Apparently,
You're
it's pew
good.
pew.
Pew pew.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not trying to be an asshole.
YouTube daddy's nasty.
He is.
Reporting.
Yes, I've never had a problem with it. So
We don't
y'all
get
are doing
along.
trial stuff. So.
No, it's only because content that we have.
Yeah.
Really.
During the Karen Reid trial, the when Alan Jackson was interviewing Trooper Proctor, so many channels their streams were demonetized because of the content from what Alan Jackson was saying in the language. That's all.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
You
so
can't
with my
control that.
channel, I don't have that kind of content.
Yeah,
So
no.
if I say a word or two, everyone, they don't.
Yeah.
They don't.
We have to say DV and SA and
Yeah.
pew pew and unaliving and all that stuff.
Yeah, I do say
Oh, well.
unaliving, but
My apologies, Brie. I didn't know my niece was listening to me talk.
Oh, Madison. She's a month, isn't she? Just over.
Just
She's a month.
Just a couple days over a month, but I
Yeah,
said
yep.
a-hole.
A-hole.
I'm more like I'll be back. I'll go back into grandma mode. I'll get out of dark after dark.
I like the gutter.
Then the next wheel is next spoke on the wheel is using children.
Look at her. She's really
This
upset.
man did nothing but try to see his child over and over and over.
Because it connected to
Actually,
him.
Benefield
Him to her.
kept his child from him. So if anybody was using power and control, it was actually Benefield.
You
against
suck,
him.
Suzanne.
And I think if you look at a lot of these folks, you're going to see a lot of behaviors on the part of the defendant that were actually using power and control instead of being a victim of power and control. Then male privilege is the next spoke. There was absolutely no evidence of male privilege. There was an email to the realtor to get a house, just as one example. And if you read that email, he says, okay, but I have to check with Ashley first. How is that male privilege? He's telling this guy he's going to talk to his wife.
I want, you know how they called the body expert?
Using economic abuse.
Sorry, Joan.
Yep.
I want them to do it on her. Does she believe what she's saying right now?
Yeah, she does.
Oh, you mean the body language?
The prosecutor.
I love watching those. That's why I'm looking at her and the way she's so stiff and her breathing, and she just had a shudder. All of those things. She's very upset. So yes, they would believe her.
No, I'm not saying for the victim.
No, the prosecutor. The prosecutor believes what she's saying. For sure.
Does the prosecutor believe what she's saying right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I reckon she does.
I think it's more. It's her job.
That's why, I'm torn, Jodie, because there's a part of me that believes that she does. Especially, I think my mom was saying earlier, was she the one that came out and was proud of making the defendant reenact it.
Yeah.
Oh, that was disgusting.
It was. So that's where
Yeah.
I'm torn. If she actually really thinks that, then
If she didn't believe that she was guilty, she wouldn't have taken the case.
Right.
You reckon?
I don't know. I
don't know
think
if I
they
got that far.
actually probably chose her because they wanted a female to do this because if you have
But
a
don't they get a
male
choice?
well, oh yeah, they can.
Oh,
they
yeah.
can choose what kind, who they want.
Yeah,
to
they
do
get a
that.
choice.
So they're going to say we want a female attorney because if a male attorney gets up there, that just looks aggressive and mean, and this
She's
down with all
just as
females.
aggressive, if not worse.
But if you have a
Maybe she
female up
depends.
there, they're thinking the jury's going to look out there going, well, now this female who should be taking up for a female is saying, yeah, no, this didn't happen. And they're thinking the jury is going to look more at her as, well, a female wouldn't let this happen, wouldn't stand up.
But if I didn't believe that she was guilty, I couldn't get up there like that and prosecute
But a
someone.
defense attorney, it's just their job. That's their job is to make people prove that it happened. That's her job.
Welcome to America.
Well, I would have made the weakest
Exactly.
case.
Welcome to America.
Yeah.
I would have just
Exactly.
made the weakest case out.
She doesn't have to believe it. She just has to do her job, and her job is to make the defense prove, or her job is to put doubt in the minds of the jury, and let them decide whether or not it happened or not. Her job is to make the other ones
Well, I mean, like that's
guilty.
Yeah, I mean that is the prosecutor's job.
Yeah.
Like they have the burden. But unfortunately in the United States, they'll pull something like this.
Oh yeah.
Of putting a female up
on
there, because it's we have a bunch of movements within the United States, and like women sticking up for women.
Yep.
We're gonna throw a woman up there.
Yeah.
And it's just manipulation. That's all it is.
That, in my eyes, makes her look worse.
Exactly.
Well, it does as a person, because
correct.
now people are going to look at her and go, how could you do that? How could you make her go on the stand and and put her through that and make her relive that and all of that? Yeah, that's on her person. But I mean, we don't know her.
She's got to live with that.
Jodie, she doesn't care. All she cares about is getting paid.
That's right.
And that's the problem with
paid. I don't think it's getting paid. I think it's climbing up the ladder by taking this case on.
Oh yeah, high profile case, climbing the ladder.
If she gets guilty out of this, mate, she can choose her job.
And the more controversial she is, the more televised it'll be. The more.
Okay, take like within the United States, take Casey Anthony for instance. That was pretty much a nobody lawyer.
Which case?
Casey Anthony, huge case.
I didn't see that one.
No, I don't know that one.
Really?
Mm-mm.
You got to look that up. Huge case in the United States.
Massive.
She was named America's most hated person for a couple of years. She actually did it 3 times in a row.
Oh, it's awful.
And
horrible person.
But her defense attorney, for the most part, was pretty much a nobody until
her case.
Her case. And now he's a bigwig. He still sucks. But he's a bigwig.
Well,
but that's how it is in the United States. Yeah, but that's how it is in the United States. It's not just about climbing up the ladder. It's about climbing up the ladder plus money, plus making your department look good.
She does, Bree. Yeah.
And it just, I mean, if you go look at the statistics of how many people are incarcerated wrongfully within the United States, it's a lot. I mean, it's hundreds of thousands of people per year. Like if you look at the number, it's statistically, it's 1% to 5% are wrongly convicted each year. But when you actually break that down to a number, it's hundreds of thousands of people.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's insane. But it's cases like this. You're trying to make a name for yourself.
Yep. And it doesn't matter who you hurt.
Yeah, and it's like, I don't know. That's what Jodie, I asked the other day on the stream, like, does anybody have any morals anymore?
No.
And
No, exactly.
I don't.
No, that's why on my channel I say the world has gone wackadoodle.
Yeah.
But did you know in America,
oh God,
3 women every day die at the hands of domestic
How
violence?
many?
3 women
3?
every day.
Every day.
3 women every day
Every
from
day.
DV.
Die at the hands of DV. And that's only the ones they know about.
Yeah.
Well, I would be in her spot because, you know.
I would be in her spot too. Absolutely. Yep. I would be. And I said that to my daughter the other day.
I expect to see all y'all in the courtroom.
Yep. I said those words to my daughter yesterday, and she's like, "No, Mum, no, because you'd be in jail and we wouldn't have a mum." And I'm like, "Sorry, Lisa,
Okay.
that's the price that I would pay. I'm sorry,
I would
there's
pay
not
for
one
it.
thing I would not do to protect you and your sister. Not one
Yep.
thing."
Yeah, 100%.
And see, that was me. I was protecting.
Without
And
a
he's
second
not even
thought.
my biological. I didn't know. I started doing that like immediately after I met him. I'm like, what? I had nothing to do with him. That's why my parents were like, you just need to walk away. I'm like, I can't, knowing
You're invested.
what this person
you've got
is
morals and
doing
scruples.
to an autistic,
Yep.
adult. He has no clue. It was horrible. It was horrible. Yeah, no.
Well, I went from a fully functioning woman running a business and a house, and we had 5 children between us, 2 of mine, 3 of his, and to someone who basically now hasn't been able to work for 5 years, and actually no, 7 years, and yeah, basically has nothing, had to start again because of this asshole. I mean, sorry.
Well,
It's been over 5 hours. I think we're good. All right, let's keep going.
All right, let's get going.
Yes. Again, they didn't live together. Ashley Benefield's financially independent. She has her own home. She's completely separate.
Bye,
has her own
Shay.
car.
Bye.
That doesn't apply. Using coercion or threats. No threats. She didn't say there were any in those 3 years. None.
That's not
There were no
true.
allegations that he threatened her or hit her or did anything. He didn't make any reports or threaten to report her to Department of Children and Families. He didn't say, oh, you better do what I say or I'm going to call DCF and tell them you're a bad mom. No. That was the other way around.
No shit, Sherlock.
Wow.
That still makes me
There were no
frustrated.
indications that he was trying to get her to drop charges. Quite to the contrary. She was not dropping any charges of anything.
Yeah.
And Mr. Ferris talked at the end of his testimony about domestic victim mentality. So let's talk about this. One of the things in the domestic victim mentality is covering for the abuser. Like making excuses, covering for them. Did you ever hear any evidence of the defendant doing that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I heard a lot.
Making excuses for the abuser, making excuses for their behavior.
Yep.
Not once.
Heard
She
that
was
too.
telling everybody, anybody that would listen. Not reporting abuse, same answer. She was telling anyone that would listen
They're
and
behind
people
her.
that wouldn't listen.
Nobody was listening.
Dropping criminal charges. That certainly didn't happen.
You're right, because the state dropped the
Victim
charges.
mentality, she won't stand up for herself. Never saw that with this defendant. And she won't leave the relationship or the home. She left. She left the home. She left the relationship. They were not together for 3 years. So how does this domestic violence mentality, domestic victim mentality even apply to her? It
He was still in contact with her.
You
Don't be
literally.
mistaken about what
She
applies
just
to her and what
said
does
it.
not.
Why don't you become a defense attorney?
Even like I said
Yeah.
before, even if you
Goodness
think
gracious.
that Doug Benefield's behavior was inexcusable
Bullshit.
and abusive in South Carolina, you have to remember that we are talking about 3 years later. After all of this,
So
time has gone by, and there are no allegations of anything else in between.
that's why I kept everything, because he still contacts us every few months.
So I want to talk to you a little bit
He
about
went, he
the
went
jury
a year
instructions that
without
the
saying
judge talked
anything,
to
and
you
then it
about.
popped up
I
again.
have a few
Yeah.
more here that I want to go through.
My ex's son has actually blocked him.
It's
Yeah,
got to
I'm
be
gonna have
overwhelming. I know when you read the packet.
For my entire
Oh,
life,
man.
I'm gonna have to protect him and my kids. My kids will protect him.
Miss
Mine doesn't
Jodie,
know
are
where
you
I
good?
am, so I'm lucky.
We just hoping for him
No, mine
just
doesn't
to
either.
die.
He turned up to my old house
Yeah.
a few weeks ago.
We want him to have a heart attack.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
This
Miss
lady.
Jodie, are you good?
Yes, Dylan, I'm good.
You look
Yeah.
a little red. I just want to make sure.
It's my skin.
Oh, my skin gets really red too. I just want to make sure you're all
And
right.
the good thing about StreamYard, we've got that touch up my appearance, so my face looks nice and clear.
No, I just know it's a touchy subject, so I'm just checking in on you.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Thank
So
you.
Bob said
No.
the defense is closing.
Yeah.
So let's.
So good.
I need to shut up.
It's 4:30 a.m. in Melbourne.
There's a lot of words.
Bless you.
So I try to help break it down a little bit. So the defendant is charged with murder in the second degree.
Yes, it's
So
vaping.
I would recommend the way
Nate?
you go through this
Three ounces
is
that vaping
check off the
one.
things that you don't have to argue about. If everyone
Yes,
agrees
agree.
to one of these, just check it off. So number one, Doug Benefield is dead.
She's yelling
That's
at you for
easy.
doing that.
Check it off.
Yeah.
There's no dispute.
Ready, Jodie?
Number two, the death was caused by a criminal act of Ashley
Yeah.
Benefield.
1, 2, 3.
Check it off. She shot him. Number three, there was an unlawful killing of Doug.
Now I have to go outside. Thanks a lot.
To another, and demonstrating a great mind without regard for human life. Now, that's a lot of words. So what does that mean?
I'm so scared right now.
The next
If anything
one,
happens to Grandma, I'll burn this whole ship down.
an act eminently dangerous
Thank you,
to another
Gabby.
and demonstrating a depraved mind
You did not.
if it
She
is
just
an act
did.
or series of acts that,
She did.
and again, check off things.
All right.
So
Nothing
Yes,
flesh
ma'am.
fan.
Oh, Bree. I think you might just find out what the magic trick is going to be.
Oh, never on earth. Never.
Clearly qualifies.
Hold my Crocs.
Your judgment would be. Let's go to number three. This act is of such a nature that the act itself.
Bree's like, oh, I did.
Oh, no. Never.
A .45 caliber firearm at someone and pulling the trigger 4 times shows an indifference to human life.
Damn, I don't even know what to say.
Oh,
I feel like I need to go to my room.
Number two, if the acts are done from ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. Now notice, this is or. It does not have to be all of those. Ill will is a pretty low threshold.
Yes, it is. Flash.
What is ill will?
Yes, Flash.
Devising a plan to keep this man away from his child.
You got to be quick, don't you?
Is that ill will?
Oh, AJ
Sure.
coming in with the mic drop.
Filing complaints against him that are unfounded and nobody ever files. Fictitious complaints. That's ill will. Trying to do anything she can to keep this child to herself is ill will.
Fictitious complaint.
No, it's
Everything she did was for this goal, and everything she did was to get Doug Benefield out of the way. And unfortunately, the way she did that was by killing him to get him out of the way. That is ill will, hatred.
She's
spite,
not
and
looking. Carmen.
Now,
I
the
don't
judge read
want
you
to
that
look.
there's something called a lesser included offense.
smell then, baby?
Carmen,
I hope you don't get pink eye,
may have
Carmen.
heard, but it's in your packet, is
He
the way
says no.
to handle a lesser included offense.
Computer
is
says
such.
no.
So if you agree as a jury
Come back.
that the state has proven a charge beyond a reasonable doubt, you start with the highest charge. So start with second-degree murder. And if all of the jurors agree unanimously that it's beyond a reasonable doubt that the state has proven their case and the defendant is not entitled to self-defense, then you don't even get to manslaughter.
Can I L? Can I L her? Can I L her?
Have to go and then a restriction of manslaughter.
L.
Actually, Benefield.
L.
Now,
L.
so we have proven manslaughter, but we have also proven above manslaughter.
Rubbish.
And I want to show you the verdict form. You see it. It's check and then the four.
L.
Justifiable use was clear that he was coming to her house to help her move the heavy things. So they
He
were
didn't
getting
give her an
along.
option.
They actually went to the mediation during this time. It was about 3 days before she
Playing
killed him,
the
that
game.
mediation, where they said they were going to drop everything, move into Maryland, everything's going to be fine. But obviously that was not Ashley Benefield's plan.
I had a condo signed over to me because I played the game.
Obviously, the
As soon
day
as
of
he
the
signed it
event,
off, that's when I
Doug
got the
Benefield had a right
restraining
to be
order.
at the house. She invited him over.
The very next day, I went.
They had text messages back and forth. Trucker on the way. You know, he's taking a
I needed
picture
to
of
get
the
Jordan's
stuff on the
house.
back of his truck. And she'd let him in the gate numerous times
played the
before.
game.
So he had a right to be at the house.
Yeah, my ex breached the IPO about
She
4
clearly
times. He's got
was
a
not
number
afraid.
5. His
But she
mother
had him
was
over. And then her mother clearly was not afraid for her because then as soon as he gets there, she
Ah,
goes to the
cool.
park with the daughter.
Good. I was like,
So no-
the sound of her voice is
Nobody's a-
really.
And-
Let's get to the defense closing, shall we?
I love that.
L.
No, nothing. But yet the defendant sits right here and tries to tell you that her eye was droopy.
I'm going to give you droopy eye.
He grabbed out
You can put her on like a faster
where the murder
speed.
weapon was. So she just wants to get
How
away,
about
but
it?
she
There we
runs
go.
into. I don't know if he's still alive. This lady.
Junior plus coordinate.
That's it. Righto.
Yeah.
We're off.
I've heard enough of her.
Yeah.
She can't say anything that's going to make any sense.
Mr.
No.
Taylor, do you need the screen?
Or that I'm going to respect.
I'll turn that
Yeah.
off for you.
No. And if I were sitting on that jury, I would have already turned her off. I'd be going, "You're crazy lady."
Yeah. Well, let's hope they saw through it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please lie and vote the defendant guilty. That's basically what it
Good afternoon,
sounds
ladies
like.
and gentlemen.
Yep.
I have
You're right.
a bit of a cold. I tested 3 times and it's not COVID.
I might
Don't
actually
need to
run
be
him on.
concerned.
I might actually run him on 1.25.
Yeah, I was
because
gonna say,
he
you
speaks
can
very
speed him up.
slowly.
Yeah, he does.
He's slow.
Does
He's
speak
slow
very
talks.
slowly.
He's slower than molasses.
If it's too fast, let me know. Or if you want me to speed it up anymore, let me know.
Just listen to the state's closing argument. I have to tell you, I think there's obviously
That actually sounds
some real,
normal.
different perceptions of what the evidence is.
You think?
I think perhaps there's even been some distortions. You all have taken, we've observed, pretty careful notes. If I say something that is not reflected in your notes or is not as you recall it, I want you to trust your own recollection. But I think if you check your notes, you will find that what I represent to you is accurate. This is and has been a fundamentally flawed prosecution.
You think?
And I think we
Understatement
can
of the century.
demonstrate that through the testimony of 2 of the state's witnesses. The first is Stephanie Murphy. And you may recall she was the attorney who was representing Douglas Benefield. In my cross-examination of Stephanie Murphy, I served up for all of us, but especially for you, the members of the jury, what the state's theory of prosecution was. And I said, so Miss Murphy, let's be clear so that there's no misunderstandings. It's your belief and the state's theory that Ashley Benefield killed her husband because the Broder report was scheduled to be released 3 days later. She said that's correct. Check your notes.
It was the psychologist's report.
No, it wasn't actually due.
The state, in their opening statement, even made it dramatic. They said to you, this report by Dr. Broder was to be released on the 30th of September, but she killed him on the 27th to avoid that. If you look at the emails that had been introduced into evidence that reflect the conversations back and forth between Stephanie Murphy, Faith Brown, Miss Benefield's family court attorney at the time, and the judicial assistant for Judge Moreland, you will read in no uncertain terms, black and white, the Broder report was not set to be released on September 30th. Not only was it not set to be released on September 30th, there was not even a day for it to be released scheduled. Stephanie Murphy was attempting to have it scheduled. The JA wrote back in no uncertain terms, Judge Moreland will not hear that. The only thing being heard on September 30th is the domestic violence injunction. The other witness that I think reflects what a fundamentally flawed prosecution this is Detective Gillum. And you might recall that Detective Gillum, check your notes, said that the South Carolina domestic violence injunction that required no contact by either one did not go into effect until November 27th. But if you look at the written email that we introduced into evidence, where Detective Gillum is contacting Gina Torsha, Miss Murphy's assistant, Detective Gillum tells her, wait a second, he's helping them. Wait a second, this injunction, unless I'm reading this wrong, this injunction went into effect on November 3rd. The judge signed the order on November 27th, but on November 3rd, he announced it in open court, and Doug was present, and so was Ashley. So unless I'm reading this wrong, I want you to be aware of that. This is Gillum trying to help them. This is the same Gillum who gives you quotes of exactly what Ashley Benefield said 2.5 years later without having one word of it written in his earlier report. The same Gillum who I asked the following questions of. Detective Gillum, do they teach you in police academy about the importance of writing reports? Sure. And is the reason why the reports are so important is because it preserves important facts about a particular incident? Yes. So how many cases do you handle, Detective Gillum, in a month? You might recall he said, well, probably about 20. And then we multiplied that out by 2.5 years. I think we were into about 600, 700 cases. Yet he remembers the exact words she had to say, despite the fact that on the day she said it, not one word of it appears in his supplement 2.5 years earlier.
It'll be between 12 noon and 1 p.m. tomorrow. And
Ladies and gentlemen, Detective Gillum, you might also recall, countermanded the capias, the arrest warrant that the other deputy issued for Doug Benefield when Ashley went down there and explained that Doug Benefield had mailed her this package in violation of the South Carolina restraining order. Detective Gillum said he remanded it, he reversed it, and he was going to refer it over to the state attorney's office. This was a good old boy network. They liked Doug, and they never looked back. And that's the truth of the matter. Do you not find it astounding that Detective Gillum, 2.5 years later, could remember such things as Ashley Benefield saying, if the judge sees you arrest him in front of her, it'll help me keep my baby. Isn't that something that you would put in a report? I think perhaps the most disturbing thing about the testimony of Stephanie Murphy and Detective Gillum is the following. Remember that common sense I told you about that you're going to be able to take with you back into the jury room, and that without offending anybody, there would probably be more than 100 years worth of it, which there is? Does anyone believe that either side calls witnesses that they don't know what they're going to say?
Did we ever figure out who that lady
So
was?
how do you
No.
reconcile the state calling Murphy and Gillum knowing that they're going to testify inaccurately? Read Gillum's written email about how he misrepresented his knowledge of when that South Carolina domestic violence injunction went into effect when he testified in front of you, and read the emails between Stephanie Murphy, Faith Brown, and Judge Moreland's judicial assistant. Okay, so what happens after that testimony? I want you to remember that the state's theory of prosecution up to that point is that Ashley Benefield,
in closings,
is that Ashley Benefield killed Douglas Benefield to stop the release of the Broder report because she was so afraid of what was in it. And right in front of your eyes, I've never seen it before, right in front of your eyes, the state changes their theory. And the next thing you know, their theory of prosecution is she killed him because the domestic violence injunction was scheduled 3 days later.
Okay, Flash, then
Check
you've got
your
between
notes.
1 and 2 p.m.
See if what I'm telling you is not accurate.
Well,
Both
so that's
theories,
two
honestly, are
2:40
ridiculous.
tomorrow.
Yeah, so he's between 2 and 3 p.m.
Both
I'm
theories
between 12
are
and
not
1.
supported by common
You can do
sense.
1 to 2 if you want.
Let's look at Broder. What exactly was it in Broder's report that Ashley Benefield was so afraid of that she killed Douglas Benefield? Check your notes, but try to think back to Broder's testimony. I think your notes will reveal that Broder never had one thing adverse to say about Ashley Benefield. In fact, the only thing that Broder had to say was that after evaluating Ashley Benefield, he found that she had no violent tendencies. She was not prone to impetuous acts. That's it. Her only concern, according to Dr. Quintel, was that she was afraid if Doug found out what she had to say about him, that he would take it out on her or on the child. Okay, let's look at the theory then when it shifts to it being the domestic violence injunction that was scheduled for the 30th of September. What kind of reason exactly is that for her to kill Doug Benefield? If that was a reason, wouldn't she have done it before? There was already a domestic violence injunction the first time. It was denied. It was not only denied, but Judge Moreland ordered shared custody of the child. Why wouldn't she have killed him then? For 4 years, Ashley Benefield did what any law-abiding citizen can be expected to do. She filed complaint after complaint after complaint, calling Doug Benefield's behavior to the attention of the authorities with no result. Over and over again, no relief. So she kills him? Really, that's quite a leap, ladies and gentlemen. You need evidence to support such an inference. You know, you can't take innuendo and wrap it up in an inference and call it a fact. You got to have evidence that supports a theory. For example, you know, in the reasonable doubt instruction I'm going to show you in a minute, but it says a reasonable doubt can arise from the evidence, from the lack of evidence, and from a conflict in the evidence. So what evidence would you need to show to support this theory that flies in the face of common sense? Well, how about somebody who comes in and testifies, yes, I heard Ashley, I overheard her say, you know what, I'd kill this SOB before I'd let him be alone with my child. Or how about this? How about downloading from Ashley's phone when she's sitting there in her most private moments, never expecting it to be revealed to the world, searching on the internet how to kill an abusive spouse. How about that? Instead, what you saw in her most private moments, 6 months before this happened, was her searching on the internet how to co-parent with an abusive spouse. Am I making this up? Check your notes. How to get along with an abusive spouse. In my opening statement, I told you two things. I said that at the conclusion of the case, those were the only two things that would be established beyond a reasonable doubt. The first one was that Doug Benefield was a very sick guy. I think there's no doubt of that. The second thing was that Ashley's action on that day, September 27th, 2020, was absolutely justified. Let's take a look briefly at Douglas Benefield's behavior. And I want you to keep in mind Bruce Ferris's testimony, who's the former cop who specialized in domestic violence, ran a domestic violence department, and then was so fascinated by it, went back to school to become a licensed mental health counselor. I thought he was a pretty persuasive witness. Doug Benefield shoots a gun into the ceiling of their kitchen to intimidate Ashley to stop speaking.
Yep.
Now, those are easy words for me to speak. And they fall on ears and you move on to the next thing. But I want you to try to imagine how it would feel.
Sustained.
How would one feel sitting in their kitchen, having their husband pull out a gun and actually fire it into the ceiling of their kitchen? Can you imagine the trauma of such a statement? Do you think that that's something that you forget about after 6 months, after a year? I think that's something you remember for the rest of your life. You never forget it.
Yep.
Throwing a loaded gun at Ashley Benefield, threatening suicide, not only to Ashley, but to his former wife, Renee. You've got a copy of her text message that she wrote to Doug, kicking her on their honeymoon and threatening suicide. So this is twice now, not only with Ashley, but with his prior wife. Punching the dog so hard that he knocked the dog unconscious. Bruce Ferris on the wheel. Now, I'm not an expert on the wheel. I don't pretend to know it anywhere near as well as apparently Miss O'Donnell does. But I can tell you with certainty that it has a provision, and Bruce Ferris elaborated on the fact that abusers tend to hurt pets because they have no empathy and because, check your notes, they can control the victim because the victim loves the pets. So hurt the pets, you keep the victim in line. You get compliance, control, and compliance. That's what they seek. Threw the cat down the stairs. Put a tracker on her car. The neighbor catches him in the yard at night. It wasn't in the house across the street. You've got the schematic of the houses in the neighborhood. You see Mr. Sand's house is right next door, literally, to the left of Ashley's house. Ashley's house has got the red dot on it. Cursing, yelling, screaming, belittling. Text messages. I'm in a murderous mood. I want to rid the earth of them. Take them out. That was about two guys having a conversation while Ashley was on a cruise. Doug Benefield was so demented that just hearing in the background two men speaking while Ashley was on a cruise makes him say he wants to take them out, rid the earth of them. That puts him in a murderous mood. Of course, Ashley at the time at 24 thinks, well, gee, that's kind of flattering. I guess this guy really loves me. Oh, that was just a little tip of the hat to what was to come. The South Carolina injunction, he violated it. There's no way around that. How about driving from South Carolina to Florida so that you could follow Ashley in the car? I mean, if that's not determination, what is? If that's not fixation, what is? If that's not obsession, what is?
Yep.
And most chilling, I thought, was Mr. Vincicaro.
Like your work.
Who, while the injunction is in effect from South Carolina, look at the email between Doug Benefield and Vince Vincicaro. I asked him, did you have any dealings with Douglas Benefield? Yes, I did. What was it? He was a customer looking to buy a home. Where was that home? It was the house immediately behind Ashley Benefield's house. This is sick, ladies and gentlemen. This is while the domestic violence injunction is in effect. Not only that, but then he says to Mr. Vincicaro, well, I have to first check with Ashley. Well, you know that's a lie. He can't check with Ashley because the injunction doesn't allow him to communicate with Ashley. So what's the basis for that conclusion that Doug was that disturbed? Well, how about Doug's own admissions? You have the text messages where he admits to Ashley, you know, I'm sorry, I apologize. And according to Miss O'Donnell, well, that should be the end of it. You apologized, it's over.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Bruce Ferris explained to you that that's the MO of an abuser. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It'll never happen again. And it happens again.
Minus the hair.
And time and time again. That's their pattern of behavior. And Bruce Ferris told you that. He explained that to you. Ashley Benefield got on the stand and told you about all of that. And I have a great discrepancy. I'm wondering if we were at the same trial between Miss O'Donnell's evaluation of Ashley's testimony and ours. But how about this, in addition, as a basis to establish how disturbed Doug was? How about the letter that Ashley Benefield leaves for Doug on November 17th?
Objection, not entered in evidence.
Sustained.
Judge, I was testified to by Miss Benefield. I'm just speaking to the letter, not quoting from the letter itself.
Okay.
So she told you that she left him a letter. She told you what she put in that letter. That letter recounted some of the things that he did. Some of the things that you heard about in the trial, such as shooting the gun, punching the dog. So, how about that as a basis to support it? She described them as controlling and manipulative. You're putting me and my unborn child in danger by the way you drive. You drive crazy when you get angry. How about Dr. Quintel? He doesn't even have a dog in this fight. He's got absolutely no reason to shade his testimony one way or the other. What did he tell you that he concluded about Doug? That he was, quote, super controlling, unquote. That he was jealous. That he was intimidating. That he was a real alpha male. Dr. Quintel's description, not mine, ladies and gentlemen. And then we have Ashley, who's the victim of domestic violence. We have the history of the prior acts of domestic violence by Doug. According to Dr. Broder, the state's witness, and Bruce Ferris, our witness, victims of domestic violence look for appeasement. Dr. Broder, I even asked him, I think that word appeasement appears in your report at least 4 times.
AJ was behind. Haha.
They walk on eggshells.
We're talking about her behind.
Always afraid that something they might say will set them off. And according to Bruce Ferris, what the abuser wants is compliance. That dynamic changes very significantly once a child is introduced into it. And why is that? Because
keep the Steely Dan away from her.
To look to protect
Mama.
her child. That's what mommies do.
Part of it.
So she will put herself in danger in order to stand between the abuser and her child. Yet, Miss O'Donnell argues,
Oh, you're
when they
live.
first exchanged custody,
You're
as
live, Mom.
I have you right over here.
Ashley looked happy and very content. Well, we know from Bruce Ferris that that's the compliance
I
mode.
got everybody going.
That's what you do to protect your
on my
child.
monitor.
She knew how Doug was. He went off on her. The only thing worse than
Jody's
that
over
would be
here.
Oh, it's awful, isn't it?
What?
What was that? Tanya just said, "Did that lady pay for her hair?" The skunk lady.
I just want to brush. I want to brush up her hair.
Yes.
Look awful.
Yes.
It's all
She looks
matted up.
unkempt. Yes.
Just want to brush
Yes.
it. It's terrible.
And then punch it.
And she's got that clip on top of her
Elbow
head.
it.
I'm like, what are you trying to do?
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to pin it back. Look more feminine.
You didn't ask me.
you keep the beast at bay. Those were the words of Broder and of Bruce Ferris. Importantly, Bruce Ferris told you that victims of domestic violence
All right, we're going
appear
up
to
1.5.
act happy.
Yeah,
Woo.
1.5.
So you have these text messages in the week leading up to the shooting
Oh, that's better.
where they're saying nice things to one another with emojis and smiley faces. You
Hey.
have the video.
If
of
you
the
make him
restaurant
go any faster,
where
he's going to
Ashley
need
and
a
her
lot
mother
of
and
water
Emerson
to
are present,
drink.
and Ashley appears to be acting happy.
Water.
When in fact she's actually quite scared, according to Bruce Ferris. But you go along to get along. You might recall in the voir dire, I asked you about the presumption of innocence and how many of you had ever seen a cop car on the side of the road with somebody sitting in the back. And the first thing you thought to yourself was, gee, I wonder what they did. Caused them to be in the back of the squad car. And I told you that the issue to be resolved in this case was going to be, was the force used justified? All of you pledged that if the state failed to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict would be not guilty. All of you took an oath that said, at the end of the case, if you were unsure, if you did not know what happened, if you did not have an abiding conviction of guilt, you'd vote not guilty. I want to show you the beyond a reasonable doubt instruction. Deputy, if I could have the diesel, please. This is in your packet of instructions. You're not going to have to memorize it. I want to just go over it, though, for a moment. I think we can agree it's pretty important. It reminds you that the state has the obligation and the burden to prove the case, to overcome the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. And here's how they define reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, goes back and forth, gee, I don't know, I'm not sure, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must, not you can, ladies and gentlemen, not you may, you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. Thank you, Deputy. Let's take a brief look at the facts rather than theories.
Hey, Gabby.
Because once again, the prosecution
Put
could not have
Jody's
been more clear.
website on
Ashley
in
killed
the
Doug
chat
to prevent release of the Broder report.
for sharing.
So where was the evidence to support that theory? You can't simply say it and make it so. Ms. O'Donnell comes up, and the evidence that she presents to you to support that theory is that Ashley said, I'll take matters into my own hands. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Broder testified that Ashley made that statement on her way out of his waiting room. And I asked him specifically about it. Please check your notes. What was she referring to? And he said, going to the authorities in Maryland to seek relief from them because the system here had failed her. And she
I need one more today to get to my 225. One more. Boop. Go and do it. Boop. Right now. Subscribe. Boop. Boop. Right there. Someone say boop, AJ. Pause. And go.
There.
And time. Did she get ya?
I got you another one.
Thank you.
Oh, you mother.
was very frustrated.
Oh, what the heck?
Sorry.
Oh,
Ms.
come
O'Donnell also told
on.
you that Doug Benefield filed for sole custody of Ashley. Please check your notes. No one ever testified to that. There's absolutely no evidence in this case that such a thing was done or a statement was made. Other evidence in the case? Justin Warren, the lead homicide detective. State never even called him. We called him.
See?
Grandma, can you see private chat?
He told you that in
Yeah.
his arrest warrant, he said it did not appear that Douglas Benefield was facing Ashley Benefield when shot. Now look, Dr. Vega came in here and testified that the shooting in the chest, the shot to the chest, was from front to back. Yet Miss O'Donnell comes up here and distorts that and tries to tell you that it wasn't from front to back. It was from side to side. Dr. Vega told you the trajectory of the chest shot was front to back, right to left. Now, not only did Dr. Vega tell you that,
We'll be there.
Michael Haig told you that, front to back. Dr. Liu told you that, front to back. There has never been any evidence introduced in this trial that the chest shot or the
Remember,
arm
Bob told
was
you
anything
to
other than front to
front
back.
to back.
Yes. Yes,
Detective
the
Warren told
hygiene
you he did
fairy.
not speak with the medical examiner before he submitted his arrest warrant. I showed him his report to refresh his recollection. Oh, yes, I did speak to the medical examiner. And finally, I asked Detective Warren about a supplemental report that he wrote where there's a section that provides for any bias that he was aware of that Ashley would have had against Doug. And the form was written none. And I asked, is that not where you would write in things like ill will, hate, or spite? Mike Haig, let's look at his testimony for a minute. I think you'll remember him. What he said, I thought, really presented it well, was in explaining what forensic meant. He said it's the juncture where law meets physical science. Okay? So he told you there were 4 shots. He gave you a 3-dimensional diagram, and it showed you the room and how the shooting took place and where the shots went. One shot, according to Michael Haig, went out the door and down the hallway and lodged in a book. He described it as a miss. One shot was in the wall. Told you it was a nice round hole in the wall. They put a trajectory rod in it. One shot was in Mr. Benefield's chest. It was lodged in his back. Dr. Vega removed it. And one shot was in the leg. The state's own witness, crime scene people, told you that the shot to the leg was on the floor in the room and that a piece of it had broken off. And Haig told you that as well. According to Miss O'Donnell, if you completely suspend the explanation that Dr. Liu gave you about the shot to the leg, if Douglas Benefield was running away, that's how you could get the shot in the leg. You might remember that the trajectory or the wound path to the leg was up. Ashley would have had to have been lying on the floor to shoot up so that the bullet would go in the calf. Dr. Liu explained to you exactly how that happened. We even had our summer law clerk, William Galvano, come here and demonstrate. What else did Michael Haig tell you that was significant? He told you that they were moving. He said both Douglas Benefield and Ashley Benefield was moving. and even showed you how it went from right to left in that three-dimensional diagram with the first shot out the door, the second shot in the wall, or one shot out the door, one shot in the wall, one in the chest and one in the leg. He showed you the two different cones. That would be consistent with what Ashley told you about trying to get more distance to move away from him. There was only one way to go in that room. She was already back to the back of the room, so the only way she could go was sideways, to her left. Finally, he also told you that Ashley's explanation was absolutely consistent with the physical evidence. Then we had Dr. Lou, Emma Lou, former medical examiner for Miami-Dade County, who has always testified for the state. Except here, she came in and testified for the defense. Why do you think that is? Dr. Lou told you that the abrasion to the arm, she believes, was from front to back, and she believed it was the shot that went out the door and down the hall. And the bullet would not have mushroomed or expanded, as you heard Michael Haig explain, that bullets are designed to be able to expand. Because the wound was so superficial, there would not have been enough tissue in the hollow point of the bullet to expand it. She also told you it would be consistent with Doug lunging at Ashley Benefield. And she showed you with rods how the abrasion to the arm would take place, as well as the shot to the chest. Now, here's something interesting that maybe everybody's forgotten, Miss O'Donnell did not address. Who was it that told us that Doug was skilled in martial arts and trained to take the weapon away? Why, that was his daughter, Eva. So here's Doug, who gets into his fighting martial arts position and lunges at her to grab the weapon, and Dr. Lou explains the abrasion shot. All four of these shots had no pattern at all. These are four random shots, no association whatsoever, indicative of somebody who's in an absolute panic firing a gun. What's more, as not only Mr. Sant told you, Mr. Haig told you, and as the state's own witness told you, if you don't hold the weapon properly and give it the pressure that it needs, it will result in a jam from one of the cartridges, just like what happened here. So I want you to please consider something. Before evaluating the defense case, you have to first determine whether or not the state failed to prove that the shooting was unjustified. That's your first order of business. Because if the state failed to prove their allegations beyond a reasonable doubt, it's over. You don't need to evaluate the case that the defense presented. We weren't obligated to present anything, but we did. And I think we can agree that if the state's case does not meet that threshold of beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, your verdict must be not guilty. Ashley Benefield got on the stand and endured over 2 hours of cross-examination.
Of torture.
It was our perception that the state never landed a blow in over 2 hours. That's 2 hours in addition to the hour and a half that I had her up there on direct examination. In the world in which we live, it sounds strange to try to reduce an event like this to an explanation within an hour and a half.
Thank you, Carmen.
I'm really glad I was on mute for what I just said.
What did you say, Carmen?
I don't.
Yeah.
Come on, we want to hear it.
He was talking about blowing in 2 hours. I was like, damn, 2 hours and no blowing.
Wow, you get lockjaw.
Well, that's my life now. There's nothing.
So that's that membership went to Bree, Carmen.
Damn it. I'm just kidding.
Congratulations.
But this is the only forum that we have to resolve things like that. So we did it. And Ashley got up there and she explained to you exactly what happened. And she did it well. and the state never touched her. Look at the crime scene photos that were taken, not at some modeling presentation, not at some outing. Look at the crime scene photos that were taken by Miss Dorvac. They're in evidence, and you see if you don't see swelling and redness on those photographs. So it's September 27th, 2020, the day of the homicide.
You're
Doug
welcome.
arrives
Jesus,
at
you're
Ashley's
making me
house late that
thirsty.
afternoon, and he's already simmering. He's on a slow boil, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because he knows she's leaving. She's leaving. He's not going with her. He's going to live somewhere else. He knows that. This was his last hope for any kind of reconciliation. And Bruce Ferris told you that the most dangerous time for a domestic violence victim is when the abuser recognizes that she's leaving.
Yep.
So how does Doug respond?
Absolutely.
With threats and intimidation.
Mm-hmm.
He would not leave. Ashley tried to de-escalate it. She could see how he was starting to build. She wanted to avoid a confrontation. Gee, you know, Doug, we pretty much got everything done. Why don't we quit for the night and we can continue tomorrow? He ignored her.
Yep.
Instead, his hostility starts increasing. 2 body checks where he bumps her shoulder, passing her in the hall. And it's not a bump that's an accident. It's a bump to intimidate her. She told you she almost lost her balance. Then we have the cardboard box incident where he slams that into her. Once again, she tries to de-escalate it. She even apologizes to him. And I asked her, why in the world would you apologize when he was the one who hit you with the box?
Thank you, Gabby.
Well, shortly after that, Ashley's had enough. What does she do? She tries to leave. She tries to flee the house.
You won't let
He
her.
catches up to her, grabs her by the hand, whirls her around. His back is now at the front door, and he's got her blocked. Somehow, Ashley finds the inner strength to yell, I'm done. You need to leave now. I'm done. You need to leave now. Please check your notes.
Bye.
That's going to be real important. Why? Because that revoked Doug's permission to be in Ashley's home on that afternoon.
Right.
And here's what the instruction is going to tell you about that. It's in your packet.
I just muted it.
It's going to say the law on justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. If Ashley Benefield was in a dwelling in which she had a right to be, I think we can all agree this was her home. Doug did not live there. He was there by her permission on that day to help pack things. She had no duty to retreat and had the right to stand her ground and use force, including deadly force, if she reasonably believed such conduct was necessary to prevent A, imminent death or great bodily harm to herself, or B, the imminent commission of burglary, false imprisonment, or aggravated assault against herself.
False
The
imprisonment.
elements of the forcible felony of burglary are: 1, Douglas Benefield had permission or consent to enter the dwelling or structure owned by or in possession of Ashley Benefield. 2, Douglas Benefield, after entering the structure, remained inside after permission to remain had been withdrawn. And with the intent to commit an offense other than burglary or trespass inside the structure. The offense was false imprisonment. Ashley tried to leave her home. Doug stopped her, spun her around, and held her trapped inside the house. Or B, attempt to commit a forcible felony. Forcible felony is aggravated assault. Through threats and intimidation, Doug committed the offense of aggravated assault. It's in your packet. Read it. The important point is that once Ashley says, I am done, you need to leave now, he becomes, in essence, a burglar by remaining in that house after she tells him to leave. Not my words, not my law, the law that Judge White has given you. The last witness that we saw was Amy Carlton. And you might wonder how Ms. Carlton fit into all of this. Well, actually, she played a very significant role. We called Amy Carlton to show that this was anything other than a staged event. If you accept Ms. O'Donnell's interpretation of this, it was a staged event. It was a setup. Ms. Carlton told you that she was out walking the dog with her husband. They heard a series of shots. And less than 30 seconds later, Ashley emerged from the house, hysterical, screaming, holding the gun, and ran right next door. If you're going to stage an event like this after the shooting, you're going to certainly check the scene to make sure it's going to support your version of the event. Because if it doesn't, you're on your way to prison.
I want to
It's
hear
going to
that
take you
someday.
less than 30 seconds to do that.
You can in a second.
The state has failed
Nice.
to prove anything here beyond a reasonable doubt. We prove self-defense beyond all doubt. But the burden is not ours. It's theirs. And they must prove it beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, which, ladies and gentlemen, they just have not done.
Come on, Taylor.
So, for the last several years,
Wrap it up.
I've walked hand in hand with Ashley.
Objection. Exactly.
I'm now going to surrender her fate to you.
No.
I've presented
Yeah,
to
they
you
can. They've done it
everything that I
before. They've done it
possibly
in
could
opening statements.
to show you the dynamics of what took place on that day
Yeah.
and why they took place and what Ashley knew about Doug at the time they took place to show you that her action in using deadly force was reasonable. The judge is going to tell you in your instructions you can take into account what she knew about the
there's a
domestic
rebuttal.
history with Doug,
Oh, no.
the size differential between Doug and Ashley.
We don't have to listen to it if you don't want to.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ashley Benefield is not guilty of murder in the
What's
second
the
degree.
rebuttal?
She's also not guilty
Can we come
of
up to the
manslaughter.
stand?
When you read the
It's the-
manslaughter instruction,
It's the prosecution gets another chance to have a say, but it's the skunk lady that gets up to say something. So put a 1 in chat if you want to watch it and a 2 if you don't.
it tells you that it is not manslaughter if the shooting was justifiable. If it was in
Whoops,
self-defense,
wrong one.
the manslaughter instruction tells you that as well. You all promised in voir dire that you would stick to your guns and not be intimidated by the other jurors.
5 guava.
Yes, 5. It's always guava
Ashley's
ball.
not looking for a compromise. She's entitled to more than that. This is either second-degree murder or it's not.
Oh, 1, I want
If
to
you
watch
follow
it.
the oath that you took and you read the instructions, we're confident you'll return a verdict of not guilty in this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Rebuttal?
I liked his closing. I liked his closing better than I liked hers.
Just said that. AB had enough. She did have enough. On September 27th, 2020, she had enough. She took out a 45 caliber gun. And she
Oh,
shot Mr.
I've got her at
Benefield 4 times.
1.5.
And Mr. Benefield 4 times. And why did she do that? Why had she had enough? I will do anything I have to do to keep my baby.
If you made her go faster,
To a
she might have
detective.
sounded like a
A
chipmunk.
detective that she demanded
Yeah.
arrest somebody in a courthouse because that will help her keep her baby.
I feel bad for saying that,
The detective yelled at her with that.
but she reminds me of like a gremlin. Like
In the microwave.
like something that would live under a bridge. Like,
Y'all,
like
her
you know,
hair.
like the 1990s, like the little trolls that live under the bridge. Like
No, I was saying that she looks like one of the trolls from the Troll movie. The new
Yeah.
Troll movie.
Yeah.
I feel bad for saying that, but
I don't. I mean,
Y'all
that girl's hair was
not.
fabulous.
you call a spade a
Help
spade.
it.
Call a spade a spade.
I mean,
yeah,
Grandma,
yeah.
I look like a '90s homeless drug dealer. So there you go.
I can't dispute that.
Well, now I have to
I mean-
say, y'all are calling her skunk lady. If I didn't get my hair colored,
Oh
And-
no.
yeah, I have. You can kind of see it when my outgrow starts. I have a stripe right here, but I have reddish blonde hair. And when you have, well, it's a lot of gray now, but when you have dark hair, it doesn't look so bad. But when you
Oh, yes, it does.
reddish
Yeah.
and you
Reddish
got a
blonde.
stripe of gray, yeah, it looks like crap.
Every time I see a gray hair, I'm like, not today, Satan. And
I
I
have a
pick it
whole
up.
My whole head is
Yep.
gray, pretty much. But I
I'd
have
pay
a
a lot of money not to
stripe,
have
and it
gray hair.
starts right here, and it's just this whole section. It's just a whole stripe. So I'm
I
feeling her
refuse to grow
pain.
old gracefully.
If the hair was darker, I mean, I may or may not do it. But being the
No, there's
the
too much
color it
contrast
is,
when it's darker.
Yeah.
awful.
So it'd be all right if
It
you
blends
did
in when you're a
purple one.
strawberry blonde, but when you're dark haired, it stands out like dogs.
But it's like white. It's like a white stripe.
But I wonder whether it's natural. I know a guy who had a stripe like that and it was natural.
That's what hair color's for. Just cover it up. Y'all can't see it.
I asked I asked a hairstylist. I was like, "Do I have any gray hairs?" He was like, "Yep." Didn't go back. Don't ever tell me that.
You didn't go back.
Lie about that shit.
Yeah. And he was like, "Well, you have strawberry blonde." I was like, "Stop talking. You messed up in your first sentence."
Oh, my hair is gray. But
That's mine.
uh-huh.
But I pay a lot of money to stop that.
Yeah, me too.
Mine's strawberry blonde like yours, Grandma.
All right, I'll give her a couple of minutes and we'll see if she's got anything even half reasonable. Otherwise,
In
we'll
those
wind
pictures,
it
you're
up.
gonna look at them.
Probably won't go that long.
Till the cows come home, you won't see swelling.
Till the cows come home. You
All
gotta
those
get on the
law enforcement officers who are trained to look
under
for
the
that.
bridge.
Crime scene techs who went there for the sole purpose of finding injuries, and had some lawyer pointing out that her ear was red. Look at that picture.
Wow.
There's no redness.
Wow, Mom.
No redness. So he becomes so enraged that he hits her for the first time. She doesn't go down. She didn't say I fell. This man is a trained fighter who's a ninja, and he hits her and she doesn't go down. And she can't tell you if it was a slap or a punch.
If you could really see my face right now, like
there's a big difference. There's a big difference. And if he punched her in the eye, her eye would look way different than it does. There's no swelling on the side from a punch.
Oh, you know.
She
I don't know.
black eye.
He's a ninja.
Not a bruise.
Might have gotten away with it.
Shut up now.
I thought you were talking to me. I was like, yes, ma'am.
So the guy that I had the restraining order on, he was a professional. He always said
We
that.
don't, Chrissy.
He kept saying he was a professional boxer. And that was part of his intimidation that he used against my autistic son. So all of Jordan's life and being autistic, all of his life, he heard his dad saying, I've killed somebody with one punch and I can do it again. What actually happened was
still fear.
He was a boxer. He had been boxing since he was like 15 or so. When he got to be 17, 18, he would go travel around to go to the different civic centers and stuff. And you know how they have their little, community boxing thing, and you would pay to box against whoever the traveling person was.
Yeah.
And then you would, whoever would win money. So he was considered to be professional because he was paid to go around and do that. He was not this massive, thing, but he was very built and he could throw a punch. Well, if you're this small child and you hear, and you're autistic, and you hear your whole entire life, I can kill somebody with one punch, and I have. What happened was he was in the ring. It was like a community thing, and all they have to do is sign a waiver, to be able to get in. And the guy, the doctor will just check you over, look here, like, okay, you're good. What it was is evidently there was something with this man, and he did punch him. The guy went down and the guy died. All right. So that doesn't mean that his dad killed him. There was something else that happened, and he died. But he kept telling everybody that he had killed this person with one punch and he could do it again. And then as a child, Jordan saw him break his brother's leg by grabbing him and pulling him. Well, that's abuse. So Jordan sees this his whole entire life. And what's he going to do? He's not going to say anything. So then here comes Grandma. And I stand up to him and he doesn't like it. And when he tries to intimidate me with, "Oh, I've been a professional boxer and I can kill somebody with one punch," I just laughed at him.
Yeah.
And, yeah, right. Which he didn't like too much, like Carmen says. It's narcissism, and then when you poke that, they get really pissy. And now they're going to try even more. But I grew up, my father was a Marine and I was his little private. So I was brought up with this person. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. I was brought up with my father in my face, being the drill sergeant. And so I'm hardened. So he could say whatever he wanted. And I'm like, yeah, okay, let's see you do that. And I would literally say, go ahead. Because if you hit me, you're going to jail. Go ahead.
I have to be somewhat careful what I say here because of my job.
Right.
So last night when I said I shit you not.
You're in corrections, aren't you? Is that right?
Type of it. So I knew that it was going to be an issue an hour before I ever got this individual out. And as soon as I got him out, of course, it was an issue. And they're going off and they stepped up on me. And I took a step forward. I'm like, you're not going to know.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't know how to take it.
Right.
Yeah. He told me that
they pick their victims.
Yeah, and he was just, you don't know about me. You don't know about me, homie.
That's right.
Let's find out.
Right.
Yeah.
When you challenge, when they're coming at you and you stand up, like you moved forward instead of backing up, they do not like that.
Yeah, they like people so they can control. They're making them out, and
and that's why this guy,
they prey on that.
He's not going to mess with me. He'll pop up every once in a while just to make himself known, like I'm around and I want this, and I always do this. I'll go. I do it to their face. They'll be going on and on and on, and I'll just go. They don't like that. I'm like, go ahead, beat your chest. It means nothing. But no, he still pops up.
It means that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's funny. We actually joke about that. The Tic Tac dick. I don't know if I can say that.
Yeah.
I don't think I can.
I used to call him Rice.
But like
that
last
was part
night,
of my previous. They like to have intimidate, being
and that's like the group. The group that I'm dealing with right now that I supervise, they're a handful, and just yesterday they were really a handful. And he's like, I'm about to do something. We're all waiting. Do something. Like, come on now.
Today, Junior.
Yeah, and then I just felt a hand go wrap around and go across my stomach, and I just very soft voice take a step back. I'm like, damn it.
Yeah.
And
but
it's like he was telling me, well, I
hope
do
you
with
like that arm.
Yeah,
you're about to lose it.
Yeah, well, like what I deal with, like I deal with a lot of different cultures, and so I mean, I obviously respect each and every one. But he was telling me like, oh, like I'm Muslim. Cool, like that's great.
Yeah, for you.
You still can't be an asshole.
That's right.
Like, do you want to
give you permission to be whatever act any way you want?
All I could think about was the little sheriff stickers that we used to give out to kids for the parade, and I just wanted to like slap one on his chest, be like, "Good for you."
In the middle of his forehead.
Yeah, just pop. Good for you.
Gold star.
Now go.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to say a word that I cannot pronounce for Gabby. I hate this.
Burglary.
I can't say it. It's
Wait, I don't
robbery.
think I can say it either.
Burglary.
Burglary.
I can say burglar.
Burglary.
What?
But you can't say the Larry at the end.
I can say burglar. Like there was a burglar.
Burglar.
Burglary.
You can say burglar.
Burglar.
Yeah, but you
I can
just
say that.
burglary.
Burglar.
If you add the rest,
I cut the middle bit out and just say burglary.
Yeah.
Burglary.
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 Yeah, I must say it wrong too.
No, it's if you go to court, a very serious situation, you just look at the judge and say it's robbery with a B.
Yeah.
And they look at you like you're stupid. They're like, what? I'm like,
It was a burglar.
yeah.
You just
I'm
dropped
like,
out.
it's a burglar.
Ray.
Oh,
It was a burglar. Ray.
again.
Yeah, I gotta coach
Yeah.
you on that. On the record one time. She was
Oh.
like, you know, robbery
Yes,
and
put you back in.
Burglar.
burglary.
Ray. There you
whatever.
go.
Burglary.
Just in your brain, do 2 words. Burglar.
I've
Ray.
tried.
Or
I've
just
tried for a long
burger.
time.
Burglar.
Hamburger.
I'm just gonna say BK with a
I gotta go to
felony.
the toilet again.
BK.
You want to take over?
Yep.
with a ring.
BK
Yeah.
with a felony.
BK with a felony.
That's funny.
You
Burglar.
gotta go to the loo.
I do.
Have a good time.
Tam's gonna take over for a second.
Take the headphones off. Headphones. Oh, I can use mine actually.
Yeah.
People used to always tell my mother, "Your son is crazy," because they were afraid of you. Yeah, my children were always raised with. Well, my kids, when I got divorced, they were 3 and 6. My actual children, they were 3 and 6, and because of my dad being the harsh Marine that he brought me up, I was already just hard. I was hard.
Yeah.
So when I got divorced, raising them, I had a single mom. I came across a lot of different things, attorneys and everything. When I was getting a divorce, my ex's attorney was like really tall and standing right at me and was just, and I just looked at him and I was like, "Who? You're not even supposed to be talking to me." What are you doing?
Yeah.
No, I've had a lot of men to think that they could intimidate me in business and personal and everything. And I just stand there and I'm like, "Are you done?"
Well, it's like
I used to do that to my dad. I would make my dad so mad.
Well, that's like my ex. Sorry, go ahead, Carmen.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
It's like my ex. I was a victim of domestic violence, and no, he didn't hit me a lot. I mean, he held me up by the throat off my feet against the wall, yelling and screaming at me, spitting in my face. And I just said very quietly, "Put me down." He said, "What?" I said, "Put me down."
Put me down.
And he put me down on the floor. And I said, "You got to sleep sometime. See you in the Northern Territory. I'll kill you in your sleep, mate."
Okay.
Like
yeah.
I grew up.
I
like,
offered
I
him a
wouldn't
hot
go to
shot.
sleep if I were you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
no.
I don't know. I don't really know where like mine came from. I mean, like I do, but I don't, because like my parents, like they're fantastic parents, and like my mom and my dad, they're fantastic people, but I don't know. I've always had that mentality. Like I was very rebellious, and like I would go and fight just because I liked it and I was good at it. But like, so like when an inmate would step up, like, all right, come on. And I've had 3 facial reconstructive surgeries.
Oh my God.
And
Oh,
so
wow.
I've had 2 ribs removed. I currently have a rib that makes this portion of my face up.
Oh,
Yeah, I've seen someone get their nose done.
Yeah, so they did it once. It failed, so they had to take another rib out and put that in. I'm like, I got more ribs to go. Like, I don't really want to take more out, but I can take some more out if we need to.
You can make an Eve. Isn't that how
Yeah.
God made Eve? He took a rib out of Adam.
Yeah, exactly. But my sergeant asked me yesterday why I stepped so close, because when she walked up, we were nose to nose. And I was like, because it closes the distance. And I said, if he was to swing or something like that, you don't have as much power.
That's right.
Coming around, or if you headbutt me or something of that nature, you
Close,
don't
get
have
that pressure. Yeah, I mean that
yeah.
force. Mhm.
And
Yeah.
she was, I just looked at her, I was like, 3 facial reconstructive surgeries later, you know a thing or two. And she's like, I will pass that along to the next shift.
Just get
I
in
was actually
right.
the one that hit
Also,
my ex. He was 6'2" and built pretty large. And at the time I was 5'4" and 47 kilos, a little bit underweight, but anyway. And one night he put my arm up behind my back. We're at a party and he was mucking around, but he put it up too far. And then he got his knuckle like this and hit me right on the shoulder blade.
Ouch.
And I just spun around and I hit him straight in the sternum with all my force, knocked him fair on his ass. And the night I left him, he locked me out of the house and I'd already told the kids to go out the back and go around to a friend's place. And he locked me out of the house. So I picked up the chair to throw it through the sliding door, the glass sliding door. And he finally opened it. And I just launched and punched him fair in the face. He was bleeding and everything, and told him to get the fuck out of my house.
Right.
Oops, sorry, we're not allowed to say that.
No, you're good. No, we're past our 2-hour mark. You're good.
All right.
So,
Yeah,
like,
so
I mean,
he wasn't
besides,
going to
like,
go, but I said, I'm calling 000, which is your 911, right now.
Yeah.
And I got the phone on speaker, and he's saying, don't you do that, don't you do that. And I'm saying, well, get out. And then they've said, who would you like? Police, ambulance, or fire? And I said, police will be great, thanks. And he walked out the front door and left.
Like
But yeah.
like I said, I'm really lucky that like I said, my parents are fantastic. I'm actually the youngest, and so I mean I have a brother, but my cousins and us, like, we were also very, very close. So I'm the only granddaughter out of 6 boys, and so like I had that protection there.
Yeah.
So it's like, even if I did, like, they taught me kind of how to fight, but if I messed up,
They were
I
there.
had 6 boys coming around.
Yeah,
and
they were there. They had your
being like,
back.
yeah.
My
So,
dad always gave me the best advice, God rest his soul. He said, doesn't matter whether you hit first or second, just make it count and get the fuck out of there.
my favorite quote that my dad has ever told me, because I've done some stupid things in my life. If you're going to be dumb, you got to be tough.
Mhm.
Damn it.
Or if you're going to have a mouth, you're going to be tough. You
Yeah.
got to be tough to
Yeah.
back it up.
Yeah. Like, I'm not one to hit somebody first, but I'm also not one to sit there and be like, oh, hit me first. No. But no, if you're going to be dumb, you got to be tough. I've done some stupid shit.
I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you.
Flashman says, see, people know not to mess with the women in my family. I tell people I'm not afraid to go to jail. Exactly. When you let them know, hey, look, I'm going to jail. I don't even care. Go ahead. That's what I was telling him. I'm like, go ahead. Because you're the one that's going to go to jail.
Mm-hmm. So
I will end the fight and you will be going to jail.
Yeah, that's it.
So I actually
can pass any polygraph, I can tell you now.
So that hand that wrapped around and was like very calm voice, step back, that was actually another officer. And
oh, wow.
So when I lived in Indiana and in Indianapolis with my partner, my neighbor, we would joke around. And I'd be like, I got a black mama now. Like, not being racist or anything. Like, it was just a joke.
Right.
And so, like, I don't have any
like
family. Yeah, like, I don't have any family in Texas. So this officer, I was telling her about my neighbor in Indianapolis. And she's like, so you don't have any family here? I was like, no, ma'am. She's like, you want another black mama? I was like, yes, ma'am. And that was the one that wrapped her hand around. And she was like chest bumping him. And she was like, that is like my child. You don't mess with him. And I was like, oh my gosh.
No.
Like, I think I'm more scared
That's
of the
how this
officer right
grandma
now.
is. I don't
Yeah.
mess it with my kids, and I got
Yeah,
thousands of them.
that's what she said. She was like, that is like my baby. And she's like,
I have
I,
thousands of them.
I remember, like, she said one thing. I just looked at her. I was like, we can't say that. Like, we can't say that. I appreciate it. We can't say that. And,
I love that flash.
Yeah.
Jodie, do you care to put
Yes.
that GoFundMe up one more time?
Yeah, I just gotta find it. Hang on.
I've got
Yeah,
it
like
in a whole bunch of discords.
I really
Oh,
appreciate it.
$25 turned into 46.
I put it in AJ's too.
I really appreciate it.
Jesus,
He was
way
definitely a
back.
good brother.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I did. I put it in a whole bunch of
I've
discords.
probably
I
still
can't
got it
go
up on
back
the-
that
No,
far
I can. I've
on the
got
lives.
it on the webpage.
Oh yeah, you do.
I went and donated.
Oh, hang on. Yes, I can. Let's open it up. Hang on.
I put it in my Discord, and one of my young ones said, "Yes, ma'am." And I said, "No, I don't want you donating on your parents."
I have to put in private chat because I still haven't worked out.
It
how to
was Manny. Manny's like, "Yes, ma'am." I'm like, "No, no."
That's like when I donate to my mom's channel. I'm just trying to reimburse her for 29 years.
There you go. Yeah, no, this is an
Hey, didn't you start
this
the
one's
GoFundMe?
going.
Yeah. Oh, duh. Yes, I did. Oh my God. I started. I'm an idiot. I'm searching through and I
Started. Yeah,
started.
it's right there.
Yeah, lucky
No.
I remember.
Manny just graduated and is going into the 6th grade, and I'm like, no. He's like,
No,
"Give me
no,
the
no,
super
no,
chat."
don't donate that.
He's asking in the super chat. He's like, "Can I give Grandma $100 or $50?" And I'm like, "No, no, you can't." But it makes him feel like a big, big guy.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, $1. You can do $1.
Right.
That's it.
I can't wait to get monetized.
Oh, I know. I'm so excited. You got it.
Did
I'm about to put you on
how
like an
long did-
OnlyFans. Just
How long did it take your mum to get monetized from when she started?
actually, like, I don't know. I should know that answer.
I have no idea how long it
I
took.
know that, like, I know she hasn't been streaming for a year yet. I do know that. Because I think it's October that she'll be a year.
I always tell people to think about a year.
But also, I mean, you got to think about, like, okay, take
But she's halfway, and she's not like fully monetized.
my mom.
Yeah,
No,
it's
No,
fully
she's
mon-
fully monetized.
She's
she
fully
is fully
monetized.
okay.
Yeah. But you got to think, like, I know he fell off the deep end there for a little bit. Nick Ricada, huge streamer. It took him 5 years to do it.
It was
Really?
different though.
And
Things were a lot different, like when I
it is.
started versus now. It's easier. It's way easier now to get monetized.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of.
Have you got Insta, Jodie?
Because, like,
Instagram.
it is, but it isn't. Because, like, there's so many rules. And I know, like, TikTok and YouTube have a lot of the same rules. Like, I'm banned for life on TikTok.
Good effort. Good effort.
It happens.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why I get hit so many times on YouTube, is because my YouTube was hooked up to my TikTok.
Oh, maybe.
So, like, when I say the word, like, camouflage, they're like, nope. Stupid. Like, I say way worse. So, Grandma, I said the word camouflage in the chat the other day. And all I said, like, we were watching a video of this detainee, whatever he was, trying to escape through the ceiling. And I said it would have been funnier if he was wearing camouflage.
Right.
Nope. They didn't even give me a warning. Nothing.
Really?
I had to appeal it. That's how far it went. I'm like, camouflage? Really? And
That
as
was
soon
on
as they
your
did that,
channel or somebody
Now
else's?
this guy,
huh?
am I off?
Was that on your channel?
No, you're
That was on my
this
like I
guy,
was
this
on my
guy.
mom's, but like I was in the chat on my mom's.
Okay,
But
so you were in your mom's channel and you just put camouflage in the chat.
I get put in timeout all the time. Sometimes it's deserved, but I said camouflage, had to appeal it because like normally I get put in timeout and they'll tell me like you got 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30
Right.
minutes, whatever. They didn't. I couldn't do anything. They completely kicked me off. I couldn't do anything but appeal it. I'm like,
YouTube
really?
did
Camouflage?
it? Or was it like
Yeah.
Night Flirt or something?
No,
I
it
mean,
was
Night Flirt.
YouTube
I
that
got
did
Night
it.
Flirt, Night Flirt.
Okay.
But what made me laugh is right when they gave it back to me, I was like, suck it, YouTube daddy. And that went through.
So I started my channel on the 27th of March of this year.
Okay.
No, you're doing very well.
You're doing good.
You're doing very well.
I've got 1.9k watch hours. So I've got 1,100 hours to go. That's what 16.6 views. But I'm 225 subs now, so I've got to get to 500. So I'm about halfway.
Do you have 225 now?
225 now, yes, I do.
Congratulations, you hit your goal.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yes, if I go back.
Oh yeah,
home,
you do have
25
225 because I
and
went in
84
there.
videos.
Hey, Grandma After Dark has 23 now. Thank you very much.
Listen, that's 17 different personalities.
Yeah.
We
need to set up that stream.
I've got several channels. I've got I got my ASMR on Cloud9. I don't even know how many that one has.
I've already gotten a
Got
text
14
message.
channels, Carmen.
I've already got a text message from my damn it, Jodie.
My ASMR channel has 4,000, just over 4,000, 4,190 something. That's on my ASMR channel. My Grandma After Dark, that's just where I can throw crap that I wouldn't put anywhere else.
Yeah, I've already gotten
special guest.
I've already gotten
you were talking about I could do that on Grandma After Dark. I wouldn't do it on my other channels.
So my partner texted me and she was like, is she available to chat? I was like, I don't fucking know. Like, Grandma.
I'll talk.
And she said it will probably help my schooling if she's available. I have a class assignment coming up.
Sounds like an interesting assignment.
That's what I said. I was like,
do it
what
on
kind of
StreamYard.
I
Have
know.
it set up, an unlisted stream, and you can.
Or last come.
You can tell her. You can tell her that if she has questions, I could. I probably could help her. Honestly,
I don't know. Like when it comes to like sex, sexology, BDSM, kink stuff, she doesn't have a lot of questions. Sorry, she doesn't. But it's more so when she does get a PhD. Like, how does she, like social media, how does she network that? That's more of a question. And then she just sent me a text message because I said, I don't know how to go about that, babe. Hope you have a great rest of your day.
Well, I could
She
tell
said-
her the hood version of the answer, but I don't know if she wants that way.
I want your hood version. She said, I'm just here for the conversation.
That's all I'm here for.
The bad
All
thing
right,
is,
my lovelies.
Oh, are
Sorry.
we done for the day? Nope, go ahead.
I think so. It's 5:45 in the morning, 10 to 6.
you gotta go to bed.
And I've got to
I'm
wind
in
it up. I
trouble.
think it's like 7-hour stream. Yeah, I think we might. The jury is just about to go out for deliberation. So,
Are you, if for some odd reason they do come back, will you pop back on? Or are you gonna be asleep?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, probably.
I'm sure AJ will.
AJ's streaming tomorrow, so she'll be starting probably at 9, I assume, for Verdict Watch.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm sure she'll put up a stream, but yeah, we definitely need to organise an adults only stream, I think.
Grandma
That'd be
After
fun.
Dark. I have a channel.
Yeah.
It's literally
Yeah.
called Grandma After Dark.
Just send me the link.
Come
I'll
in
be
on
there.
that. I'll come in on that one.
I'm sure you would, Gabby.
So I have Grandma After Dark. I only have 23 subscribers. So y'all go
Well,
subscribe to
you're
that.
about to get some more.
That one's just for fun. But now
Are you happy for us to share that?
Yeah, you can. It's a nothing channel. But now the other channel, ASMR on Cloud9, that's a channel that's really good for sleeping. It's got a lot of like sounds to sleep to, music, that kind of thing.
Oh, so it's like
meditation.
therapy. Yeah,
Yeah,
therapy
that
and
kind of stuff.
meditation.
Any kind of like spa music or meditation.
Are they linked to your grandma's house channel or not?
Yeah, well, that's my big one. So I have
Hello, Adair.
Oh, Grandma, this is the
well,
one who
hello,
thinks,
Adair.
This is the one who thinks I'm AI.
I believe you're right. I too think that Gabby is AI.
She is.
What, artificially inseminated?
I do.
Yeah, something like that, Jodie.
That's so funny. But no, seriously, my big channel is my grandma's house. That's my big one. That's my money.
And they can find all the other channels linked to that on there.
Yeah, if you my
Right.
ASMR is on. In fact, if you go in my where all the videos and stuff, and you scroll all the way down, there's links to every video
Awesome.
over
We
on.
might listen
It's
to
in a
those in
playlist.
bed.
So everything is on there. Not Grandma After Dark though. They do not cross.
Could you imagine that sixth grader just being like, "Oh my god,
yep,
$20."
I don't mind ASMR and Grandma's house. Those can mesh.
separate.
But Grandma After Dark, no, that's why it's
Nope.
Grandma After Dark.
Yep.
We don't cross those.
Yeah.
I don't blame you.
That's my other life. I don't. No.
Yeah, no, never the twain shall meet.
I don't need any mother or father going, what?
Oh no! Do you know what? Not one of my family has ever seen one of these videos. Not one. I don't even think any of them subscribe
Madam,
to it.
we're your family.
We are your family.
Yes, there you go.
I know,
Yes,
but I know
and
what you mean.
the difference is you choose to be here.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
right.
I choose to be a banter and bugger too.
My mother got really upset because she saw a photo of her being happy.
It's Shay. Is that her name? Shay?
Cheyenne.
Shy.
Cheyenne. Okay.
I call it like so. I always call everybody by their government name. I've always done that since I was like a kid. So she hates
Oh,
it.
Adair, you sweet
She
talker.
hates it.
She does. So like, she actually goes by Shy, but her name is Cheyenne.
Okay.
So, but she
All right, so
prefers
Shy.
Shy.
All right. Well, Cheyenne, tell her that if she has any questions that she wants to know anything, I'm good.
We'll flick the link to Gabby, and Gabby can share it for
Yeah,
you.
you can get me in
or-
Discord. I have a server, so you can get me through Discord. It's easy. It's easy to find me. I'm around. You pop y'all tonight. I'm doing Disney chronologically. I can never say that word. That'll be fun. I haven't played it. We kind of tested it the other night, but it's fun. You're just trying to get.
That's in about an hour, isn't it? Is that in about an hour?
I would think. I'm doing the same number, 30, 35 questions. All my stuff, I try and keep it at
what
an
time
hour.
is it, Grandma?
No.
What time is it at?
At 9.
9
Same,
p.m.
same time as I usually do it. Yeah, so you'll be probably sleeping.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, y'all come and help me test this out. We'll see how this goes. It should be fun.
I'll be there to heckle Ash.
Yes. I love Ash. I've known Ash
All
for
right.
a long time.
The verdict clock has started. It's 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Okay.
All
We are officially on verdict watch.
Well, I can
Yeah,
pop
my
in
darlings.
tomorrow. I've
Yeah.
got to go take my son to work, but after that, I can pop on and
I'll
hang
let
out with
AJ's
him.
hosting tomorrow, so
Yeah, I'll let AJ
she'll
know.
have
and
all the
then
power.
Send you the link, Grandma.
Yep.
That'd be
Yeah,
awesome.
I'll
Thank you
come
very,
down.
very much for being here and to joining us. It's been a blast.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
So
guys.
nice to put a name to faces, and yeah, it's good. It,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It made what was going to be a boring stream, I think, for the trial into something interesting and fun.
Well, next time we'll have to make a song with Grandma.
Yes, yes.
Those songs are so funny.
Aw. Hold
I
on.
love them.
Did you?
I
I
love 'em.
need to start a channel with Brandon to Madison. Does he do that?
What?
My brother reads to his daughter.
Do that.
Aw, yeah, people will watch that.
So, yeah, people will
Actually,
watch
you know
it.
what?
All
Brie, a lot
mine
of
are.
my girlfriends started Facebook pages for in their babies' names and use it as like an online diary for them. They don't have it as public; they just have it as private, and all that stuff gets put into their Facebook page. And then when the child's old enough, they show them their Facebook page. Yeah.
That's cute.
No,
Yeah.
I've got like 500 books that I've read. You don't see me, you just see, that's what Grandma's house started as. And you just see me, I mean, you don't see me, you just see the page. There's no animation, there's no music, you just hear me reading. And I literally started it as a bet with my kids because I kept telling them that they needed to do YouTube. And they're like, you can't make any money out of that. I was like, yes, you can. I'll show you. And hello, here I am. But I always say my grandkids, my great grandkids, all of this, I literally have my channel in my will. So all of the money that it makes, because it'll just keep making it, and I don't have to be alive. I've got that in the will. So my autistic son, it goes to him. So that's just money for him.
Right.
And they also have the all of my videos that I've done, they can put it on any platform. So if for some reason YouTube doesn't make it and something else comes along, they can do that. But doing that, reading to your kid or your grandkid or whatever,
Awesome.
just making the video and putting it or live stream it and put it on there. It doesn't matter
And then when
if
they're
another
3 or
soul
4, you play it to them.
Yes, it doesn't matter if another soul watches it. If you read the story and you have it on there, and they can go, and the next grandkid and the next grandkid and the great grandkids can go in there and listen to you read, or or talk to
memorialized.
them, or tell them a story about what your life was like. That's documenting you, and you will live forever through that.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Memorialized
Yeah.
it.
So it's really neat. So you need to do that. Absolutely. Don't worry
yeah.
about if anybody will
Starting
watch
a
it.
channel.
Don't
I don't ever worry about anybody else. Bree, I bought my niece a book. It's called The Totally Inappropriate Book.
Excellent.
That's about alphabets regarding the word shirt.
Okay.
That sounds like some of the books that I have over on Grandma's house.
Just look it up. Like I said, look it up. It's called Totally Appropriate Alphabet Book about shirts.
Shirts.
Their
Have
shirts.
you seen that one? The Australian Jackie Weaver wrote it, didn't she? Go the fuck to sleep.
Oh,
it's an excellent book.
It is a good one. It is a good one.
My
Noni
book.
Hazelhurst reading it.
I have on the Grandma's After Dark. I do it in an ASMR type voice, kind of, but it's more kind of like Heather talking.
Yeah.
It's put Tony's nuts in your mouth and drinking from the furry cup, and Brenda's beaver needs a barber. Those are the 3 I have on there.
I've actually seen that
I
book,
saw
Brenda's
that.
Beaver Needs a Barber.
When I was
Yeah.
looking at it, yeah.
So I've got those 3 on there. I've got some more. I just haven't put them on there. But I just did those for fun. People were asking me. I was like, okay, I'll do it. So anyway, I know you've got to go to sleep.
All right, sweetheart.
Jodie.
Thank you very much for everyone in chat.
Bye,
and everyone on
Grandma.
replay.
Bye.
And
I love
for
y'all.
all
Thank you
your
for letting me
super
come and
chats.
hang out with you.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here. Love to all. Hi, Brandon. Mwah. Never too late. We'll stick you in.
And
All
Carmen,
right.
you'll have to tell me what you think of the boys once you've been.
Yes, I might start watching that too. I've been told a few people.
Yeah,
told
no,
me it's
I was actually that was just brought up at work that I have to watch that, so I'm gonna watch it.
I just saw season 4 because I've been keeping up to date with.
That's what they were talking about season 4, but I'm gonna watch it.
There's definitely going to be a season 5 with the way it ended in 4.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
all right, y'all.
look at Homelander and what he does with his grey hair.
Bye,
All right.
Flashman.
You guys have an awesome rest of
Have
the
a
day.
good night.
Mwah.
Bye,
And
Grandma.
we'll speak to you
Bye.
tomorrow.
See y'all later.
Bid you adieu. Bye.
Bye.
And Debbie here, fill your screen with cheer. Hit like and tap subscribe, join our happy tribe.